clauses in public, but people are tired. They hear your name tied to vaults and bearers and late commanders now. Some think staying loyal means inviting wars too big for allies. Tai Luo looked directly at Shen Duan on that last line. No accusation. Worse. Report. Mu Yao finished cutting the old bandage away and hissed through her teeth at the state of the wound. You traveled with this open? Closed again when it mattered. That is not medicine. It is frontier. Wei Han spread the shelter map wider. What routes remain if the compromised lanes fall? Tai Luo bent over the chart despite Mu Yao swatting his arm away from touching anything. Here, here, here. His thick fingers stabbed blue civilian routes without hesitation. We moved families through kiln ash tunnels twice and through the shrine cellars once. If Ji Rulon learns those paths, she's got the quarter's throat. Shen Duan looked from the finger marks to the old Legion routes and felt the story folding in on itself. The ancient system mapped refuge under siege. The modern frontier was being eaten exactly through refuge and siege. He should go back. Every muscle in him said so. Every scar agreed. Put body in the alley. Hit the right men. Answer the immediate fire. He looked at Tai Luo and asked the question anyway. If I ride tonight, does it hold better? Tai Luo did not answer quickly. That, more than anything else, told the truth. For one night? Maybe. He met Shen Duan's eyes squarely. For the war? I don't know. They aren't only hitting us now. They're teaching every district what safety looks like if safety means standing under someone else's ledger. Prince Ning said. Then the frontier is now a demonstration campaign. Pretty words, Tai Luo muttered. Still means people freezing. Shen Duan looked down at the support node marked on the old shelter map. Back at Tai Luo's blood on the floorboards. Back at the courier notices still piling on Ning's side desk about orthodox claims, merchant offers, sponsor petitions, and city fears. 2 fights. One immediate. One systemic. His flaw wanted to pick the first because it bled in front of him. The map wanted something harder. Tai Luo saw the conflict, and, because he had never once tried to make Shen Duan comfortable in the truth, said, if you come back now because you can't stand imagining us holding without you, that's your need, not ours. The words hit like a hammer between the ribs. Mu Yao looked up sharply, ready to stop a worse reaction if one came. None did, because Tai Luo was right in exactly the way that made anger useless. The quarter needed answers larger than his repeated dramatic return. Shen Duan hated that lesson. Can you hold 2 more days? He asked. Tai Luo snorted blood-tinged breath through his nose. I held the mine with a chair leg once. Ask a harder question. Relief and pain moved through the room at once. Mu Yao finished stitching the wound while Tai Luo insulted her thread choices, and Wei Han marked compromised lanes on the map with increasingly murderous little dots. By the end, Shen Duan had not gone back. That choice cost him sleep immediately. But as he stood alone later that night over the old shelter lines, he understood the cost would have been different, not smaller, if he had ridden west without learning how to seize the larger board. Chapter 68. The hidden chamber opened when Shen Duan stopped treating the tally like a key and started using it like a command. They found the chamber beneath the archive house on the 2nd basement level, behind a wall that had been patched twice in later centuries and painted over with enough bureaucratic boredom to hide anything. Wei Han found the seam. Prince Ning found the records showing the basement dimensions were wrong. Shen Duan found the response condition by accident while arguing with both of them over whether ancient command systems hated being poked casually. Not poked, Wei Han said, offended. Interpreted. You nearly got us crushed by interpreted stares last night. That was a floor with ambitions. Mu Yao stood at the rear with 2 healers and a satchel of antidotes because she trusted old military chambers slightly less than open plague. Shen Duan faced the patched wall with the bronze tally in one hand and the copied script from the arena vault in the other. The line that mattered had bothered him since dawn. Command resonance, not blood. Old Crane Shio had once said the tally answered a surviving command bloodline. The vault records disagreed. Not blood. Resonance. That changed everything. It meant the old stories had been falsified or degraded by people who either didn't understand the original system or wanted to hide that command could be earned by function instead of lineage. Shen Duan stared at the wall until the old pressure traces beneath it sharpened into something almost emotional. Waiting. Not for ancestry. For pattern. He lifted the tally and spoke the old battle phrase he had only half deciphered from the support map. Shelter under pressure. Lines hold. Nothing. Wei Han frowned. Perhaps your pronunciation offended the dead. Shen Duan ignored him and tried again, not saying the phrase this time, but feeling the logic of it. Not command as ownership. Command as coordination under siege. The same instinct that had made him stop in alleys, open hearings, build caches, turn crowds into shields instead of ladders. He pressed the tally flat to the wall. "Open," he said, and meant, "Not for me. For the ones behind me." The wall answered, not with explosion, with surrender. The patched surface dissolved along old seam lines and folded inward in silent squares, revealing a chamber beyond round as a buried well and lined from floor to dome with interlocked bronze plates. At its center stood a suspended lattice of blackened metal rods and unfurled script banners too large to belong to any one city. The wall of 10,000 banners. Not one wall. A grid. A continental defense lattice compressed into command architecture and folded into the node like a world-sized map taught to sleep. Every rod in the chamber hummed at a different pitch. Every script banner held route chains, shelter coordinates, formation anchors, food depots, beacon towers, medical way stations. The scale of it struck Shen Yue almost physically. This was not a relic fortress. It was an operating system for survival under mass siege. Prince Ning stepped in beside him and forgot to pretend composure for one full breath. "If this is real, it is very real," Wei Han whispered, already trying to read 6 things at once and visibly failing in a way that delighted him. Mu Yao crossed the threshold last and stopped under a hanging blue script ribbon that translated, under the tally's warm pressure, into something simple enough to break the room. Refuge priority over glory. She looked at Shen Yue. No one spoke. Because the sentence had found him too exactly. Because for the first time his life stopped looking like a sequence of ugly accidents made useful by stubbornness and started looking like the natural shape of a doctrine built for people who answered siege with shelter before answering it with vengeance. His obsession with collective injustice was not random temperament. It was the kind of mind the path had once been designed to trust. That thought terrified him more than destiny would have. Destiny was theatrical nonsense. Design meant responsibility. The wall responded further as the tally warmed in his hand. Blue routes brightened across whole regions. Riverglass linked to frontier nodes. Frontier nodes linked to mountain passes. Mountain passes linked to what looked like far older command bastions deep under sect territory and forgotten battle plains. Continental, Wei Han breathed. Not city scale. Not kingdom scale. Continental. Prince Ning had already recovered enough to become dangerous again. If the Orthodox Alliance knows this exists in even rumor, they will move heaven and debt law both to control it. Mu Yao looked up at the hanging shelter bands. Then we don't let them define it as a weapon first. Shen Yue stood in the center of the chamber with the tally heating his palm and felt his own perspective shift with painful clarity. He had spent years understanding encirclement from inside the ring. Now the wall asked him to understand entire populations living inside one. The difference was not bigger numbers. It was a different moral scale. He did not know yet if he was equal to it. He did know he could no longer pretend the path existed just to make one man dangerous. Chapter 69. Yun Tyron came alone to the archive house because some truths needed fewer witnesses. Prince Ning nearly refused him entry on principle. Lan Shui, now fully suspended and therefore oddly freer than before, argued they should take the meeting where walls were thickest and exits multiple. Wei Han wanted to hide behind screens and take notes because he considered trauma historically valuable if documented properly. Yun solved the debate by entering the lower chamber himself under visible binding seals, no escort, and one old sword at his side, sheathed in plain black wood. "You came prepared to trust," Shen Yue said. "No," Yun answered. "Prepared to be answerable for not trusting." They met in the antechamber outside the wall of 10,000 banners itself. The room smelled of old bronze, lamp smoke, and snow water from everyone's boots. Blue route lines from the deeper chamber cast faint light through the open arch behind Shen Yue's shoulder. The effect made the old patriarch look like he had stepped into a ghost court built from logistics and memory. Yun's eyes went to the wall once and stayed there a breath too long. Grief, Shen Yue thought. Not fear. Interesting. You know it, he said. I know what remained in the histories after men more arrogant than wise decided all of it could be reduced to warning. Yun's gaze returned to him. And I know what came after. Prince Ning stayed near the stair mouth. Mu Yao stood with arms folded by the lampstand. Lan Shui watched like a judge denied formal bench, but not habit. Wei Han, despite promises of discretion, was indeed behind a screen with a brush. Yun noticed him immediately. If that scholar publishes my pain with footnotes, I will salt his ink. Wei Han's brush paused. Noted. The patriarch turned back to Shen Yue. You think orthodoxy buried your path because the powerful fear organized masses. Often true. Incomplete. He placed one hand on the sheath of his old sword. When I was 19, I watched a salvage coalition rise in the Eastern famine wars around 3 commanders who promised shelter, discipline, and protection from predatory sections. They were brilliant. Necessary. Loved. The room held still. Yin did not speak like a man telling an old story for effect. He spoke like a man stepping carefully through coals he still remembered by shape. At first, he said, they did what your quarter did. Opened granaries, broke debt gangs, formed civilian corridors under pressure. Then the war changed. The enemy withdrew. Scarcity remained. Fear remained. The commanders had built their authority in siege and did not know how to live smaller once the encirclement thinned. Shen Duan felt the line before it landed. Yin saw that too and did not spare him. They began manufacturing urgency. They called dissent infiltration. They called slower law betrayal. They executed hoarders, then doubters, then local elders who questioned ration allocation. By the time anyone admitted the coalition had become a machine for converting gratitude into obedience, 2 provinces already believed no life outside. It was morally legitimate. Mu Yao's jaw tightened. Prince Ning went very still. Lan Shui looked away first. Yun's hand stayed on the old sword. I was there when the 3rd commander's followers burned a market square with civilians inside because smugglers had supposedly hidden among them. I killed one of those commanders myself 3 nights later. He met Shen Duan's eyes with no softness in his own. Afterward, I built Orthodox review doctrine because I had seen what righteous emergency becomes when no one left can say no. The room had become too small for breath. Shen Duan looked at the old man and understood at last why his fear of the besieged branch was not merely institutional greed disguised as moral concern. It was trauma sharpened into doctrine. That did not make orthodoxy right. It did make it human in a way easier enemies rarely were. So when you looked at me, Shen Duan said slowly, you saw them. I saw the possibility. Fair. Painful. Fair. Shen Duan thought of the quarter hearings. The way people had begun looking to him before solving among themselves. The ease with which his body, his anger, his visible defiance had become a center others oriented around. The temptation, in each crisis, to answer faster and larger and therefore more decisively than anyone else. He hated how much of Yun's story fit into the dark spaces between his own choices. If your fear is grounded, Shen Duan said, it still doesn't give you the right to seal every answer that grows outside your walls. Yin nodded once. Agreed. That answer surprised Prince Ning enough to make him shift. Yin continued, which is why I came alone. If the wall is what it appears, then sealing it blindly may repeat one error while avoiding another. But understand this, Shen Duan. If you take command of a system built to coordinate shelter and force across regions, every flaw in you scales with it. Compassion, rage, vanity, urgency, all of it. There it was again. Not merely power warning. Character warning. The wall would not make his virtues larger and leave his flaws unchanged. It would magnify the whole man. Mu Yao spoke then, quiet but sharp. Then perhaps the question is not whether he can command it now. Perhaps the question is whether the people around him are allowed to stop him when needed. Yin looked at her for a long breath and gave the tiniest nod. A better question than most rulers ask. The old patriarch reached into his sleeve and drew out a folded scrap of battle script parchment, so worn it had gone almost soft at the creases. One thing more, he said, from the famine wars. Copied before the coalition archives burned. He handed it not to Shen Duan, but to Mu Yao. She unfolded it and read aloud. No commander holds the banner who cannot be recalled. The sentence hung in the bronze-lit chamber like a third party entering the room. Yun's gaze returned to Shen Duan. If you proceed with the wall, build recall before glory, or you will become my proof. Then he turned and left as simply as he had come, old sword at his side, binding seals still bright around his wrists. Shen Duan watched him go and did not feel victory. Only the weight of inheriting an argument with too many dead buried under both sides. Chapter 70. Mu Yao vanished between the archive house and the lower clinic court in the time it took a kettle to boil. Shen Duan knew because she had left the room annoyed. That detail lodged uselessly in him later, sharp as glass. They had argued after Yun left. Not the grand fracture from before. Smaller. More dangerous for being ordinary. Mu Yao wanted the lower clinic wards rotated out of the archive compound because the city now knew too many routes in and too many factions had reason to touch the wounded witnesses. Shen Duan wanted every capable fighter held close until the wall's next chamber was mapped. People still have fevers downstairs, she said, tying her sleeves. The wounded don't stop existing because you discovered a Continental Command toy. It's not a toy. Then stop handling it like one. He should have let her go with a fuller guard. He should have walked down with her. He should have done several things he did not do. Because the argument was small and the archive house had already begun to feel like a fortress just because it contained secrets. That was how indirect men punished confidence. By making ordinary minutes costlier than battles. The kettle in the map room had just begun to whisper when the first runner hit the stairs. Lower court breach. Shen Yue was moving before the words finished, sprinting down stone steps slick with tracked snow. Prince Ning shouted behind him. Wei Han dropped 3 script copies and came after at a speed that proved terror could improve scholarship. Lan Shui reached the landing from the side hall, blade already out. The lower clinic court was chaos arranged by professionals. No scattered brawl. No screaming massacre. 3 archive guards down with sleep dart shafts in their necks. 1 gate half open under a forged medical transfer seal. 2 overturned treatment trays. 1 witness screen slashed down to block the rear arcade. And no Mu Yao. The breath left Shen Yue so completely it felt like a physical strike. The surviving orderly, a young man with blood in one eyebrow, grabbed his sleeve. Orthodox Gray, he gasped. No insignia. They said emergency relocation under doctrinal review. She knew it was false. Went for the alarm gong. One of them took the witnesses, one took her. Lan Shui snapped. Direction. North Servants' Gallery. Shen Yue was already gone. The servants' gallery was a narrow stone throat running behind the archive house kitchens, lined with old storage alcoves and cold enough that his breath clouded in front of him. 1 fallen lamp smoked by the wall. Half a spool of carrying cord trailed across the floor. Whoever had taken her had moved fast, disciplined, and just loud enough to suggest panic where there had been none. Not Yin alone. Orthodox agents leveraging his current weakness. Of course. The manual screamed for the direct answer. Chase. Smash. Tear through the gallery until someone bled enough to name a location. Every heartbeat made that feel more correct. Wei Han caught him at the first turn and seized his sleeve. No. Shen Yue nearly threw him into the wall by reflex. The scholar held on anyway, face white with effort and fury. If you charge the nearest Orthodox compound because Mu Yao was taken, Yin Tyran wins before he raises a hand. You become exactly what every sealed doctrine already claims you are. The words reached him and did not. Not because they were wrong. Because Mu Yao was gone. Prince Ning arrived a breath later with 2 guards and the clinical calm of a man who had grown up around kidnappings dressed as policy. What do we have? Lan Shui knelt by the cord spool and the fallen lamp. Not professionals from the merchant side. Orthodox training. Minimal blood. Minimal noise. They wanted leverage, not a corpse. Good and bad. Good and bad. Shen Yue wanted to put his fist through the phrase. Instead, he looked down the servants' gallery and saw what banner pulse now made visible. Not only the direction they had gone, but the shape of the deception. They had rung 1 false gong in the west corridor to pull guards, used forged doctrinal relocation slips to delay resistance, and cut only the paths leading back to him rather than the whole lower ward. This was not random leverage. This was a lesson. They wanted to see what he became when the nearest person he could not bear to lose was taken under orthodox pretext. Yun's proof, a colder part of him thought. Or someone else's attempt to make it. Wei Han still had his sleeve. Listen to me, the scholar said, voice shaking now not from fear for himself, but anger on Mu Yao's behalf. If you make this a righteous assault tonight, every fence-sitting official in Riverglass will decide Yun was correct about your path by morning. Save her, yes, but save her in a way that breaks their argument instead of feeding it. Shen Yue turned on him fully. How? 1 word. Enough. Wei Han released his sleeve and forced himself to answer instead of basking in being right. We used the thing they underestimated. He pointed not at the gallery, at the archive house walls, at the city above them. Not your fists. Their need for process. Orthodox agents cannot simply disappear a physician tied to border evidence, trial scandal, and Prince Ning's own compound. They need a holding site with doctrinal cover, not a murder ditch. We map likely locations, then turn their secrecy into a siege. Prince Ning nodded at once. Convents, review halls, temporary doctrinal custody houses. Places respectable enough to hold her without announcing the act. Lan Shui was already moving back toward the map room. And I know which houses requested emergency doctrinal staffing after the vault. The plan began building itself in ugly, necessary pieces. Borrowed servant routes. Doctrinal holding registries. Signal bells. Witness placements. Not a wild assault. A rescue that had to prove the kidnappers were the destabilizing force, not the man who came to take their hostage back. Shen Yue hated every breath it took to choose that path. He hated that Mu Yao might spend those breaths inside some gray-walled room, because he was still here deciding how not to become the old patriarch's nightmare. The hatred stayed. So did the choice. He looked once more down the freezing servants' gallery where her absence felt louder than alarms. Map the houses, he said. Then, lower, to himself and to the walls, and to the buried system listening somewhere below. I'm coming. Just not in the shape they prepared for. Chapter 71. The Orthodox holding house had 7 gates, and only one honest one. Prince Ning's maps named it the East Review Residence, a serene compound of winter pines, white walls, and civic virtue built near the doctrinal courts where the city wanted righteousness to look architectural. Lan Shui's suspended contacts added guard rotations and delivery windows. Wei Han contributed the most useful detail of all. The laundry servants hate the East Steward, he said, spreading copied floor plans across the archive house table. He cut coal allotments during the first frost and quoted moral discipline while doing it. This means 3 maids, 1 kitchen porter, and 2 charcoal boys will happily route us through half the compound if promised embarrassment for him. Shen Yue looked at the plans. Servants' corridors, wood stores, ash chutes, ledger court, 2 detention wings under doctrinal review marks, 1 sealed inner hall where higher-value detainees would be kept if their disappearance needed to look respectable. Muyao would not be in a cell. She would be in a room. Men like this always caged useful leverage comfortably enough to feel clean. No frontal assault, Prince Ning said. Wei Han looked almost offended. Of course not. Frontal assault teaches them to describe you before we use them. Shen Yue had wanted the frontal assault for 6 miserable hours. That was exactly why they were not taking it. They entered in the second watch under servant cloaks and cold dust. Snow hissed against the compound tiles. Night lanterns painted the white walls amber where the wind didn't reach them. Shen Yue carried a charcoal basket under one arm and kept his head bowed just enough to pass at a glance, without becoming memorable. Beside him, Wei Han hunched like an underfed records porter and muttered insults about bucket quality under his breath. Lan Shui, hair hidden under a plain scarf, walked ahead with the ruthless stride of a low clerk on urgent and tedious business. Prince Ning did not come in. He had other work. Specifically, placing enough observers and legal nuisances outside the compound that if the night went loud, doctrine would have to answer the city rather than disappear behind its own walls. The first gate took them through on a cold chit and 3 yawning curses. The second nearly failed. An orthodox steward with a lantern jaw and moral posture blocked the laundry passage and demanded to see transfer seals. Lan Shui handed him a stack of copied sanitation slips so dense with minor authority marks that even Shen Yue wanted to apologize to them. The steward skimmed the top sheet, frowned, and pointed at Wei Han. That porter looks too educated. Wei Han bowed his head lower. My mother says the same. It has never once improved my wages. The steward's face went blank from contempt and bureaucracy. Perfect. They were through before the man realized irritation had replaced scrutiny. Inside, the holding house smelled of pine ash, starch, and locked paper. Every corridor was too clean. Even the servant routes had been scrubbed of grease where ordinary compounds allowed life to stain the corners. Shen Yue hated it on sight. He hated it more when Banner Pulse whispered the emotional geometry under the walls. Not mass hatred. Suppressed discomfort. Young disciples moving through this place had seen things they were not trained to name. It lingered in steps, pauses, the way certain doors attracted glances and then made eyes slide away. Moral pressure. Useful. The rescue plan had 3 lines. Find Muyao. Find the secret detention network Ning suspected but could not prove. Make the same revelation break the compound open from within before the orthodox line could close on them. The first proof came in the lower records vault. Not cells. Ledgers. Rows of temporary relocation sheets, witness silencing codes disguised as doctrinal sequestration, grain coercion notes tied to quarter pacification, and transfer notations for volatile communals, pulled from the frontier under mercy review. Wei Han opened one folio and made a wounded sound. They indexed kidnapping. Lan Shui did not waste outrage. She tore the witness transfer pages free and shoved them into an inner sleeve. Take names, not whole ledgers. We need speed. Shen Yue had already moved on, following the pressure thread that mattered most. Muyao, not mystical destiny. Pattern. The compound's discomfort converged hardest on the inner hall beyond the lower library court. Guards there stood too stiff. 2 disciples carrying broth trays looked away from the door as if eye contact itself could make them complicit. One older novice had bite marks on the inside of his cheek from saying nothing too often. There. He drew the 2 guards into motion without raising an alarm. 1 charcoal basket kicked over. 1 muttered servant curse. 1 guard stepping forward to discipline. Shen Yue broke his wrist against the door frame and caught the collapsing body before it hit stone. Lan Shui's baton dropped the second guard at the base of the skull. Wei Han, scandalously efficient when needed, stripped the key ring before the man finished folding. Muyao was not alone in the inner hall. She sat at a table under one lamp with 2 border women, 1 quarter witness, and a pile of confiscated medical notes. A doctrinal examiner in gray robes stood opposite her, making the mistake of lecturing instead of listening. The moment the door opened, Muyao looked up, took in Shen Yue's cold dust, Lan Shui's scarf, Wei Han's stolen key ring, and said only, "You took too long." He could have laughed from relief and anger both. Instead, he crossed the room and cut the examiner's protest off with his hand over the man's mouth. "If I hit him, do we lose subtlety?" he asked. Mu Yao looked at the man once. "We lost subtlety when the compound started indexing witnesses by emotional inconvenience. Do as you like." He knocked the examiner cold. Then the true rescue began. Not escape. Exposure. Prince Ning's outside pressure timed with their inside movement almost perfectly. Bells started in the outer court. Not alarms. Inspection chimes. Doctrinal review under civic challenge. Young disciples and servant staff began filling the internal lanes exactly as Lan Shui had predicted, drawn by the possibility that something official and embarrassing was happening. Shen Yue used that. He did not drag Mu Yao straight out. He marched her, the witnesses, and 2 liberated detention ledgers through the central novice court, where 100 half-trained Orthodox disciples were trying to decide whether obedience or curiosity better preserved their future. He lifted one of the witness transfer sheets high enough for torchlight to catch the seals. "Look carefully," he called. "Your alliance has been calling this review while hiding prisoners under grain coercion orders." The compound breathed in. Not agreement. Shock. Lan Shui took over with the ruthless clarity of a woman who knew procedure could be more explosive than fire. "Read the house seal. Read the sequestration code. Read the doctrinal transfer language tied to frontier pacification. If this is lawful, why was it hidden under sanitation records and widow debt review?" The novice faces changed one by one. Not everyone went righteous. Some went frightened. Some angry. Some simply unwilling to be made fools for men higher than them. That was enough. Moral discomfort became hostility aimed upward. The besieged heaven manual drank it like winter air after a smoke room. Suddenly, the compound itself became Shen Yue's encirclement. Not because enemies surrounded him, because doctrine had surrounded too many others first. Doors opened all over the court. Hidden cells. Quiet review rooms. A rear stair where 3 more relocated witnesses stumbled out blinking into torchlight because 2 horrified novices had just decided secrecy was no longer worth their careers. The siege net formed exactly where Yun had feared it could, around institutional hypocrisy exposed before its own disciples. Only this time, Shen Yue used it not to dominate the compound, to break it open. By the time the senior Orthodox wardens reached the central court, half the house already knew it had been keeping secret detainees under doctrinal cover. Prince Ning's external inspectors were at the front gate demanding entry under civic challenge. Scribes hired by no one respectable enough were already copying seals in the outer yard. Mu Yao came to stand beside Shen Yue amid the unraveling compound. "Now," she said, very calm, "you may take me home." Chapter 72. The argument after the rescue felt more dangerous than the rescue itself. Not because voices rose. They did not. Because neither of them had enough distance left to hide inside wit. The archive house had become a station by dawn. Freed witnesses sleeping under borrowed quilts. Prince Ning's clerks running testimony bundles to 3 different courts before anyone could bury them. Lan Shui writing disciplinary objections so fast her wrist began to cramp. Wei Han in ecstatic communion with seized detention ledgers. Mu Yao should have slept. Instead, Shen Yue found her on the roof gallery just after sunrise, standing in the pale blue cold with one blanket around her shoulders and both hands wrapped around a cup of tea gone half cold. Snow still clung to the roof tiles in the shaded corners. The river beyond the district smoked faintly under morning light. Every breath she took made a white cloud that vanished too fast. "If you're here to apologize for the timing of your rescue," she said without turning, "be more original than the usual heroes." He stepped beside her anyway. "I wasn't." "Good." Silence. Below them, Riverglass was beginning the day's work of pretending last night's scandal had always been heading toward moral clarity. He looked at the blanket around her shoulders and thought of the knife edge in his chest when the lower court had been empty. "Did they hurt you?" he asked. She finally turned then. "You mean beyond kidnapping me under doctrine and trying to use my medical notes to identify which witnesses mattered most?" Her mouth twitched once, not with humor. "No, they wanted leverage, not a corpse." Relief made him angry all over again. He leaned both hands on the frozen rail. "I was one breath from hitting the nearest Orthodox gate with everything I had." "I know." Wei Han had to remind me not to become proof. That line did something to her face. Not softness. Recognition sharpened by fear. "And what did you feel when he said it?" she asked. He could have lied. Instead, that I hated him for being right while you were still missing. Mu Yao looked out over the river again. "Good." He stared at her. "That is a strange response." "No. It means you were still thinking about what happens after the first impact. Once You would have hated him and charged anyway. Fair. She sipped the dead-cold tea, grimaced, and kept going before he could escape into silence. Listen carefully, Shen Yue. I love the part of you that walks into rotten places and says no when everyone else has learned how to stand still. I love the part that sees a crowd being ground down and insists it can become shelter instead of prey. Her grip tightened on the cup. I do not love the part of you that starts needing the hatred around you because battle makes your thoughts clean. The sentence struck so directly he forgot to breathe for a beat. No one else would have said it that plainly. No one else had earned the right. He looked away from her and down at the waking city. There, in the movement of barges and prayer smoke and workers already shoving life forward again, he admitted to himself what he had not said aloud. Battle did clarify him. Crowd pressure made the world legible. In encirclement, every angle meant something. Every choice became immediate. The moral fog of institutions and half-measures burned away under hostile convergence. He understood why that felt addictive even when it wounded him. Addiction, not virtue. That was the ugly name for it. I know, he said finally. Mu Yao's voice softened only a fraction. Do you? Enough to hate hearing it. That's not nothing. He let out a breath that smoked thin in the cold. I don't want the hatred, he said. I want what it does to confusion. Exactly. She set the untouched tea aside on the parapet. Then if you ever start making enemies faster just to hear your own mind better, I will stop you. With medicine if possible. With a chair leg if necessary. The threat was so specific it pulled a laugh out of him despite everything. Tai Luo would approve the chair leg. He has barbaric standards. She was still looking at him when the moment shifted from hard truth into something more dangerous. No masks now. No half-jokes about noble daughters or broken cups. Just the cold air, the blanket slipping from one shoulder, and the fact that she had used the word love without asking permission from caution first. He reached up and pulled the blanket back into place. I don't know yet how to separate the part that answers danger from the part that needs it, he said. Mu Yao nodded once, as if that too counted more than a prettier speech. Then start by not lying about the difference. They stood there a while longer without touching again. The distance between them felt smaller, also more demanding. Chapter 73 Wei Han found the heartbeat rhythm hiding in etiquette. It happened during a meeting so boring only a scholar primed for obsession could have noticed something wrong. Prince Ning had gathered neutral sponsors, a handful of city magistrates, 2 frontier quarter representatives, and 4 Orthodox envoys in a lower audience chamber to discuss temporary civic stabilization after the detention house scandal. The phrase itself was a crime. Everyone in the room knew it and agreed to commit it for the sake of proceedings. Shen Yue attended because his absence would have been interpreted too creatively. Mu Yao came because witnesses still needed a physician present, and because letting him attend alone among polished deceivers now seemed like avoidable malpractice. Wei Han attended because he heard the phrase temporary civic stabilization and decided someone's lies would have syntax worth stealing. The chamber smelled of cedar polish, ink, and oversteeped winter tea. Snowmelt dripped steadily from the eaves outside. The Orthodox envoys wore plain gray again, each with one narrow black thread mark at the breast. Too modest. Men confident enough in institutional force often dressed like apologies. They spoke in turn. Measured concern. Procedural caution. Shared grief over escalating misunderstanding. Shen Yue wanted to throw all of them into a canal by the second round of euphemism. Then Wei Han's brush stopped moving. Just for a blink. Only Shen Yue noticed because Banner Pulse had taught him to watch the scholar's stillness like other men watched drawn bows. The meeting dragged another 10 minutes before Wei Han accidentally spilled his ink tray across one Orthodox envoy's sleeve and turned the whole chamber into a flutter of offended attendants and napkins. Afterward, once they were back in the archive house and the city had not yet finished deciding whether the spill was sabotage or scholarship, Wei Han locked the door and said, they breathed together. Mu Yao frowned. What? Wei Han paced once, then twice, brush still tucked behind one ear like a forgotten threat. Not literally every breath. Basal rhythm. Recovery cadence after interruption. The same harmonic settling pattern you described from the mine riot, Shen Yue. I heard it in the envoys when the ink hit. Their bodies startled separately and then returned to stillness on the same underlying pulse. The room changed. Shen Yue felt chapter 11 wake in his spine. Mind chaos. Shared heartbeat. The sense of one while plucking many strings. Mu Yao set down the ledger she had been reading. You're certain? Wei Han hated that question on principle and answered with unusual restraint. I am certain enough to have counted on the walk back like a deranged musician. The pulse interval is the same. Too exact for training. Too unconscious for etiquette. Prince Ning, who trusted scholarship only when it sounded inconvenient, asked the better question. What does it mean? Wei Han spread 3 old notes across the table. One from Shen Yue's recollection of the mine riot. One from the arena vault's anti-chorus line. One from the envoy seating chart he had sketched purely because he distrusted balanced rooms. It means the pattern was not local. Not mind panic. Not one district's technique. The same underlying rhythm appears in black gravel, in the anti-chorus records, and now in elite orthodox envoys attached to Continental Review. He looked at Shen Yue. Your invisible conductor just acquired a better address. Not theory anymore. Structure. Someone or something linked distant groups through a shared basal cadence, subtle enough to pass as discipline until disrupted. Shen Yue looked at the old anti-chorus line from the vault and felt the buried war widen in his mind. The 10,000 banners had not been built only against invading armies or sect politics. It had been built against coordination that threatened the self itself. Can you know? Mu Yao asked. Prince Ning answered first. He may suspect pieces. Whether he knows enough to fear the right thing is another matter. Lan Shui, arriving late with fresh legal notices and snow in her hair, listened once and said, Then we stop treating the Orthodox Alliance as one ideological bloc. Some of its people may be infiltrated. Some may simply be obedient. Those are not the same enemy. That mattered, because it meant the war could not be drawn in clean faction lines anymore. Ji Rulon might be selfish but human. Yin might be fearful and principled. The envoys might be carrying something older and colder through their own breathing. Complicated enemies, Shen Yue thought. The world continues to commit this offense. Wei Han, already too deep into the next layer, added. Also, one envoy's pulse shifted only when the support node was mentioned. Fear? Recognition? I don't know. But the old system unsettles whatever lives under that rhythm. Shen Yue leaned over the table. Name. Wei Han tapped the seating chart. Envoy Chao Meru. Quiet. Left-handed. Pretended to dislike my ink spill while checking whether it disrupted his breathing. Useful. Not enough yet. Still useful. For the first time since the mine, the hidden manipulator felt less like intuition and more like a pressure line he might one day drag into light. That made the room colder and his purpose clearer. Chapter 74 Yun Tyran demanded the debate in public because private nuance no longer served him. The city had become too loud. The detention house scandal, the leaked dispersal memoranda, Gu Feisen's flight, the vault, the wall whispers, and now the growing split among sponsors had made Riverglass impossible to govern through closed corridors alone. So the Patriarch called for an open doctrinal hearing before the gathered Continental Clan observers, royal delegates, sponsors, and city notables in the Hall of Common Weights. The name was a joke history had forgotten to retract. Nothing in the hall was common. Black cedar beams the width of tree trunks. Bronze floor scales worked into the center tiles. Observer balconies layered above the main floor like patient knives. Incense so expensive it smelled like virtue taxed into smoke. By noon the room was packed. Prince Ning stood at Shen Yue's right in formal dark. Lan Shui, still suspended, stood anyway at the legal rail because daring them to remove her had become a hobby. Mu Yao wore healer's blue without ornament and carried 3 testimony bundles under one arm. Wei Han had 6 copied ledgers, 1 route slate, and the expression of a scholar about to commit literature against several reputations. Yun Tyran entered without escort noise and took the center scale ring as if he had been born precisely for rooms that wanted calm while preparing damage. I asked for this hearing, he said, voice carrying cleanly to the top balconies, because the question before us is no longer one trial candidate or one buried vault. The question is whether a path that gains force from encirclement can ever build peace without needing enemies to breathe. Good opening. Shen Yue hated that it was good. No slander. No froth. Just the sharpest version of the real concern. The room listened. Yin continued. A doctrine shaped by siege sees siege clearly. Such doctrines also risk reproducing siege where none need exist. They teach clarity under hostility. They may also teach dependence on hostility for clarity. Before the clans and cities legitimize the bearer of such a path, they deserve an answer. There it was again. The thing Mu Yao had named on the roof, now spoken before half a continent. Shen Yue stepped into the opposite side of the scale ring and let the room look at him as long as it wanted. Let it see the scars, the travel-worn coat, the roughness Riverglass still couldn't fully polish away. You ask whether my path needs enemies, he said. Fine. Ask the quarters that got grain after dead hooks. Ask the witnesses pulled from hidden review cells. Ask the border villagers who were told their dead were patriotic arithmetic. Yin did not interrupt. That was his strength. He let other men spend breath proving themselves. Shen Yue turned not to the Patriarch first, but to the observer galleries where neutral clans and city households sat weighing future alignments. The besieged court formed because people were already surrounded. By extortion, by hunger, by legal words sharpened into ownership. If my path found strength there, it was because siege was already the common condition and only one side had learned to call it order. Murmurs. Some approval. Some discomfort. Good. Then Mu Yao stepped forward and opened the first testimony bundle. 3 women from the East Review residence, she said, voice crisp as winter cloth. Held under doctrinal sequestration tied to frontier pacification. 1/4 elder's widow transferred under grain coercion review. 2 border witnesses designated emotionally volatile after seeing military solvent used to clean massacre evidence. Lan Shui laid the seizure seals beside the testimony. And here, the hidden detention indexing from the same residence. Cross-filed under sanitation and widow debt review. The hall shifted. Not with surprise now. With widening pattern recognition. Yun's jaw tightened. Not because he had been caught personally. Because he knew this hurt the one thing he was still trying to preserve. The idea that orthodoxy restrained excess rather than systematized it. Shen Yue pressed. You fear men like me because siege can become identity. Fair. But while you fear what we might become, your alliance already uses grain, debt, and doctrinal review to herd districts into obedient shapes. Do not ask me whether I need enemies without asking your own institutions why they keep manufacturing the people they want protected from. That landed harder than anything else. Because even hostile listeners had seen enough over the past weeks to know the question was not theatrical. Wei Han chose the perfect moment to become unbearable. He strode to the central ledge and held up one of the leaked memoranda. For those still enjoying abstraction, here is the clause in which the Alliance proposed dispersing extra-sect mass identity before legitimation. Which is a beautiful way to say, break community first, ask afterward whether it was dangerous. Several neutral observers demanded to see the copy. Servants moved. Papers changed hands. The room fractured into smaller judgment knots. Yun lifted one palm, and the noise lowered again. I do not deny institutions commit coercion, he said. They do. I deny that your answer avoids becoming another coercion sanctified by survival. If the wall truly answers your resonance, Shen Yue, then your virtues and your compulsions will both scale. Who recalls you when the city praises you too loudly to hear dissent? That question struck deeper than the others because it was not only for the room. It was for Mu Yao, for Prince Ning, for Lan Shui, for Wei Han and Tai Luo absent in the frontier. Mu Yao answered before Shen Yue could. Then build recall into the command structure, she said. The old legion's own surviving doctrine says no commander holds the banner who cannot be recalled. If orthodoxy fears a single will too much, help us build limits around the role, instead of trying to bury everyone who might fill it differently. The hall went very still. Yin looked at her for a long time. Then, at last, he inclined his head a fraction. A physician proposes constitutional design in a war hall. We are living in educational times. Somewhere in the upper gallery, one of the neutral clan matrons laughed aloud. The mood in the room changed. Not toward victory, toward division, which, in a hall built for false consensus, counted as movement. Chapter 75 Public opinion did not choose a side. It chose camps. By dusk, Riverglass had split into arguments dressed as loyalties. The trial quarter and canal district spoke Shen Yue's name with wary admiration and muttered about refuge law, witness protection, and shelter routes. Conservative sponsor houses fell harder behind Yun Tyran, convinced the wall must be contained before some new charismatic emergency commander taught the poor to answer institutions with community. The merchant wards watched both and asked who would control winter transport if ideology interrupted roads. Neutral factions, for the first time, began stepping into open support of the refuge model. Not Shen Yue personally. That distinction mattered. Houseway of the lower canal granaries offered supervised food dispersal under witness boards. A border matron clan from the North Quarter proposed shared civic shelter registries rather than sect-controlled relocation. 2 legal circles, smelling history and leverage both, circulated draft language for emergency recall clauses if any command authority over the wall emerged. Wei Han nearly wept with joy over the wording. They're making bureaucracy in our image, he said. This is the highest form of flattery and the lowest form of revenge. Prince Ning took the drafts more soberly. This means the debate escaped personality. Good. Also harder. Harder because systems lasted. Harder because systems could also be stolen. That point arrived before sunset. Ji Roland returned. Not in bells this time. In wagons. Practical, plain winter wagons marked only with the black thread quartermaster sign of the temporary Continental Logistics Commission that had formed, with astonishing speed, under orthodox emergency authority after Gu Feisen's flight. Ji Rulan stepped down in front of the Hall of Common Weights wearing gray instead of cedar red, fox fur traded for lined wool, merchant jewel for a simple quartermaster tally at her belt. Costume change. Same woman. Shen Duan watched from the hall steps as she approached through the snow-mud square with 3 aides, 2 inventory clerks, and not one wasted motion. That is either adaptation or blasphemy, Wei Han murmured. Both, Prince Ning said. Ji Rulan stopped at the foot of the steps and looked up at Shen Duan, as if the weeks between their last true collision had merely been an interval in an accounting process. Congratulations, she said. You've made the city discuss shelter as if sentiment can transport grain. And you found a new uniform. She glanced down at the quartermaster tally. The old one became politically noisy. This one comes with legal storage access. There it was. Not apology. Positioning. Mu Yao folded her arms. You aligned with Yun. Ji Rulan looked at her directly. I aligned with continuity. Your refuge model may be morally stirring, physician, but winter still enters through physical roads. Shen Duan came down 2 steps, so they spoke level through the falling snow. You think regulated coercion is better than unstable liberation. I think frightened populations require predictable pressure before they can afford noble experiments in mutual trust. She said it plainly. No self-deception. That, as always, made her harder to dismiss. Ji Rulan took a folded inventory slip from one clerk and held it between 2 gloved fingers. The Orthodox Alliance now controls 3 major supply corridors and half the city's emergency granaries by temporary commission. I can keep Riverglass and the frontier from starving while you debate recall clauses under ancient banners. Her gaze stayed on Shen Duan's face. You call that coercion? Perhaps. I call it preventing 10,000 smaller cruelties. There it was again. The same logic that had made Gu Facin terrible on battlefields now dressed for commerce and distribution. Not blood this time. Scarcity. Managed suffering to avoid unmanaged suffering. Shen Duan understood why intelligent people chose it. That was the danger. He also understood, more sharply with the shelter maps in his bones, what it missed. People did not become safer by learning dependence, so while they forgot how to stand together except under ownership. You're still selling chains, he said. You've only improved the hinges. Ji Rulan's mouth curved almost kindly. And you are still selling courage as if every district can afford a Shen Duan at the center of it. That line struck because it named a real weakness in the refuge model as it currently existed. Too much still depended on his visible defiance. Too much still bent around whether he arrived. Mu Yao heard it too. So did Prince Ning. Good, Shen Duan thought grimly. Let the ugly parts stay in the open. He stepped down the final stair. Then help build a version that doesn't. Ji Rulan's eye sharpened. Not at the invitation itself. At the fact that he had offered structure where she expected moral denunciation. You would work with me now? She asked. No, Shen Duan said. I would force you to reveal whether your continuity can tolerate witness boards, recall clauses, and shelter routes that don't end in ownership. Wei Han made a delighted choking sound somewhere behind him. Ji Rulan looked toward the hall, where neutral factions were still filing out under debate banners and orthodox quartermasters were setting up route ledgers in the square beyond. Interesting, she said at last. You are becoming harder to buy because you are finally learning to ask for machinery. Snow gathered on the shoulders of her gray coat. She turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, I did not support your physician's kidnapping. That was doctrinal stupidity masquerading as leverage. Mu Yao's eyes narrowed. Your worth on that point remains limited. Ji Rulan accepted the rebuke with a faint tilt of her head and walked into the quartermaster yard, where men were already unloading grain under orthodox emergency stamps and city desperation. Shen Duan watched her go and felt the board widen again. Not enemies in neat ranks. Systems overlapping. Traumas arguing through policy. People choosing the version of order that best matched the fear they knew already. The shelter model had gained allies that day. It had also gained a more sophisticated opposition. And somewhere beneath Riverglass, the wall of 10,000 banners waited with all its buried routes and unanswered demands, while far west in the frontier Tai Luo held a line growing thinner by the hour. Neutral factions were moving. Orthodoxy was adapting. Merchants were repositioning. The war had become adult in the ugliest possible sense. Chapter 76. The assassin used a legal petition tube. Lan Shui only noticed because the seal was too perfect. It happened on the Hall of Common Weight steps just after noon, with snowmelt turning the lower stones slick and a crowd of clerks, quarter representatives, sponsor aides, and stray observers still buzzing from the split in public opinion that the morning's negotiations had worsened instead of softened. Lan Shui stood under the portico reading a stack of challenge filings when a gray-robed alliance courier climbed the stair and held out a black lacquer tube with both hands. Standard gesture. Correct posture. Wrong seal. The wax stamp bore orthodox review authority without any pressure deformation from the courier's grip. Impressed before travel. Not sealed after loading. Too neat. Lan Xue's eyes narrowed. She had just enough time to say, back. The courier twisted the tube. Not open. Armed. A narrow spring blade shot from the capped end toward her throat with a hiss like a striking snake. Shen Duan was not on the steps. That fact would haunt him later. He was across the square with Wei Han at a quartermaster table arguing over route priority language that disguised ownership as continuity. Prince Ning had gone to the East Registry. Mu Yao was in the lower clinic court. Tai Luo, however, was exactly where Lan Xue had predicted he would be if a fight looked likely. At the bottom of the hall stairs, eating chestnuts and pretending not to guard anything. He moved before the scream finished forming in the nearest clerk's mouth. The first chestnut hit the stone. The second remained in his fist as he cleared 6 steps in 2 strides and threw his shoulder between Lan Xue and the spring blade. Steel punched into meat. Not her throat. His upper chest. The impact knocked both of them sideways into the petition rail. Papers exploded into the wet air. The assassin dropped the tube and came again with a short kill blade hidden under the courier's sleeve. Lan Xue was already falling and already drawing the baton at her hip. She caught the second strike on ironwood and screamed not in fear, but fury as the courier's masked charm burned off under the clash, revealing one of Elder Sui's doctrinal review enforcers. That was when the square found its voice. Shouts. Boots. Spilled ink. The bright high panic of men who preferred politics abstract and suddenly had murder on administrative stone. Shen Duan heard the first scream and turned in time to see Tai Luo crash down the upper stair with blood soaking through his winter coat in a dark widening bloom. The world narrowed. He hit the steps like a thrown wall. The assassin saw him and made a bad choice. He ran toward the crowd for cover rather than toward the hall for control. That gave Shen Duan exactly the kind of converging hatred his path understood too well. Clerks recoiled. Guards shouted. Witnesses screamed that a review enforcer had drawn steel. The besieged heaven manual opened before Shen Duan even knew he had breathed. Banner poles took the square in one savage sweep. Every hostile knot around the fleeing assassin lit up. Fear at the stair base. Institutional outrage under the portico. 3 disguised alliance aides shifting toward the side colonnade to recover their man or silence him before questioning. Not today. Shen Duan vaulted the petition rail, planted one foot on a toppled archive crate, and used the square's own panicked movement to slam the first aide into the second. The assassin pivoted through a screaming clerk cluster with ugly professional grace. Shen Duan did not chase directly. He ran the hostility web instead, stepping where the crowd would break and close, forcing the man into narrower and narrower lanes between bodies, benches, and stone columns. The assassin reached the outer colonnade. Lan Xue, pale but upright, hurled her baton from the stair. It cracked the back of his knee. He stumbled. That was enough. Shen Duan caught him from behind, drove him through a cedar pillar hard enough to splinter the lacquer, and slammed him face first onto the wet steps. 2 more alliance enforcers tried to intervene from the side court. Prince Ning's returning escort cut them off. Steel rang. Snowmelt sprayed. The hall became a knot of short, vicious impact and public horror. By the time it ended, the assassin's jaw was broken, 1 aide was dead, 1 was bound, and Tai Luo was on the steps with Mu Yao kneeling over him in blood up to both wrists. Shen Duan dropped beside them too fast. Move. Mu Yao snapped without looking up. The blade had gone in above the collar and slightly inward. Bad angle, awful depth. Blood pulsed between her fingers in stubborn, frightening beats. Tai Luo still had 1 chestnut clenched in his fist. He looked at Shen Duan through a face gone gray at the edges and grunted. Told you. Chair leg was training. The joke landed like a knife. Mu Yao set a needle at the base of his throat and another under the wound line. If you die talking, I will dig you up and kill you properly. Lan Xue had reached them by then, 1 hand pressed to a shallow cut at her own neck where the first spring blade had grazed. She looked at Tai Luo once, then at the bound enforcer, and every civilized layer in her expression burned away. Elder Sui signed my death as a petition, she said. Not question. Verdict. Tai Luo coughed blood into his beard and tried to push himself up. Mu Yao slammed him back down with astonishing force for a woman his size. You are staying horizontal if I have to tie you there. The square had gone silent around them in the way only public murder attempts produced. Every witness on those steps would carry the image outward, alliance courier. False seal. Tai Luo bleeding over legal petitions. The war had just changed shape again. Chapter 77 Shen Duan nearly killed the prisoners behind the old weighing house before Mu Yao made him look at himself. Tai Luo lived the first hour, which was enough to keep hope from curdling entirely into grief. Mu Yao and 2 city surgeons sealed the wound in relays while Lan Shui turned the assassination attempt into legal fire across the city. Prince Ning packed the square with witnesses, seized the false petition tube under royal seal, and publicly named Elder Sui's enforcers as prime suspects before the Orthodox delegation could invent alternative weather. By dusk, 3 Alliance disciples and the surviving bound enforcers sat trussed in the lower chamber of the old weighing house, where the besieged court had once first learned to store grain and now stored enemies inconvenient to procedure. Shen Yue went down the stairs alone. He took no torch. Banner Pulse did not need one in a room full of captive hate. The chamber smelled of damp wood, old scales, rope fiber, and blood not yet dry on stone. The prisoners sat under one hanging lamp, wrists bound behind support posts. One disciple had a split lip. One had been caught running and now stared at the floor as if obedience could still erase him. The enforcer with the broken jaw watched Shen Yue enter and found enough room in his swollen face for fear at last. Good. Not enough. Tai Luo on the steps. Lan Shui's blood on the false petition. Mu Yao's hands red to the forearms. Shen Yue wanted all of it answered in flesh. He crossed the room and took the first disciple by the throat one-handed, lifting him until his bound feet scraped the floor. Who gave the order? The disciple gagged. Review office. Shen Yue slammed him against the post. Wood cracked. Name. I don't. He hit the man again. Somewhere above, the city bells marked evening watch. Inside him, the crowd echoes came fast and filthy. Rage from the square. Old mine fury. Every time help had arrived dressed as paperwork and carrying a blade. The manual did not care that the room held bound men. It cared that hostility converged and that violence would sharpen the world into one clean line. That was the danger. Bound men made easy clarity. He reached for the second prisoner's face and saw, in the widening pupils there, not courage or wickedness or ideological commitment. Just panic. One more shove, and he would cross the line. Not battlefield kill. Not contested strike. Private execution in a basement, because anger had found convenient bodies. Mu Yao's voice hit the stair behind him like cold water thrown into forge heat. Look at your hands. He didn't want to. Shen Yue. The command in it stopped him harder than any plea would have. He looked. His fingers were already tightening wrong. Not around the throat alone. Around the whole logic of what came next. The crowd echoes had climbed too high. Red thread flickered along his knuckles where Banner Pulse, fed by captive hatred and his own rage, was starting to translate punishment into the language of necessity. Mu Yao came down the last stair step slowly. She was pale from treating Tai Luo and still had blood under one nail she had not scrubbed clean. Her eyes went from the prisoner's bruising throat to Shen Yue's face and stayed there. If you kill them here, she said quietly, do not call it justice afterward. The room held. The prisoners barely breathed. The old weighing beams groaned softly overhead with the wind. Shen Yue set the man down. Not gently. Enough. The disciple collapsed coughing against the post. Mu Yao stepped between Shen Yue and the captives without any visible concern for her own safety, which should have offended him and instead only made the shame land harder. You don't get to become easier than your enemy just because your anger has a better origin, she said. He wanted to answer that Tai Luo might die, that the hall attack had been public murder dressed as review. That Sui kept spinning legal forms like blades and still walking free. All of that was true. It was also beside the point. Because the room before him was exactly the sort of room crisis leaders used to turn grief into irreversible habit. Yun's famine war story stood suddenly much closer. Shen Yue dragged one hand over his face and stepped back until the scale chain hanging in the corner knocked against the wall with a small iron sound. Then we do it your way, he said. Mu Yao's mouth tightened. No. We do it the way that still lets Riverglass hear what they tried in daylight and what we refused in shadow. Public judgment. Again. Harder this time because vengeance would have felt simpler and more deserved. Prince Ning entered halfway through the silence with Lan Shui behind him and took in the room in one sweep. He saw the bruised throats, the broken jaw, Mu Yao between them, Shen Yue on the far side, trying not to look like a man recovering from himself. He understood enough not to ask for details first. Tai Luo lives, the prince said. The relief hit so hard Shen Yue had to brace one hand against the old scale beam. For now, Mu Yao said. Which means you may not undo his work by murdering evidence. Lan Shui stepped forward and struck the false petition tube against one of the post beams. Tomorrow morning, she said, these men face public questioning under assault review in the same square where Sui's courier almost killed me. I want every clerk in Riverglass there. The tactic cost them immediately. One alliance aide, seeing daylight interrogation coming, bit through the poison bead hidden in his molar before Lan Shui could stop him. He died foaming against the post with half his confession still trapped behind loyalty and fear. Tactical loss. Real one. Shen Duan watched the body slump and knew private brutality would not have yielded more truth. Only less witness. That did not make the restraint feel satisfying. It made it feel expensive. Maybe that was what made it moral at all. Chapter 78 Yun Tyran's doctrinal formation was shaped like courtesy and hit like erasure. He deployed it at dawn in the civic square before the assault review could begin, which told Shen Duan everything needed to know about the old patriarch's priorities. Not murder, not crude suppression. Control through superior structure. The square had already filled with clerks, witnesses, city guards, quarter representatives, and 3 times as many onlookers as any fire code or god could have approved. Snowmelt made the stones slick. Breath smoked in the cold. The false petition tube sat on a public table under Prince Ning's seal beside the bound prisoners and Tai Luo's bloodied chest armor as witness. Then the orthodox line entered. Not charging, arranging. 12 gray-robed doctrinal cultivators took the square at measured intervals and planted black thread staves in exact civic joints between paving stones. Yun Tyran walked the center lane and bowed first to Prince Ning, then to Lan Shui, then to the wounded Tai Luo on the raised chair where Mu Yao had forced him to remain. This hearing has already become a factional bonfire, Yun said. I will not let Riverglass burn because every side mistakes exposure for governance. Prince Ning answered. You mistake interruption for restraint. Yun lifted one hand. The staves answered. No great flare. No thunder. The square simply changed. Every crowd line Shen Duan had been relying on sheared apart. Hostility that had been converging through public outrage was cut into individual pockets. Witnesses no longer felt like one moral mass pressing inward, but dozens of isolated points separated by thin doctrinal barriers. The besieged heaven manual, hungry for encirclement, found itself staring at a city suddenly made into one-on-one compartments. Bad. Very bad. Yin had built the perfect answer to his path. Isolation weave. Wei Han hissed from behind the witness table. He's turning the square into administrative duels. The effect spread physically too. Sounds no longer carried cleanly across the space. A clerk's shout died 3 paces out. Guard lines stopped feeling contiguous and became little islands. Even the anger in the crowd lost its braid and fell into separated, manageable strands. Shen Duan stepped forward and felt the manual strain like a starved beast against closed gates. Yin met his eyes across the doctrinal pattern. This is what institutions do when one man's method depends too much on collective pressure, he said. We divide the wave into persons again. It was a beautiful answer. Shen Duan hated it enough to admire it. The public hearing began collapsing at once. Witnesses couldn't hear. Outrage couldn't gather. The bound prisoners, now cocooned in isolated legal space, looked almost manageable again. The orthodox line hadn't attacked a soul. It had merely made public truth structurally weaker. Wei Han grabbed Shen Duan's sleeve. The wall. We're not in the chamber. No, but we're in a city built on its nodes. There. Shen Duan felt it too then. The support routes beneath Riverglass, sleeping under the square stones, still linked to the old Legion architecture. Yun's isolation weave was slicing the living crowd above. The buried node beneath the city still understood pressure networks below. If he couldn't restore true hostility, maybe he could fake lines of it through the wall's civic memory. Can you reach the nearest support point? Wei Han asked. Shen Duan looked down. Under the paving, beyond the doctrinal staves, faint blue route memory from the wall of 10,000 banners answered through his tally. Not active enough for command. Active enough for resonance. Maybe. The cost would be savage. Good thing the morning had already turned ugly. Distract Yun, he said. Wei Han blinked. With what? Your personality. The scholar looked offended for half a heartbeat, then sprinted toward the petition rail and began loudly reading the leaked dispersal memoranda at the top of his lungs. It worked because nothing in the world could stop Wei Han from being intolerable once he had chosen public righteousness as a medium. Yun turned one fraction toward the disruption. Shen Duan used the breath. He drove the bronze tally point down into the wet joint between 2 paving stones and fed banner pulse not into the crowd, but through the buried support line beneath it. The old city answered with a shudder. Blue route light flashed under the square in a pattern invisible to most and blazing to him. False convergences. Not real people hating from all directions. Old shelter pressure paths repurposed to mimic hostile lane density. The wall remembered how crowds moved under siege. He made it remember badly on purpose. The doctrinal isolation weave faltered. Not broken. Confused. Yun's staves had been dividing actual emotional pressure. Now ghost lines of civic urgency from the old support node crossed those divisions and created synthetic crowd vectors where none should exist. The square rippled. Sound began carrying again. Witness clusters suddenly felt each other through the false lines. Outrage found Braid. The manual roared back to life. Shen Yue nearly blacked out. The cost hit him like being hollowed from the spine forward. Blood flooded his mouth. The tally burned, so hot his palm skin blistered. But the effect held. The square, for one violent minute, became both things at once. Yun's administrative isolation. The walls remembered collective pressure. That contradiction shattered the weave. 3 doctrinal staves cracked in the same beat. Sound crashed across the square in a returning wave. Witnesses shouted. Guards surged. Lan Shui slammed the false petition tube onto the public table hard enough to ring. Prince Ning drove the first spoken accusation like a spear through the restored crowd. Elder Sui's alliance tried murder under petition seal. The square answered as one. Not a mob. An audience reunited. Yun's eyes narrowed, not in fury but in reluctant understanding. You used shelter lines as false siege pressure. Shen Yue spat blood onto the snow-wet stone and grinned anyway. Your formation forgot cities remember each other. That line he would probably regret later. In the moment, it was worth the pain. Chapter 79, Yun Tyran lost Riverglass by refusing to kill for it. That was the strange truth of the day. Once the doctrinal isolation weave broke, the square could not be folded neatly back into controlled procedure. Witnesses shouted over one another. Bound prisoners named offices, runners, and one review adjutant who had answered directly to Elder Sui's disciplinary circle. The false petition tube and forged seals passed through enough clerks' hands that denial became decorative. Tai Luo, pale and stitched but awake, spoke the assassin's blow from the chair before everyone. Lan Shui read the chain of hidden detentions from the East Review residents. Mu Yao held up the contamination vials, and the city remembered the dead village girl at exactly the wrong time for Orthodox patients. Neutral factions turned first, not to Shen Yue as a messiah, to Yun as a liability. Houseway of the lower granaries withdrew support from emergency alliance custody. 2 city magistrates demanded suspension of doctrinal review powers inside Riverglass, pending investigation. The Canal matron clans, who had only half trusted Shen Yue and entirely distrusted kidnapping dressed as ethics, moved their own guards to the square and publicly barred Orthodox seizure teams from witness houses. Ji Rulon watched all of it from beneath a quartermaster awning and did nothing. That said plenty. Yin stood in the center of the unraveling square and could still, Shen Yue realized, have turned it into slaughter. The Orthodox line remained disciplined. Their staves, though damaged, still formed partial channels. Many in the crowd feared him more than they trusted one another. One brutal order, and Riverglass might have drowned itself, proving which side hated cleaner. He did not give the order. Instead, he looked at Prince Ning, then at the witness table, then finally at Shen Yue. Very well, he said. Riverglass keeps its public hearing. The Alliance withdraws formal custody claims over the city node pending wider clan review. Shock rippled as hard as any spell. Prince Ning understood the cost of that sentence at once. You cede the ground. No, Yin said. I refuse the trap. His gaze stayed on Shen Yue. There are victories an impatient man misreads as permission. That was not surrender. It was warning shaped as strategic retreat. Some Orthodox hardliners shouted protest. Yun silenced them with one look sharpened by decades of having buried more certain men than they had ever met. We leave the city, he said. Not the question. The line held his people together long enough to pull them from the square in good order rather than rout. No scrambling. No panicked flight. Just banners folding, staves lifted, disciplined columns turning away from a political field they could no longer hold cleanly. Driven off militarily? Not exactly. Driven off by refusal to escalate into the very image he had come to prevent? Closer. Shen Yue watched him go and felt no triumph worth the name. He wanted Elder Sui. He wanted the kidnapping ring broken. He wanted the frontier unsieged. Instead, he had something messier and therefore more real. A city temporarily wrested from one form of control into a dangerous open state. Yin stopped at the square's edge and turned back one last time. Snow was starting again. Fine white threads across gray daylight. His voice reached Shen Yue clearly through the thinning crowd. Remember this when the wider enemy finally names itself. Beings that erase difference do not fear tyrants first. They welcome them. Crisis leaders who believe only they can hear the battlefield become the easiest vessels for every skyborn promise of perfect order. The words scraped strange against the anti-chorus fragments Shen Yue had seen in the vault and the heartbeat rhythm Wei Han had found in the invoice. Skyborn. Not metaphor then. Or not only. Yun's eyes held his for one final beat. That is why men like you terrify me, the patriarch said. Not because you want power. Because when the right voice offers to make your burden efficient, you might call it mercy. Then he was gone into the snowfall with the retreating orthodox line, leaving Riverglass noisier, freer, and far less stable than before he arrived. Prince Ning came to stand beside Shen Duan after the square began to break into 100 competing task clusters. Do you think he would have won if he'd been willing to crush the city? Shen Duan looked at the witness table, at Tai Luo's chair, at Mu Yao handing comfortless tea to a shaking border widow, at Ji Rulan already reorganizing quartermaster labor around the new political reality. Yes, he said. The honesty sat heavy between them. Then he added, because fairness mattered even when it hurt. And maybe that is why he still deserves to be fought carefully. Chapter 80. The first Banner Refuge charter was signed on a market door ripped from its hinges. Nothing about the day had intended ceremony. Riverglass was still recovering from the square confrontation. The Orthodox Alliance had withdrawn from the city proper, but not from the wider region. Elder Sui had vanished into frontier channels with what remained of his local loyalists. Ji Rulan's quartermaster nets still held roads that could starve or save whole districts depending on whose terms prevailed. Tai Luo wanted to ride west immediately. Mu Yao wanted him horizontal for another week. Wei Han wanted 6 uninterrupted hours with the wall. Prince Ning wanted all of those things and none of them. What they got instead was urgency. By afternoon, district delegations from the frontier had begun arriving under improvised shelter flags. 2 Burn Lane elders. 1 shrine matron from the Kiln Quarter. 3 wagoners from the North Cistern route. A canal granary clerk carrying House Wei's conditional support. A legal pair from the matron clans with draft recall language already half-written. They all crowded the old lower market hall because it was the only room in Riverglass ugly enough to feel trustworthy. The hall smelled of wet wool, horse leather, and cheap soup. Snow water ran in little brown streaks across the floorboards. The market door had been unhinged and laid flat across casks to serve as a table because no one had time to acquire better furniture for history. Shen Duan stood at one end of it with the old shelter maps, the wall support node sketches, Prince Ning's emergency ciphers, Lan Shui's legal challenges, and Tai Luo's frontier route corrections all layered together under stone weights. For once he was not the only obvious center in the room. That mattered. Mu Yao handled medical route columns and refused any supply chain that failed to account for fever tents. Prince Ning negotiated recognition language that kept royal help useful without making the refuge a crown toy. Lan Shui drafted recall conditions with the quiet savagery of a woman writing knives into governance for public health. Wei Han translated support node terms into something wagoners could actually use without being crushed by scholarship. Tai Luo sat pale but furious in a chair by the wall and overruled every elegant plan that forgot where real mud swallowed wheels. That mattered more. Name it something people can shout while freezing, Tai Luo said when the 5th draft still sounded like a legal epidemic. The shrine matron barked a laugh. Good rule. The matron clan legal pair proposed civic pressure refuge. Wei Han proposed distributed shelter accord and was booed loudly enough to wound him morally. Prince Ning suggested open banner compact and was accused by Tai Luo of sounding too educated to survive weather. At last Mu Yao, who had spent 2 hours making triage routes and 1 hour despising everyone's language, said, Banner refuge. The room quieted. Simple. Not sect. Not court. Not compact. Banner for coordination under pressure. Refuge for the actual point. Shen Duan nodded once. Banner refuge. The market door became the charter. Signatures. Marks. House seals were available. Witness names were not. Recall clauses. Rotating grain oversight. Shared medical custody. Open route posting. Emergency authority tied not to one bearer's will, but to publicly reviewable command conditions if the wall's support nodes ever activated beyond city range. Not perfect. Real. Outside the hall, refugees had already begun gathering under improvised blue cloth strips after hearing some version of the names spread through the lower wards. By sunset, 3 districts in Riverglass and 5 compromised frontier lanes had sent requests for inclusion. Not because Shen Duan promised miracle. Because they had all just watched 2 versions of Order fight over them and wanted a 3rd with witnesses attached. As the final marks dried, the support map under Shen Duan's hand warmed. He looked down. Blue shelter lines across Riverglass and the western routes were brightening on their own. Not full activation. Acknowledgement. The wall of 10,000 banners had noticed the charter. Wei Han saw it the same instant and nearly swallowed his stylus. The node is responding to distributed command conditions. Prince Ning leaned over the map. Can it spread? Before anyone could answer, every hanging lantern in the market hall flickered toward the west. Not from wind. From pressure. People began shouting outside. Not panic first. Wonder. Then fear. Shen Duan ran out into the snow-stung street with the others on his heels. Above Riverglass, beyond the western roofs and the distant arena district where the first vault had risen, the sky was splitting. Not metaphor. Not storm. A pale scar of light opened high over the city and widened soundlessly across the cloud cover, as if some enormous blade had cut the heavens from behind. Snow stopped falling under it. The air took on that strange stillness before great disaster or great revelation, when even dogs and priests forget the right noise. Every face in the street lifted. Refugees under blue cloth markers. Quartermasters frozen beside grain carts. Clerks holding half-dried charters. Children with soup bowls. Guards forgetting rank for one wholly useless breath. Then the scar deepened. Within it moved shapes. Not yet forms. Suggestions of descending architecture, of impossible distance folding inward, of old systems beyond the world finally turning their attention toward the place where a buried command node had woken and a new refuge had just named itself aloud. The bronze tally at Shen Duan's chest burned hot enough to make him gasp. Inside the pressure, below all sound, the old command voice from the vault spoke once more. Node acknowledged. External notice received. Muyao grabbed his sleeve hard. Tell me that's not what I think. Shen Duan kept staring at the widening celestial scar and answered with the only honest thing left. I don't know what you think. Around them, the city knelt, ran, prayed, or simply stood stunned while the sky above Riverglass kept opening and the whole world learned, in one cold white cut, that something ancient beyond sects and kingdoms had finally looked back. Chapter 81. The First War Declaration arrived by grain barge. Not on silk, not under drums. Painted in pitch across a confiscated banner refuge supply skiff that floated into Riverglass's lower canal at dawn with 3 dead boatmen tied upright to the mast and a single sentence on the torn sail. No private banners over public realms. By noon, 3 kingdom border lords had issued condemnations of unauthorized refuge structures. 2 sect coalitions denounced the wall of 10,000 banners as destabilizing battlefield heresy. Half a dozen opportunist district governors announced emergency tariffs on any route carrying blue refuge markers. Ji Rulan's old competitors smelled fracture and began buying winter stores by the cart. The sky scar remained above the west like a pale wound no cloud could close, and everyone rich enough to fear history had decided to call someone else reckless before history called them late. Riverglass changed shape in a day. Canal gates closed. Temple bells repurposed as civic alarms. Warehouse districts split between those accepting banner refuge protection and those declaring royal neutrality while quietly bribing both sides. Shen Duan stood in the wall chamber under hanging shelter scripts and watched the support routes brighten and fail in different directions as reports came in by runner, cipherbird, and exhausted horse. Tai Luo still held the frontier core. Barely. North Shrine lanes requested urgent shelter transfer. 2 mountain passes closed under sect militia review. 1 eastern county offered formal refuge recognition if Prince Ning guaranteed food. 3 others demanded Shen Duan personally swear not to turn their cities into battlefields. As if cities ever waited politely for permission. Prince Ning spread kingdom maps across the central bronze table and drove lacquer pins into routes with increasing force. They are not only fighting you, he said. They are fighting the idea that people can organize emergency shelter faster than crown or sect once legitimacy becomes fluid. Lan Shui, still technically suspended and therefore useful in ways official people seldom were, added 3 black counters. And some are simply fighting over grain while pretending to care about doctrine. Wei Han, sleepless and sanctified by relevance, had rebuilt the walled chamber into a working command room out of stolen desks, old military stands, and 3 deeply unhappy city scribes. Don't forget Wounded Pride, he said. Wounded Pride has excellent transport capacity. Muyao moved through the room with lists of medicine loads and clinic placements, refusing to let anyone turn war planning into pure route geometry. If your support node can open shelter corridors, but you fail to move fever tents with them, congratulations. You've invented orderly dying. No one argued. Because she was right. Because the first refugee wave had already hit Riverglass's outer wards by morning. Families from compromised frontier lanes. Burn survivors from relay houses sect militias had secured. One group from a kingdom town whose magistrate had denounced banner refuge publicly and then quietly directed its wounded to the nearest blue-marked route under moonlight. Shen Duan listened to all of it and understood, in a colder way than before, that the war was no longer about proving a point. It was about which structure the frightened learned to trust first. That meant administration. He despised how much that mattered. It mattered anyway. At midday, a delegation of lesser nobles arrived from the river court demanding Shen Yue attend a royal emergency hearing to clarify the limits of his command and prevent military misunderstanding. Meaning, Wei Han translated, they want to leash the answer while pretending to fear the question. Prince Ning looked at Shen Yue across the command table. I can shield the hearing only if you attend. There it was again. Not the nearest fire. The structure creating where fires spread. Shen Yue thought of the quarter, the sky scar, the blue refuge strips already multiplying on wagon hoods and children's wrists, and made the choice with the same resentment he usually reserved for being correct. Fine, he said, but if they insult the dead while discussing limits, I make no promises about their furniture. Prince Ning nodded as if this were reasonable diplomatic language. I have served long enough to consider that a manageable clause. The hearing itself took place in the River Senate House under carved reed motifs and the stale perfume of men who believed sitting higher than disaster counted as governance. Nobles in winter silk asked whether Banner Refuge intended to become a parallel sovereign structure. One asked whether the support nodes could be licensed. Another suggested that all shelter routes be placed under rotating aristocratic oversight until the frontier temperament cools. Shen Yue let them speak. Then he laid one burned blue refugee band on the polished hearing table. A child wore this through a sect checkpoint last night because your rotating oversight was still drafting terms while her house collapsed, he said. If you want limits, start by matching speed. The room went very still. He understood then that the war had entered its broadest form. Kingdoms, sects, merchants, and frightened little powers would all now try to convert the Banner Refuge into either property or pretext, which meant he no longer had the luxury of being only a man good at surviving the center of a fight. He had become something worse. A coordinator. Chapter 82. The hollow hosts fell out of the sky scar without screaming. That was what made them obscene. When the first breach widened over the western ridge beyond Riverglass, everyone expected heavenly thunder or flaming meteors or the usual dramatic nonsense with which history announced itself to men too small to stop it. Instead, the scar simply thinned, widened, and released rows. Rows of pale figures descending as if lowered by invisible chains. No wings. No banners. No battle cries. Humanoid at distance. Too exact in formation. Every body the same height. Every weapon the same length. White-gray armor without clan mark or kingdom crest, dull as old bone. They landed in the snow beyond the outer granaries and began marching before the first impact plumes settled. Riverglass's outer watch bells became a continuous bronze scream. Shen Yue reached the west wall with Prince Ning's reserve, 3 Banner Refuge route marshals, Mu Yao's first mobile clinic card, and enough city militia to qualify as optimism or tragedy, depending on the hour. Below the wall, the hollow hosts advanced in squares. Not fast. Not hesitating. Perfect spacing. Arrow volleys hit them and did almost nothing visible. The shafts landed. Bodies absorbed. Formation never broke. The men on the wall started cursing in the soft, unbelieving voices soldiers used when the world failed to obey familiar wounds. Wei Han looked through his brass lens and went pale in a thoroughly educational way. No breath plumes. Lan Shui, beside him in a stolen wall cloak, said, undead. Shen Yue felt for the answer with banner pulse and found something stranger. Hostility. Yes. Dense, directed, collective, but no individual agitation inside it. No pride. No fear. No petty spikes. Just uniform intent layered through mass bodies like a single will cut into army shapes. The mind heartbeat. Scaled. The anti-chorus records woke like cold knives in his memory. Not undead, he said. Worse. The first hollow host square hit the west ditch and crossed by turning its own dead footing into structure without any visible break in tempo. City militia on the forward berm panicked and loosed early. The second square used the first square's fallen bodies as step risers with no concern at all. That was when discipline on the wall wavered. Humans could understand beasts. Bandits. Sect zealots. These things did not even grant fear the dignity of being useful. Good. A feral part of Shen Yue thought at once. Dense. Converged. Honest in their own monstrous way. He hated that the thought came with relief. Then he vaulted the wall. Prince Ning shouted after him. Mu Yao swore with such precision 3 militia captains pretended not to hear. It changed nothing. Shen Yue hit the outer berm alone because if the wall line broke at first contact the city would die in orderly sections before sunset. The hollow host saw him. All at once. The shift in intent hit like a storm front. There. At last a battlefield his manual could understand even while his mind recoiled from what fed it. The besieged heaven manual opened so wide the cold air burned in his lungs. Banner pulse ran through the advancing squares, and found no human knots to pull, no egos to taunt, no frightened weak points. Only formation. Perfect. So he attacked the perfection. He hit the lead rank at an angle, drove one host sideways into another, then another into the ditch line. Dense numbers became what they always became under his path, material. He seized their converging pressure and folded it into the berm's support lines. The first square's inward push became an invisible wall around the river gate team as arrows from the battlements curved harmlessly over allied heads and plunged deeper into enemy ranks. The environment answered too. Snow along the berm lifted in red-gold streamers. Broken spears stood upright of their own accord for a breath as if the battlefield had remembered command. The city militia behind him saw 3 hollow host files hammer toward one point and then recoil outward from some unseen pressure skin around the gate. Again, Shen Yue shouted without turning. Hit where they bunch. This enemy lacked fear. Fine. It still possessed mass. And mass under intent was his language. He ran the outer field like a butcher through packed stalls, using the host's own refusal to break formation against them. A living army panics when ranks collapse. These things simply kept advancing into their own jams, turning density into self-inflicted weakness. Shen Yue fed on that with savage efficiency. He slammed one square into the side of another, then kicked a fallen pole into the exact lane where the third would have closed cleanly. Banner pulse read the advancing grid as a storm of banner points with none of the human mess that usually made them slow to exploit. It was easier. That terrified him, because whatever had made these armies had built them close to the manual's ideal fuel. The cost came quickly. Crowd echoes without individual flavor were colder and sharper, less rage than compulsion. His channels screamed under their purity. Blood ran warm from one ear. But the city line held. By the time the 5th square broke, Riverglass understood the enemy enough to stop reacting like villagers at a ghost story. Militia crossfires improved. Prince Ning rotated reserve pikes at the correct angles. Mu Yao's mobile clinic pulled wounded under improvised shelter skins the moment Shen Yue opened pressure pockets around them. The first hollow host wave died in pieces outside the west gate. None screamed. None begged. When the final body fell, every surviving soldier on the wall looked more frightened than before the victory. Because everyone had seen what marched beneath the sky scar. And Shen Yue, breathing blood into the snow while the manual still shook inside him, understood something colder still. The thing behind the host knew exactly what kind of battlefield would strengthen him. Chapter 83 Prince Ning wrapped Shen Yue in politics before the nobles could wrap him in chains. The emergency coalition assembly met that night in a fortified granary hall because the Senate House had become too decorative for war and the city trusted grain more than rhetoric when both stood under threat. Refuge route delegates, sponsor houses, royal officers, district magistrates, surviving sect representatives, and 3 canal militias packed the hall around stacks of barley sacks and turned over ledger crates pressed into service as benches. Outside, the sky scar still hung above the west like a wound the heavens were keeping open on purpose. Inside, everyone smelled of cold armor, wet wool, and fear sharpened into position. Prince Ning took the floor before anyone else could define the day. Riverglass held because banner refuge coordination and city defense acted as one line, he said. Therefore, until wider review proves otherwise, the Crown recognizes the refuge routes as a provisional allied defense coalition under emergency civic sanction. Gasps. Protests. Hurried scribbling from 5 different clerk circles. Good. Fast framing was survival in rooms like this. Ning had done what he promised all the way back on the frontier. Made Shen Yue too public, too structural, and too politically expensive to solve locally. Of course, that only changed the shape of the trap. The first noble lord on his feet was from House Qiao, broad-cheeked and richly tired, with the expression of a man who had spent generations mistaking inheritance for composure. If the crown grants emergency sanction to a coalition built around one volatile bearer and extra-legal district loyalties, then permanent command terms must be sworn now. Titles, obligations, review rights, oaths of military obedience. There it was. Prince Ning had shielded him. Now the nobility wanted the bill paid in collar form. Another lord followed, then a magistrate, then one of the surviving Western commanders who had watched the hollow hosts and decided fear could be converted into policy before dawn. A city cannot rest on improvisation. The bearer must swear non-interference with royal route priorities. Emergency command without noble oversight invites the exact tyranny orthodoxy warned of. Shen Yue listened, leaning one shoulder against a grain stack with Tai Luo's frontier dispatches still tucked in his sleeve and dried host blood under one thumbnail. Not because he enjoyed insult, because every speaker was telling him what shape of usefulness they could tolerate. Temporary. Conditional. Owned. Mu Yao, beside the mobile clinic tally board, murmured without looking at him. If you say yes to any oath tonight, make sure you can survive the mirror afterward. Prince Ning was already parrying. Oversight, yes. Immediate hereditary capture of a functioning defense coalition under active celestial threat, no. House Qiao's lord smiled without warmth. Then your highness asks us to stake city survival on a man who answers best when surrounded by enemies. The line hit the hall hard because it was true enough to be useful and ugly enough to sting. Shen Yue pushed off the grain stack and crossed into the center. No shout. He did not need one. The room was already listening too greedily. You all watch the Westfield, he said. Not one of you is wrong to fear what happens if emergency power settles into one pair of hands too comfortably. So don't give it one pair. That stalled them. Not because they agreed. Because they had expected either refusal or pride. He stepped to the long war table where route maps and grain tallies lay under stone weights. Banner Refuge Command stands only if the route boards, medical boards, and witness boards remain separate and able to overrule each other in their own domains. No shelter movement without physician sign. No grain seizure without witness roll. No battlefield reroute through civilian lanes without dual seal from route and local refuge steward. He looked directly at House Qiao. You want oversight? Build recall into function, not collars into men. Wei Han, from the records bench, looked like he might propose marriage out of admiration alone. The room did what rooms of power always did when someone offered machinery instead of slogan. It began calculating. That was better than obedience. Harder too. One older matron from the canal houses nodded first. Shared veto points reduce charismatic capture. The Western commander scowled. They also slow response. Mu Yao answered coldly, yes. That is called preventing organized panic from appointing itself wisdom. Not everyone was convinced. Many were not. But the discussion had shifted. Not whether Shen Yue would swear himself into permanent obedience. How any refuge command could be made survivable at scale. Still, the nobility was not done. A younger sponsor's son rose from the second bench and spoke too fast, which made his father not stop him and therefore made the line deliberate. If the bearer refuses permanent military oath, then let him prove temporary loyalty by wedding into a stabilizing house and tying his faction to recognized lineage. There it was. Not policy. Humiliation repackaged as statecraft. The room sharpened. Some embarrassed. Some eager. Some merely curious which noble house thought itself bold enough to place the bait publicly. Shen Yue smiled the way he smiled before people regretted their teeth. You misunderstand me, he said. I am here to help build a structure the frightened can survive inside. Not to become someone's decorative assurance that the structure still belongs to the same families as before. Laughter broke from the canal benches and spread despite the noble's irritation. House Qiao's lord did not laugh. Prince Ning did, once, very quietly. The assembly ended without the oath they wanted. That counted as a win only if one ignored how many hands were already searching for subtler ropes. Chapter 84. Ji Rulon asked for truce in a warehouse full of dried fish and practical contempt. She chose the meeting place herself, which told Shen Yue she wanted no ceremonial advantage mistaken for sincerity. Warehouse 9 sat on the east canal where the richer wind from the river could not quite beat back the smell of salt, tar, and old nets. Its upper catwalk offered sightlines over barge approaches and 3 exits. Sensible. Merchant honesty often looked like good architecture. Shen Yue arrived with Prince Ning, Mu Yao, and 2 route marshals. Ji Rulon waited with only 1 quartermaster clerk and no visible guards. There were still guards, of course, just hidden in the correct places. The city says we are both villains today, Ji Rulon said as greeting. The city lacks imagination. She tilted her head. No, it merely prefers its monsters separated by category. Rain had begun outside, a hard winter drizzle tapping the roof slats and turning the canal beyond the warehouse doors into hammered iron. The quartermaster clerk stood by a cast table with route ledgers already open. Efficient. This wasn't tea. This was war admitting logistics. Ji Rulon did not waste the angle. The hollow hosts are already disrupting 3 independent merchant corridors and 1 royal grain contract. Within 6 days, Riverglass and the Frontier will both begin ration tightening unless transport is centralized under a single command schedule. Prince Ning folded his arms. And you propose to be that schedule. I propose competence where idealism is now measurable in empty sacks. Fair. Shen Yue hated how often she earned that word. Ji Rulon spread 3 route boards across the cast table. 1 showed Western granary stores. 1 listed surviving teamsters by contract. One marked road losses since the sky scar opened. You have the city's moral momentum, she said to Shen Yue. I have the haulers, storage habits, and credit trust to move food, while everyone else is still drafting heroic principles. Temporary truce. I handle convoy stabilization and ration regularization. Banner Refuge escorts the dangerous legs. We account in public and hate each other efficiently later. Mu Yao stepped to the table first and looked not at the grain columns, but the medicine ones. And clinics. Ji Rulan's gaze flicked to her. I release all intercepted infirmary stock and route future triage under your medical boards so long as they stop commandeering wagons without axle logs. Mu Yao's expression said she had no intention of admitting that it happened. Which meant it had. Prince Ning asked the sharper question. Price. Ji Rulan almost smiled. No debt conversion. No hidden collateral. No quartermaster ownership over settled refuge communities. In return, witness boards stop seizing active cargo on suspicion alone, and Banner Refuge route marshals stop treating every ledger as pre-murder. Wei Han was not there, and Shen Yue could still hear the sentence he would have used. Mutual slander with quantities. The truce made sense. That was the danger. It also offered Ji Rulan exactly what she always wanted. Indispensable relevance woven into survival. Shen Yue looked at the route maps and thought of the blue shelter lines under the wall. Of cities choosing whichever order kept soup in bowls. Of Tai Luo holding the frontier with courage that could not be baked into bread. They needed the truce. They also needed it fenced. Public inventory, he said. Ji Rulan nodded once. Already assumed. Dual seal convoy release. One quartermaster, one refuge witness. Annoying. Acceptable. No route closure without posted notice and medical exception lane. Done. Mu Yao added. And if one clinic card is delayed for tariff fiction, I burn your best warehouse myself. Ji Rulan considered her with open respect. I believe you. Fine. That should have been enough. It was not. Shen Yue looked directly at Ji Rulan. Why now? Rain rattled the roof harder. For the first time, something like weariness showed at the edges of her polished control. Because I've seen 3 cities starve while men argued over whether owning the route or deserving the route mattered more. Because the things coming out of that sky do not care who drafted the grain law. Her gloved fingers rested on the board. And because if your Banner Refuge collapses under transport chaos, the only people left claiming continuity will be the same institutions that kidnap physicians under doctrine and poison villages under command. No poetry. No repentance. Just the worst kind of honesty. Prince Ning looked at Shen Yue. This one was his call. He hated that too. Fine, he said. Temporary truce. Ji Rulan extended her hand. He looked at it for one beat too long. Then took it. Cold glove. Dry grip. 2 predators of different species agreeing that winter and the sky had grown larger than their preferred war. If you cheat the boards, Shen Yue said quietly, I will make your ledgers public enough to become street songs. Ji Rulan's mouth curved. If you romanticize shortage into civic virtue, I will save your people out from under your speeches. Neither smiled. That was probably the healthiest thing in the warehouse. Chapter 85. Mu Yao's mobile clinics moved before the truce ink dried. That was her answer to fear every time. Hands first, meaning later. By the following dawn, blue-marked treatment carts had already rolled from Riverglass into the outer lanes and westward toward the frontier relay chain under mixed escort. Physicians from 3 districts, half of whom had once sworn never to work under any banner at all, now traveled with route marshals and quartermaster axles because the hollow hosts turned professional pride into luxury quickly. Shen Yue saw less of her in those days than he liked. He saw more of what she built. Canvas fever tents rising beside grain depots. Mobile surgery benches under shrine awnings. Children with blue refuge bands and herb satchels tied to their sleeves. Harried healers using wall route copies to predict where panicked populations would arrive before the panic finished moving. It was beautiful in the hardest possible way. Also dangerous. On the 4th night after the truce, a hollow host splinter group cut a river lane south of the old ferry and trapped one of Mu Yao's clinic trains between a collapsed warehouse and a frozen embankment. Shen Yue reached the site with the escort reserved just after moonrise. The river stank of black silt and broken fish crates. Snow crust cracked under boots. The clinic carts had formed an improvised crescent around the wounded while 4 route guards and 2 quartermaster haulers held pikes against a knot of hollow host stragglers pressing in with that same silent, awful precision. Mu Yao stood on the central cart bench, one sleeve rolled up, needles flashing in one hand, and a cleaver in the other because the world had once again insulted her scheduling. You're late, she called as Shen Yue hit the lane. I came when the screaming started. Then train your witnesses to scream sooner. The exchange steadied him the way prayer failed other men. He went through the hollow hosts with the efficiency their mass always let him claim. 3 converging files. 1 frozen alley. 1 medicine train that could not move or the wounded died. Perfect. Banner pulse lit the lane in his senses. He bent the host's own advance into a shelter skin over the carts while route guards pulled the last wounded under cover. Snow rose in red-gold ribbons. Broken ferry chains snapped taut where the false pressure lines met the embankment. One host square turned itself into a wall against its own flank because the lane was too tight and its perfect order too stupid to adapt. When it was done, the last hollow body lay in the river ice and the clinic carts still stood. Mu Yao jumped down from the bench and grabbed his face with both cold hands before he could make a joke. Are you hurt? He blinked. The question, coming right after battle instead of after strategic value had been assessed, reached some place in him still too and used to being asked plainly. Not badly. That is not a useful unit. She turned his head left, right, checked the blood at his ear, the cut along his jaw, the trembling in the tendons under the skin where Banner Pulse had run too hot again. Around them, route guards pretended not to watch. Quartermaster haulers watched openly. One wounded child on a cart gave up all pretense and stared with healing interest. Mu Yao seemed to realize the audience all at once and froze with her hands still framing his face. Shen Yue could have said something careless then, could have turned it into lighter ground. He didn't. Maybe the sky scar had burned some of that cowardice out. Maybe her speaking love on the roof had done the rest. He put one hand over hers and said, quietly enough that only the nearest heard, "If I keep getting surrounded, will you keep being offended on schedule?" Her mouth twitched once. Offended? Constantly. Good. The river wind cut between them carrying salt, snow, and the copper edge of fresh blood from the triage carts. Everything around them remained ugly. The war did not pause for confession simply because 2 people had finally reached the part where honesty was more efficient than avoidance. Mu Yao looked up at him, the clinic lantern light catching at the corners of her eyes. "I am not going to wait until peacetime to say things," she said. "Then don't. I love you, Shen Yue. Not the legend these people are making because fear needs a loud shape. You, the man who stops in alleys. The man who still hates shortcuts after using too many of them. The one trying, badly, to build something larger than himself." There it was again. Not romantic softness detached from the world. Love stated in a war lane beside the wounded because all the prettier rooms had been occupied by liars first. He laughed once, half from relief and half from the absurdity of needing a collapsing river district to make his own answer simple enough to trust. "I love you too," he said, "even when you threaten me with furniture. Especially then." She kissed him with one hand still cold from snow and the other smelling of camphor and blood. Around them the route guards developed sudden reverence for distant darkness. One quartermaster hauler muttered, "About time," and immediately pretended to cough when Mu Yao's head snapped his way. The moment did not cleanse the war. It did something better. It placed one clean thing inside it. Later, as the clinic carts finally moved again under mixed escort and the sky scar glimmered faintly through broken cloud, Shen Yue rode beside Mu Yao's lead wagon and thought that if the world intended to keep surrounding him, then he would answer with shelter, route, and one person stubborn enough to remind him what all of it was for. Chapter 86. Wei Han rebuilt the second layer of the wall with chalk, profanity, and 600 years of resentment. The work took place not in a temple chamber or noble laboratory, but across 3 commandeered granary floors and 1 frozen river warehouse where old route maps, wall scripts, quartermaster ledgers, and the original 10,000 banners shelter lines were pinned to every upright surface. By the 3rd night, the place looked less like a planning hall and more like a scholar had stabbed a continent repeatedly and labeled the wounds by supply capacity. Shen Yue entered after dawn escort duty to find Wei Han barefoot on the map table, hair untied, one sleeve burned off from a lamp mishap, and 3 scribes hiding at a respectful distance. "Do not speak," the scholar said without looking up. "Language is slowing progress." Mu Yao ignored him and pushed a bowl of broth into one scribe's hands. "If he collapses, pour that into him and check whether the broth survives." The second layer had begun as a question. The first wall functions Shen Yue had access through the support node, answered local shelter routing, and city-scale pressure memory. Useful. Not enough. Hollow hosts were landing wider than river glass. Refuge lanes were starting to knot against one another. Quartermaster reports from Ji Rulan's temporary truce network showed enemy pressure in one district often caused civilian collapse 3 districts away through fear, shortage, and blocked roads. War was becoming regional. The wall needed to think regionally too. Wei Han had spent 4 sleepless days proving the second layer existed. The Legion never intended each node to function heroically on its own, he said, stabbing a charcoal mark into the northern route board. That would be sentimental and stupid. Nodes were linked through distributed burden channels. If one battlefield took too much pressure, surrounding support points absorbed parts of the string. Prince Ning, watching from the platform rail, asked the obvious question. Pressure in what form? Wei Han looked personally offended. In every form that matters. Siege intent. Route collapse. Supply panic. Formation weight. Emotional stampede if the old scripts are to be believed. He finally looked up at Shen Yue. Your path can already turn enemy convergence into local shelter. The second layer may let you reroute pieces of that convergence across active refuge nodes instead of taking it all in one place. Mu Yao's jaw tightened. Across people? Across structures, Wei Han said quickly. Routes, markers, command caches, defended corridors. In theory, Prince Ning folded his arms. In theory is often a euphemism for funeral practice. Fair. The test came sooner than wisdom preferred. A hollow host mass struck the western river chain that afternoon, just as 2 frontier refugee columns and 1 grain convoy were crossing separate support routes. The reports hit the command hall in layered panic. West Ferry collapsing. North Shrine lane overloaded. Canal militia retreating towards civilian barges. Free fires. 1 command body. Exactly the question the second layer had been asking since morning. Shen Yue stood at the central route dais with the bronze tally in one hand and felt the pressure through the wall. Not battle only. A region trying to break in uneven places at once. Banner Pulse wanted to answer where the worst convergence pressed nearest. The old habit. Put body at the hottest center and force survival there first. Mu Yao touched his arm once. If this works, don't take it all alone. That was the fear. Because the manual loved accumulation. Because success had often meant being the bowl all the pressure poured into. He looked at the linked blue routes pulsing beneath the bronze table and chose differently. Open the North Shrine relay. Prom the canal markers. Ji Rulan's East Granary routes to emergency witness mode. Now, quartermaster runners flew. Ji Rulan, standing at the far table with 1 clerk and no wasted outrage, did not argue. She just began shifting convoy weights with a speed that should have offended everyone less desperate. Wei Han drove 3 script rods into the command sockets around Shen Yue. When it hits, do not cling to the whole shape. Guide the surge. The wall is built to carry. The West River line broke. The impact reached him through the node like an army slamming its shoulder into his ribs from 100 li away. He nearly dropped to 1 knee. Hostile intent from the hollow hosts, civilian terror from the ferry chain, route collapse panic from the grain convoy all crashed toward 1 point the way his life always wanted them to. No, not 1 point. He opened the second layer. The warehouse floor bucked under him. Blue script lines leapt from 1 route board to the next. In the city, alarm bells answered out of sequence as distant support markers woke. Snow on the roof blew upward instead of down. The command hall lanterns flashed red-gold, then blue-white. Pressure did not disappear. It divided. Pieces of the west line's collapse shunted into empty shrine corridors prepared for crowd movement. Canal fear stress slid into reserve route markers instead of exploding through the ferry bottleneck. Grain convoy panic redistributed into Ji Rulan's east storage lanes where empty capacity could absorb delay without immediate riot. The sensation inside Shen Yue was unlike anything before. Not lane control. Not hostile shelter. Scale. He was no longer reading one siege. He was holding a region shaped like a basin while storms crashed into its rim. Citadel C came not as a burst, but an expansion. His furnace core widened until it no longer felt like a kiln and more like a reservoir walled under enormous pressure. The world around him reflected it at once. Every route board began rippling like water under invisible wind. The bronze tally sang. Outside, city watchers later swore the river itself paused for 1 breath before resuming its current in a cleaner line. The cost was immediate and ugly. Blood ran from both nostrils. The script rods around him cracked 1 by 1. He felt every civilian fear crossing the rerouted channels like cold hands brushing his thoughts. And if Mu Yao had not driven a stabilizing needle into his shoulder at the exact moment the final route locked, he might have drowned standing upright in the sheer volume of other lives. But the West Ferry held. The shrine lane cleared. The grain convoy reached shelter. And for the first time, Shen Yue understood siege not as a ring around a place, but as a weather system moving across many lives at once. Chapter 87 Gu Faison returned under mercenary banners and called it patriotism. No one in Riverglass missed the irony. That didn't stop many from accepting the offer. 3 days after the second layer activation, scouts from the South Ridges reported organized foreign auxiliaries marching under temporary defense contracts signed by border lords too frightened or too ambitious to care who had once fled a tribunal. By afternoon, Gu Feisin's own Black Standard had been seen among them at Fort Reed Mouth, where he addressed local officers from a wall tower and announced the formation of the Western Preservation Command. Preservation. There was always a better word. Shen Duan watched the report being copied in the war hall, while river sleet hissed against the shutters, and felt the same cold clarity he had felt at the border village. Gu Feisin had lost moral legitimacy inside Riverglass. Fine. He was now rebuilding himself where fear outran memory. Prince Ning was already dictating counterproclamations. He cannot be allowed to define his flight as strategic redeployment. Lan Shui, sorting district loyalties with the exhaustion of a woman who had outlived career concerns, replied, "Too late. Reedmouth, Stonewake, and Lower Marsh County have all recognized his command as lawful emergency defense against celestial incursion." Wei Han spread the new map slips across the table and tapped 3 mercenary route marks. He hired companies from the Salt Provinces. Expensive, brutal, not ideological. They don't care what he did at the village so long as the contracts pay in winter grain and salvage rights. Ji Rulan, standing at the quartermaster's sideboard because temporary truce had become the least absurd thing in the room, said, "Many local governors will support him for the same reason. His cruelty is familiar. Familiar cruelty always outcompetes uncertain reform during famine weather." That line lodged under Shen Duan's ribs because it was true in the ugliest way. Gu Feisin offered one terrible advantage. Immediate certainty. He would do what needed doing, say his supporters. He would cut first and regret later, and men who feared the sky scar more than moral rot found that quality reassuring. By evening the city had proof. Gu Feisin's proclamation arrived by hawk and town crier both. He stood, in charcoal sketch on the broadsheet, before outer walls with hollow host corpses stacked beyond the ditch, and declared that only unified ruthless command could survive what was descending from the scar. He named Riverglass divided, Orthodox hesitant, Banner Refuge unstable, and the Crown sentimental. He did not name the village. Of course not. The broadside spread through the lower wards with appalling speed. Some cursed it. Some spat. Some, Shen Duan noticed in the clinic lanes and grain lines, went thoughtful in a way that worried him more than either. Because people who had lost homes, sleep, and certainty did not always reject monsters who sounded decisive. Sometimes they rented them power until daylight returned. That night a delegation from Stonewake arrived under white cloth and asked Shen Duan the question no one honest wanted. If Gu Feisin can keep the hollow hosts off our walls by doing what gentler men refuse, why should we die waiting for cleaner hands? The speaker was not cruel, not stupid, just tired. Shen Duan stood in the river granary hall among refugee ledgers and wall route boards and had to answer without sermon because sermon would insult the truth inside the question. Because men like Gu Feisin do not end emergency, he said. They teach every frightened place to need them more. The Stonewake delegate looked at the support maps, the overworked scribes, the mixed quartermaster refuge crews, the half-healed guards sleeping sitting up by the wall. And if we don't survive long enough to learn the difference? That one had no elegant answer. Prince Ning finally spoke from beside the route table. Then choose the structure that still expects to be answerable after the danger passes. That is the only test that matters when everyone promises survival. The delegates left unconvinced, which was honest. Later, in the command chamber under the humming wall, Shen Duan admitted the sharper truth to Mu Yao while she re-wrapped the split skin in his palm, where the tally kept burning him through. A part of me understands why they want him. Mu Yao tied the cloth hard. I know. I hate that. Good. She did not comfort him out of the thought. That was why he trusted her. Chapter 88 Saintess Su Songhai descended with peace in her mouth and obedience in her shadow. The city saw her before the sentries found words. She came not through the sky scar directly, but down one of its pale trailing veils at sunset, as if stepping a stair no one else could see. Her robes were sea white with faint blue lines that moved like tidewater when she turned. No weapons. No escort. No hurry. A ring of tiny silver bells circled one wrist and made no sound at all. When her feet touched the west field outside Riverglass, the remaining hollow host fragments still wandering the outer snow stopped moving. Stopped. As if the command to advance had simply been taken back. The wall guards who witnessed it forgot to shout for 6 breaths. By the time Shen Duan reached the western parapet, half the city was already staring through dusk at the lone woman standing among frozen host corpses while the sky scar above her breathed pale light over the snow. She lifted her face toward the wall and spoke softly enough that no one should have heard. Everyone did. I came to offer peace before lesser men make fear their final religion. Even Wei Han, who distrusted beauty as a political tactic on principle, went quiet. Su Songhai's face held no obvious arrogance. No cruel smile. No divine detachment carved for worship. She looked heartbreakingly human, which made the stillness around her worse. Her eyes were dark as deep water and held the kind of compassion that terrified people who had survived by distrusting every easy mercy. Prince Ning met her from the wall platform with 10 guards and all the poise statecraft could muster. Name yourself and your claim. She bowed. Perfect. Unforced. Su Songhai, witness of the quiet chorus. Envoy under necessity. I ask entry to speak with the bearer and the city that has awakened old machinery into a world too fractured to survive it. The phrase quiet chorus struck Shen Duan like a hammer wrapped in silk. Anti-chorus. Mine heartbeat. Envoy's breathing in hidden rhythm. Here it was. Not theory now. A woman in white speaking like a physician, diplomat, and execution notice all at once. Yun Tyron's warning about skyborn voices found him, then, with fresh teeth. They did not admit her inside the walls. They met her in the west field under banners, spears, and enough witnesses that no one could rewrite the exchange cleanly afterward. Snow creaked under boots. The hollow host corpses nearby had already begun turning to pale dust where they lay, as if the force animating them had politely withdrawn from embarrassment. Su Songhai stood with hands folded inside her sleeves while Prince Ning, Shen Duan, Mu Yao, Lan Shui, Ji Rulan, and 3 city captains formed the answering line. She looked first at Shen Duan. You carry a branch built to answer encirclement, she said. And yet every answer you choose creates wider circles. No greeting. No nonsense. She spoke like someone introducing herself by naming the strongest doubt in the room. Shen Duan answered. And you carry armies that don't breathe. If this is your version of peace, use a better road. To everyone's surprise, sadness touched her face rather than offense. Peace has poor roads and fractured realms. Ji Rulan muttered. I begin to dislike her because she sounds economically literate. Su Songhai continued as if she had heard and considered the point valid. The quiet chorus is not annihilation. It is relief from the endless cost of separate fear. I watched your border wars, your hidden detentions, your famine doctrine, your heroic refusals, your mercenary salvations. Every structure you build still depends on too many unstable hearts, choosing well while afraid. Her gaze moved over the city walls, the scar in the sky, the frightened captains. How long do you think that scales? It was monstrous. It was also aimed directly at the pressure point all of them had been dancing around. Shen Duan's path. Yun's fear. Ji Rulan's continuity. Gu Feisen's efficiency. Banner refuge's struggle to become system before worship. Su Songhai smiled then, and the smile was terrible because it contained no mockery at all. The chorus offers what every side here keeps trying to simulate with cruder tools. Coordination without panic. Purpose without loneliness. Order without recurring betrayal. Mu Yao stepped forward before anyone else. At the cost of what? Su Songhai looked at her with genuine softness. At the cost of the illusion that suffering is redeemed by being personal. The field went silent enough to hear sleet ticking off abandoned spear shafts. Shen Duan felt the crowd echoes inside him twitch in answer. Not acceptance. Recognition of a proposal aimed at every wounded part of the world that had ever looked at confusion and wanted a voice large enough to sort it. Good, he thought with sudden vicious clarity. Now the enemy finally says the ugly thing aloud. Su Songhai inclined her head once more. I will remain outside your walls until you choose whether to hear the rest. The hollow hosts can be called back or sent forward. The scar can widen or sleep. I have not come to threaten. I have come to offer a cleaner surrender than the ones your own histories keep inventing. Then she turned and walked back toward the field without guards, without hurry, and the hollow host dust stirred around her ankles like tide foam seeking the sea. No one on the wall slept easily after that. Chapter 89. The hollow hosts learned. That was worse than losing to them. 3 days after Su Songhai's arrival, the battle reports changed. Not larger host masses. Smaller, meaner problems. Supply carts cut loose from cliff roads by panicked mules goaded at the exact wrong time. Refuge lane riots sparked when disguised civilians shouted that certain grain sacks were cursed by Sky Touch. Shrine wardens stabbed by neighbors who swore afterward they had heard the city's true breath, telling them who meant to hoard medicine. No dense formations. No clean convergences. Just distributed hostility blooming through ordinary human weakness until Shen Duan's manual found itself staring at fog instead of armies. Wei Han slapped the latest reports onto the command table so hard the ink stones jumped. They are routing around your path. Shen Duan was already on his feet because the newest incident had landed in a refugee lane east of the river clinics where 8 civilians were dead from a grain stampede started by rumor and one cut rope. He reached the lane in time to see exactly how the adaptation worked. Not one enemy squad. A crowd. Mother screaming. 2 granary boys accusing a route marshal of poisoning sacks. A knife already in one dead man's hand, though no witness agreed who had given it to him. 3 thin-faced strangers at the edges of the panic, not acting, only nudging, whispering, stepping away before eyes found them. Shen Duan hit the lane and found almost no clean hostility directed at him. People weren't surrounding him as enemy. They were dissolving around one another as enemy. The manual came up hungry and found poor feed. Banner pulse lit dozens of little sparks instead of a useful field. Every time Shen Duan moved toward one fracture, another opened 2 doors down. He broke one knife hand and got 3 screaming mothers for his trouble because all they saw was another man with force entering their terror. This was the real counter, not doctrinal isolation alone. Diffuse the conflict into human weakness until no moral center could gather enough anger in one direction to become shelter. Mu Yao's clinic team reached the lane with smoke pots, blankets, and sedatives. Ji Rulan's quartermasters sealed the grain yard not to punish, but to stop the panic from spreading to 6 more routes. Lan Shui, brutal in efficiency, had every witness named, and every stranger held at the lane mouth before the city could decide whether confusion counted as innocence. They stabilized it. Too late for the dead. Shen Duan stood in the churned grain and muddy blood and understood the enemy's intelligence more clearly than ever before. The hollow hosts had fed him. So the chorus had learned to weaponize proxy hatred, rumor, and distributed panic instead. He could not simply demand more enemies stand close enough to become structure. He would have to build structure first and force the enemy to reveal itself against it. That was slower. He hated slower. The adaptation hit the routes all week. One shrine lane turned on itself after false bells sounded from a sealed tower. One convoy ambushed not by hosts, but by rescued refugees carrying hidden route marks. One clinic nearly burned because 2 hired mourners convinced the crowd that the fever tents were selecting whose children deserved medicine. Everywhere the same pattern, proxy triggers. Emotion weaponized before direction formed. Just enough local truth mixed in that lies wore familiar faces. At the end of the 3rd day, Shen Duan came back to the wall chamber exhausted in a way combat rarely managed. There was no glory in this kind of defense. No clean field. Only systems, rumor lines, witness boards, and the constant humiliating need to arrive before fear found its favorite shape. Mu Yao met him with hot broth and a list of dead. He read every name, then said, very quietly, "I can't overpower this." No one in the room pretended otherwise. Prince Ning looked up from the route changes. "Then you outmaneuver it." Wei Han pushed a pile of revised alert bells towards Shen Duan. "Make panic pay a toll. Force every rumor to cross witnesses before it becomes movement. Build local anchors fast enough that proxy hate has to declare a face to cross them." Ji Rulan added. From the quartermaster board, she now dominated by frightening everyone into punctuality and punish false scarcity harder than false speech. People fear empty bowls more than strange songs. Even that. Useful. Shen Duan looked at the dead list again and felt the manual inside him bristling against a war that refused to stay concentrated enough to satisfy its nature. Good, he thought grimly. Let my path suffer. The people already are. If the chorus wanted to deny him clean battle, then he would answer not by chasing clean battle harder, but by making the world underneath it harder to fracture. Maybe that was growth. Maybe it was just necessity renamed. Either way, the next lessons would not be solved by force alone. Chapter 90 sued Songhai stopped 2 armies with a song no one wanted to hear, and everyone obeyed. It happened on the Reedmouth Plain at dusk after 5 straight days of collapsing route lines, and strategic rumor fires had pushed Riverglass, the Banner Refuge Convoy wings, and 3 independent district militias into an alliance of fatigue rather than affection. Gu Feisin's Western Preservation Command held the South Ridge with mercenary pikes and old Royal Field engines. Riverglass's coalition held the North Embankment behind hastily linked shelter wagons and wall-marked support posts. Between them stretched a mile of frost-stiff grass and dead irrigation channels, where hollow host remnants moved only enough to keep both sides angry. The battle should have started twice already. It hadn't because everyone was waiting to see whether the Sky Scar's next answer would fall on one side or both. Shen Duan stood with Prince Ning, Ji Rulan, Mu Yao, and the route captains on the North Command rise while Banner Pulse traced the field's tensions in jagged colored pain through his skull. Too many armies. Too many mixed motives. Perfect for him once. Now every line hummed with proxy hooks. Mercenary impatience. City fear. Gu Feisen's rhetoric. District grudges. The chorus had salted the plain with distributed triggers long before the first spear lowered. Then Su Songhai walked into the center. No escort. No host squares. Just the white-robed saintess crossing dead grass while two armies shouted for archers and then, one line at a time, forgot to loose. She stopped at the exact midpoint between the ridges and lifted one hand, as if greeting weather. The silver bells at her wrist made sound at last. Not loud. Enough. What followed was not music in the mortal sense. It was alignment. A single clear tone beneath thought, beneath breath, beneath the little private stumbles by which separate minds proved themselves separate. Men on both ridges went still. Horses stopped tossing their heads. One mercenary lowered his pike and frowned, as if trying to remember why his hand had lifted it in the first place. Shen Duan felt the sound touch banner pulse and slide past every hostile knot without triggering them. Because it wasn't forcing hatred. It was resolving it. Or pretending to. The song spread. No words. Just a soft, impossible chorus carried on the freezing wind until soldiers on both sides began standing straighter in the same cadence. Commands died in captains' throats. A route marshal beside Mu Yao started walking forward with tears on his face and no idea why. This, Shen Duan understood in a rush of horror, was what the anti-chorus systems had been built against. Not brute domination. The seduction of relief from separation. He jumped down from the command rise and grabbed the route marshal by the collar before the man could stumble off the embankment. The marshal blinked at him with dazed gratitude. "Doesn't it feel?" he whispered. "Simpler. There." That was the danger-given voice. On the south ridge, even Gu Feisen's mercenary files had begun lowering points. For one heartbeat, the whole battlefield seemed balanced on the edge of choosing not to be itself anymore. Shen Duan tried the direct answer first, because habit dies harder than good advice. He opened the besieged Heaven manual and hurled banner pole straight at Su Songhai's center line, trying to seize the converging attention of two armies and turn it back into contested structure. Nothing. Not nothing. Worse. His power found no purchase because the armies were no longer converging in hostility. They were dissolving in welcome. The manual, built to answer pressure, slid off the song like a blade across water. Su Songhai looked up at him across the plain, and there was no triumph in her face. Only pity. "You cannot overpower what people are relieved to surrender," she said, and her voice carried under the song without breaking it. That line should have enraged him. Instead, it clarified the problem. Of course, brute force failed. This was not a charge. It was a yes disguised as peace. He could not break it by hitting harder. He would have to break the consent. Not true consent. The counterfeit kind grown from exhaustion and manipulated desire for rest. He turned at once, not toward Su Songhai, but toward the field structures. Ji Rulan saw first. "What are you doing?" "Interrupting comfort." Weird answer. Correct one. He sprinted the embankment and kicked over the first idle signal drum. The bronze skin boomed ugly and wrong across the chorus line. Wei Han, catching on with scandalous speed from the command rise, seized the route bells and rang them out of sequence. Lan Shui started shouting the names of the dead villages from the witness ledgers at the top of her lungs. Mu Yao slapped a fever gong so hard her palm split, and sent her clinic runners crashing stretchers down the shelter line to force movement where the song wanted stillness. Contradiction. Human, ugly, concrete contradiction. The chorus wavered. One mercenary jerked, as if waking from a warm dream, into sleet. One city archer vomited over the parapet and began crying. A quartermaster mule kicked free of its line and bolted screaming across the plain. Good. Not harmony. Mess. Mess was where choice lived. Shen Duan understood then that Su Songhai's great strength was also her vulnerability. She could not be beaten by giving the battlefield more force. She had to be denied the smoothness that let pain choose surrender because complexity felt too expensive. He seized that and built on it. "Every captain shout your own dead," he roared across the ridge lines. "Every witness name your own road." Don't sing with her. It was not elegant. It was human. And humanity, when frightened enough, answered in fragments before it answered in chorus. Names broke the song. Place names. Funeral names. Curse names. River names. One old border woman started yelling the cost of lamp oil in her lane at such volume and fury that half the north embankment laughed through tears, and the whole spell tore a little wider. Su Songhai's eyes sharpened. At last. Not because he had matched her power. Because he had understood its terms. The song did not end. Not fully. But it failed to take the field. The two armies lurched back into themselves, ragged, disoriented, ashamed of how easily relief had nearly become obedience. Gu Feisen's South Ridge line pulled back in disorderly professionalism. Riverglass's north embankment descended into exhausted shouting and medical checks. Shen Yue stood in the trampled frost with blood in his mouth, and the ugly peal of mismatched bells still shivering through the air. He had not beaten Su Songhai. He had only prevented her from winning quickly. That was enough to teach him the truth. This war would not be won by overpowering the chorus. It would be won by making surrender too visible, too costly, and too false to pass for peace. Chapter 91. Ji Rulon confessed in a grain tunnel because there was nowhere else honest enough. The tunnel ran under the East Granary district where old emergency bins had once connected warehouse basements before tax law and neglect turned the passages into rats' kingdoms. Banner Refuge had cleaned one stretch, braced the ceiling, and converted it into a hidden transfer line for medicine and winter flour after the Hollow Host route attacks made surface carts too visible. It smelled of dry grain, lamp smoke, and damp earth. The walls sweated cold. Shen Yue found Ji Rulon there at second watch, standing alone by a chalked route board while haulers passed at the far bend and respectfully pretended not to see power speaking in tunnels. She did not look up when he approached. "If you came to accuse me of preferring ledgers to people," she said, "save the air." It has been said more lyrically. "I came because after read mouth you watched Su Songhai like a woman hearing her own private thoughts spoken in public." That made her turn. No denial. "Good." The tunnel lantern between them hissed softly. Ji Rulon folded her gloved hands behind her back and leaned one shoulder against the packed earth wall. "When I was 15, she said, my family's caravan city on the southern Salt Road lost its magistrate, then its quartermaster, then its gate discipline in the same plague month. Nothing supernatural. No sky scar. Just shortage, rumor, and exhausted men deciding each hour from scratch whether anyone else still counted." Her mouth did not tremble. That was not her way. By the fourth day, people were burning inventories because they thought hidden grain would corrupt those who held it. By the sixth, my mother had to bribe 3 different rescue parties not to save us in his servitude. Shen Yue listened. Not because he sympathized easily with merchant tragedies. Because she was finally speaking from under the machinery. "Cities don't always collapse because villains arrive," Ji said. "Sometimes they collapse because no one can coordinate pain fast enough. Everyone keeps choosing locally rational cruelty until the whole place drowns in it." Her gaze flicked toward the roof no longer above them, toward the city and beyond it the sky scar. When Su Songhai spoke of relief from separate fear, I understood the seduction immediately. That should worry you. It did. Not because Ji Rulon was weak. Because she was not. If even a woman who made a religion of measured control could hear peace inside the chorus, then the offer was more dangerous than any army. "You think she may be right," Shen Yue said. Ji Rulon answered with the kind of honesty that felt almost indecent. "I think a world in which no city can stampede itself to death because everyone insists on feeling separately would save more children than most moral systems I've seen." She looked directly at him. "And I think I would hate the price and still understand why exhausted people paid it." There. Yun's fear scaled to trade routes and public hunger instead of famine war. Gu Feisan's efficiency without bloodlust. Su Songhai's promise given one human witness who did not need ideology to hear its temptation. Shen Yue leaned against the opposite wall and let the tunnel's cold settle into his shoulders. "Then why stay with us?" Ji Rulon's laugh was short and dry. "Because I distrust perfection more than I crave stability. Because every system that offers to dissolve conflict also offers to dissolve the people having it." She glanced at the route board. "And because your refuge machinery has finally become ugly enough to interest me. Recall clauses. Witness boards. Route splits. That looks more survivable than worship." The answer should have pleased him more. Instead, it sharpened the scale of the war. Even allies were staying not because they found him pure, but because the alternatives were worse and his structure had begun admitting that he was dangerous too. That, he thought, may be the best foundation I ever get. Ji Rulon pushed away from the wall. "Do not become insulted by this, Shen Yue, but I am trusting your system more than your nature at the moment." He almost smiled. "That may be the wisest thing you've said to me." Unpleasantly so. They parted in the grain tunnel like 2 people who still distrusted one another and had crossed beyond the need to pretend otherwise. As Shen Yue climbed back toward the night streets of Riverglass, he carried her confession with him like a stone too useful to put down. The chorus did not need monsters to spread. It only needed enough tired realists. Chapter 92. Shen Yue answered the chorus with many small sieges. Not one great campaign. Not one glorious stand. That was the whole point. After Reedmouth and the route panic attacks, he understood the enemy's strongest habit. The chorus loved large emotional weather systems. Panic spreading through unstructured populations. Armies stalled in single giant fronts. Cities waiting on one decision from one center. Su Songhai's thought song only needed people exhausted enough to welcome relief all at once. So Shen Duan broke the field. The War Hall and Riverglass became a nest of local maps within local maps. Each district was divided into shelter cells no larger than one hard day's travel. Each cell had route marshals, grain witnesses, clinic leads, bell sequences, rumor counters, and designated stubborn fools whose only job was to shout practical contradiction before panic could become consensus. Ji Rulon hated the inefficiency. Mu Yao loved the medical redundancy. Wei Han called it distributed refusal engineered by wounded people and therefore likely robust. The first deployment hit the frontier shrine chain at dawn. Blue refuge markers changed shape. No longer one network radiating from Shen Duan's visible command. Dozens of local knots tied to the wall's support routes, but able to lock, move, feed, and testify on their own. He rode west through sleet and mud to the Kiln Quarter relay where Tai Luo had been holding too many expectations with one wounded chest and a great deal of blasphemy. The quarter looked worse than when Shen Duan left it. Better too. Worse in fire scars, empty windows, and winter faces. Better in the barricade rhythm. The people were no longer waiting only for him to return and choose where to stand. Good. It hurt his vanity. Good. Tai Luo met him at the old smelter gate with a shovel over one shoulder, because apparently battlefield symbolism was still beyond him. You look more important, Tai Luo said. You look harder to kill. Not mutually exclusive. Shen Duan laid the new route structure out in the former smelter yard under patched awnings while shrine matrons, quarter route captains, 3 distrustful local elders, and 1 quartermaster woman Ji Rulon, trusted more than manners, listened with arms folded. No more holding every lane as if one break means all breaks, Shen Duan said, tapping the chalkboards. Each cell survives first. Bells signal sideways, not only inward. Grain moves in smaller packets. Witness boards localize rumor response before it climbs the whole district. If one lane panics, the next lane does not inherit it automatically. An old elder from the shrine row frowned. That sounds like planning to lose pieces. It sounds like planning to survive not being perfect. The answer tasted different in his mouth than it once would have, because it required surrendering the fantasy that enough intensity at the center could keep every edge from fraying. By evening, the many small sieges were live across 12 route cells. When the next chorus push came, it came exactly as expected. Not hosts and ranks. Whispers. False surrender flags. 1 poison well rumor in a grain line. 2 hired mourners in a widow lane. 3 skyscar bells rung from the wrong tower. Usually that would have bloomed outward. Now each cell answered locally. In the widow lane, the designated contradiction woman, who was 70 and feared nothing except weak soup, stood on a cart and screamed the actual granary count until the rumor carriers were dragged forward for witness naming. In the shrine row, local route boys sealed the bell rope and rang the counter sequence before fear crossed into the next quarter. At the grain line, Mu Yao's clinic leads tested the well in public and made the poison lie too embarrassing to sustain. The campaign was messy. Beautifully messy. Every local answer imperfect. Every local answer enough. Shen Duan rode between cells not as the sole moving wall, but as reinforcement for structures already fighting. The manual hated parts of it. Too few clean convergences. Too much waiting for smaller people to choose. His better mind saw the truth the path itself would have to learn. Distributed refusal was stronger than one flawless stand. By midnight, the frontier had absorbed 3 coordinated panic attempts and 1 hollow host probe with fewer deaths than any prior week. No hero moment. Just dozens of small, ugly survivals. That was strategy now. That was wisdom or age or love or some mixture of all 3 wearing mud. Chapter 93. Gu Feisan tried to take Riverglass while Shen Duan was in the outer route cells. Of course he did. The man had never confused fairness with timing. The attack began as a restoration order. City criers in the South Quarter announced that Western preservation troops were entering under emergency civic request to reinforce the capital against celestial disorder. At the same hour, 3 canal gates jammed shut. Mercenary pikes surfaced in grain depots where quartermasters thought they had hired extra axle men. 2 lesser sponsor houses declared for unified command and opened their inner yards as barracks. By the time Prince Ning sent the first warning hawk west, Gu Feisan's vanguard had already reached the capital's outer ring. Shen Duan got the message at the North Shrine relay while watching one route cell publicly shame a false witness into honesty. The hawk hit his arm hard enough to bruise. Tai Luo read the strip over his shoulder and went very still. He's trying the city. No need for more words. Riverglass under Ku. Ning inside. Ji Rulon's quartermaster roads vulnerable. The wall chamber beneath the archive house too valuable to leave in enemy hands. Shen Duan was already saddling. Tai Luo caught his wrist. No, you go by river cut. Faster. He bellowed for the miners before Shen Duan could argue. You lot. We hold the outer rings, or I feed your ears to the sky. What arrived in answer made Shen Duan's throat tighten in a way battle never did. Not elite troops. Veterans from the mine quarter. Displaced laborers from the refuge lanes. Canal haulers and pit fighters and shrine boys who had learned pike walls because survival got educational under pressure. Tai Luo climbed onto an overturned cask in the relay yard with his half-healed chest and the authority of a man too hard to ignore. Listen, he shouted. Capital thinks it's special. Fine. We save it anyway. Outer ring first. No hero charges. No dying pretty. Hit mercenary ankles. Burn their ladders. Keep the south gates noisy enough that Ning gets time to decide which bastard to stab in order. The miners laughed like people grateful to be given work uglier than fear. Shen Duan looked at them and saw what had changed since the mine. Once, people survived around him because he entered the center of the blow. Now some of them could carry answers he did not stand inside personally. That was the point. Hard-earned and late. Tai Luo dropped from the cask and shoved a spare route baton into Shen Duan's hand. Go save your prince. I save your city. My city. Tai Luo grinned through the blood crust at the corner of his mouth. You break it, you bought it. They split. Shen Duan took the river cut with 12 route riders and one very offended quartermaster captain who insisted Ji Rulan's wagons moved faster than heroism if properly motivated. Tai Luo took the outer ring roads with miners, veterans, and enough improvised courage to qualify as a militia if one blurred one's standards. By the time Shen Duan reached Riverglass after dusk, the outer wards were already fighting. Not winning. Holding. Tai Luo's people had turned 3 gate approaches into junkyard fortresses. Broken cart axles, stone lime barrels, grain hooks, and old chain nets turned mercenary entries into killing mud. Banner refuge bells rang from district to district, not as panic, but as ugly coordination. The outer ring did not look like royal defense. It looked like a city too angry to surrender on schedule. Prince Ning's forces still held the inner bridges. Barely. Gu Feisen's coup had not succeeded by elegance. It was being delayed by former labor trash with scavenged pikes and Tai Luo's talent for making impossible lines feel insulting to break. Shen Duan hit the south embankment and saw his friend at the barricade crest with one hand wrapped around a signal pole and the other pointing miners into flank lanes while mercenary bolts chopped splinters around him. He had no banner. He looked like one anyway. The city held just long enough for Shen Duan to arrive. That mattered. Too much, perhaps. Still, it mattered. Chapter 94. The Bronze Tally remembered the fall of the Legion in a ruined signal tower while Riverglass burned below. Gu Feisen's coup had split the city into moving fronts. Prince Ning fought for the inner bridges. Ji Rulan's quartermasters were trying to keep grain from becoming ammunition by accident or design. Tai Luo's outer ring militia bled at every gate approach. Shen Duan, after driving one mercenary wedge out of the south embankment, followed a pulse from the wall that none of the living maps could explain. Not panic. Not route collapse. Memory. It led him to an old signal tower half buried in the archive district where Western Command loyalists had tried to sever one of the shelter relays and instead awakened a dormant command socket. The tower stairs were cracked. Smoke drifted in through arrow slits. Dead mercenaries lay where they had tried to force the locked upper chamber and failed. Wei Han reached the top landing behind him with 2 scroll tubes and no regard for combat priorities. If you die touching another ancient thing without me, I will resurrect you academically. The chamber at the top held a single bronze stand. Nothing more. Until Shen Duan placed the tally into it. The tower vanished. Not physically. In memory. He stood suddenly on a black plain under a sky full of burning white seams and heard 10,000 banners snapping in a wind that carried no air. Around him stretched the Legion at its height. Not refugees and alleys. Not quarter teams. An organized civilization of pressure and shelter. Blue refuge wagons inside red command lines. Standard towers carrying food counts and casualty songs. Banner routes webbing entire horizons. The army was not losing. That was the horror. It was winning tactically. Then the chorus began. Not from above. From within. One command cluster after another settling into shared rhythm too smoothly. Relief spreading along the lines because exhaustion found one voice easier than many. Officers lowering swords a heartbeat too soon. Shelter marshals rerouting civilian columns with sudden, perfect unanimity. No blood frenzy. No demonic corruption. Just harmony becoming override. The Legion's own coordination turned against itself. One by one, Entire banner wings stopped choosing separately. The enemy did not break the formation by force. It made agreement too beautiful to resist under unbearable strain. Shen Yue watched an older commander drive the bronze tally into a command pillar and shout an order he could not fully hear over the drowning music. Seal the wall. Fracture the nodes. Leave the survival branch to those still able to answer pressure with refusal. That was why the tally existed. Not sentimental relic. Command key against overwrite. Seed 1, finally paying in blood and meaning. The vision ended with the commander's face gone half to white fire and the tally tumbling through ash into darkness, while the Legion's own lines turned inward under alien harmony. Shen Yue came back to the signal tower on his knees with tears he refused to call that, and blood running from both eyes. Wei Han was holding the back of his coat to keep him from pitching down the stairs. What did you see? Shen Yue swallowed ash, memory, and a new species of fear. They didn't lose because they were weaker, he said. They lost because the chorus convinced the exhausted parts of them that being one thing was kinder than continuing as many. Wei Han went silent. Outside, the city bells were still fighting to remain distinct over fire and command horns. That mattered now more than ever. The wall had not been buried because it failed outright. It had been buried because even its victories could become channels for assimilation if the command key fell wrong. And the tally, the useless bronze thing from the pit, was the key not just to waking support nodes, but to resisting internal overwrite at command level. That made Shen Yue more valuable. It also made him more dangerous if ever taken or turned. He staggered to his feet and looked down at the city through the arrow slit. Gu Feisen's coup. Su Songhai's thought song. Yun's warnings. Ji Roland's realism. Mu Yao's demand that he learn before loss taught it harder. All of it had been walking toward this revelation. Command was not only power over others. It was a vulnerability surface. The wall needed not a hero. It needed a bearer who could be recalled before Harmony wore Mercy's face for too long. Chapter 95. Mu Yao nearly agreed with the chorus while treating prisoners. She never forgave herself for it. Shen Yue found her in the lower clinic of the river ford after the coup's third day broke and staggered toward evening. Gu Feisen's city push had failed to seize the inner bridges, but the cost sat everywhere. Wounded miners. Mercenaries under restraint. City militia with hollow eyes and bandaged throats from smoke. 3 captured hollow host fragments locked in script cages under the far awning while Wei Han argued with the cages as if they might answer by grammar. The clinic smelled of boiled willow bark, frozen blood, and too many bodies kept alive by stubborn teams. Mu Yao was kneeling by a captured mercenary from Gu Feisen's south wing, cleaning a head wound while murmuring dosage instructions to a junior healer. Her motions were precise. Too precise. Her voice had gone soft in a way Shen Yue recognized now as dangerous. Not calm. Distance. He felt the first wrongness when she reached for the next patient and did not look at the blood or the face, only at the easiest sequence of steps. 1 wound. 1 bandage. 1 pulse. Repeat. The work had become so clear under the exhaustion that she moved like the idea of a healer rather than herself. Then one of the captured hollow host cages chimed faintly. The silver bells on Su Songhai's wrist, remembered across distance, seemed to answer from nowhere. Mu Yao went very still. The junior healer beside her said, "Senior?" No response. Shen Yue crossed the room in 3 strides. Mu Yao looked up at him, and for one horrifying breath he saw not possession or madness but relief. Clean, empty relief. "Do you ever think," she said softly, "that if everyone finally moved together the right way, I could stop learning so many bodies by temperature?" The words hit him colder than any battle. Not because she believed the chorus in philosophy. Because she had reached the edge where separate grief becomes fatigue enough to welcome simplification. He knelt in front of her and took the blood-stiff cloth from her hand. "No," he said. She frowned, not angry. Distant. "No. No. Too blunt. Not enough." The junior healer backed away. Good instinct. Around them, the clinic continued in careful partial silence. Nobody wanted to make the moment larger. That kindness almost undid him. Mu Yao looked past his shoulder at the rows of wounded. "I could treat twice as many if the choices were quieter," she murmured. If panic stopped making triage feel like bargaining with separate storms. There it was. The counterfeit peace. Not joy. Not surrender because she loved order. Exhaustion begging for one smooth road through pain. Shen Yue had no great technique against that. So he answered with the world she had defended into him over months. "Widow Peng cursed your tea because you put too much bark in it, and then cried when you brought more anyway," he said. Mu Yao blinked. "What? Pei kicked me in the shin for trying to carry her after you cut off the cuff because she said walking hurt less than being pitted." He took the next clean bandage and pressed it into her hand. Tai Luo says your stitches look arrogant. Wei Han claims your handwriting wounds medicine itself. That little quartermaster boy in East Route Cell 4 only eats if you personally tell him his soup is badly seasoned. Confusion cracked the smoothness in her face. Good. He leaned closer. None of them moved together the right way. They were stubborn, ugly, grateful, frightened, rude, and wrong in different proportions. You saved them anyway. Not because they formed one beautiful answer. Because they didn't. Her eyes focused more sharply with each line. He kept going, voice rougher now. The part of the world you actually love isn't peace that erases choice. It's the awful little volunteer kindnesses people keep performing after every system proves insufficient. The woman who holds a fever cloth for a stranger and complains the whole time. The route boy who lies about having eaten so his sister gets the last dumpling. You built clinics around that, Mu Yao. Not around silence. The thought-song pressure around her thinned. Not by force. By specific memory reclaiming the ground abstraction had smoothed over. Mu Yao looked down at the bandage in her hand, then at the patient waiting by the cot, then back at Shen Duan with something like fury returning in stages. Did I just almost philosophize myself into agreeing with the sky demon? He let out the breath he'd been holding, only for one very irritating minute. She closed her eyes once, hard. When they opened, she was entirely herself again. If you repeat this to anyone, she said, I will alter your medicine into a moral lesson. Reasonable. She looked at the blood cloth still in his hand, and then, with a weariness so familiar it no longer frightened him by itself, touched the side of his jaw. Thank you. He leaned into the touch for one heartbeat, and no longer. Because the wounded still waited. Because love in wartime kept expressing itself in seconds stolen back from collapse, and then returning to work before romance mistook itself for shelter. Mu Yao rose, rolled her shoulders once like a fighter settling back into stance, and turned to the next patient. You. She snapped at the junior healer, who jumped. If you dilute that wash anymore, the infection will thank you personally. The whole clinic relaxed by a degree. Shen Duan stood and looked toward the script cages where the hollow host fragments still chimed in faint, terrible rhythm. The chorus could promise relief, all it wanted. He had just watched one human being come back by remembering that pain was bearable only because kindness remained gloriously irregular. Chapter 96 Legion's soul arrived in the ugliest hour of the war, when there were too many fronts to count, and no front worthy of poetry. Not one glorious battlefield. 1,000 local crises running at once. South Ring bridges under mercenary pressure. Frontier shrine cells holding against panic seeded by hidden chorus agents. 3 river clinics overloaded beyond safe triage. North grain routes freezing because teamsters had abandoned carts after a false skybell sequence. G. Rulon's quartermaster lines fraying where old rivals decided temporary truce was less profitable than selective collapse. The command hall beneath Riverglass no longer held maps. It held weather. Blue route lights flared and dimmed across the bronze table, so quickly the scribes stopped using names and began using tones. Prince Ning had gone hoarse. Lan Shui wrote recall orders and witness challenges in parallel. Mu Yao slept in breath stolen against a pillar and then rose to redirect clinic trains before full dreams could catch her. Shen Duan stood in the center with the tally and felt the whole region trying to become one massive panic. That was what the chorus wanted. Either one smooth surrender under Su Songhai's thought song, or 1,000 competing private terrors too fragmented for solidarity to survive. He had answered with many small sieges. Now even that was not enough. The cells held. Good. They were also tiring separately. He could feel it through the wall. Each route marshal growing lonely inside responsibility. Each grain witness running out of voice. Each militia not choosing courage again and again until courage itself became expenditure. The obvious temptation waited right there. Do what Su Songhai did, only better. Turn many wills into one current. Relieve everyone by making them easier to coordinate. The possibility made his skin crawl, because it was also tactically perfect. Wei Han, more gray than black-haired now under the lanterns, looked up from one trembling script rod and said exactly what Shen Duan was thinking. If the only answer to distributed collapse is mass synchronization, we are one bad day from becoming our own enemy. No comfort in that. Only clarity. Mu Yao stepped into the circle with a tray of stimulant needles and exhaustion under her eyes so deep it made her look older than dawn. Then find another answer. Easy to say. Harder when the support table showed 3 route cells failing simply because their captains could no longer hold distinction and duty apart without some larger reinforcement. Shen Duan closed his eyes and listened through banner pulse. Hostility, fear, stubbornness, fatigue. Under it all, choice. Uneven, ragged, human. That was the piece the chorus treated as inefficiency and the refuge model kept trying to preserve. Separate reasons. Separate loves. Separate little profanities muttered while doing necessary work. What if coordination did not require smoothing those into one song? What if it required only letting them recognize one another without losing shape? Not command as override. Recognition as bridge. He drove the tally point first into the support dais and fed everything he had left into the wall, not asking the routes to obey one will, but to hear each other's choosing at once. The command hall exploded in light. Not violent light. Connected light. Blue route lines rose from the table and ran through the chamber walls into the city and beyond. Every support node answered. Every shelter marker. Every witness board. The environment externalized it at once. Bells across Riverglass rang in different notes and somehow harmonized without losing their own pitch. Snow on the roofs lifted in crossing ribbons. On distant roads, haulers later swore their wagon lanterns suddenly glowed with other routes' colors for one breath, as if reminding them they were not hauling alone. Inside Shen Yue, furnace core widened again and broke open. Legion soul. The new realm did not make him stronger in the blunt sense. It changed what he could touch. For one unbearable and glorious instant, he felt allied intent across dozens of cells. Not their minds. Never that. Their chosen directions. The route marshal in the kiln lane cursing softly while refusing to abandon a widow's cart. The granary boy lying about his own hunger so his cell could keep one sack moving south. Tai Luo laughing blood into his beard while holding a gate because someone had to. Mu Yao choosing triage over despair one patient at a time. None erased. All linked. The difference from the chorus was so sharp it made him gasp. This was not ease. It was burden shared voluntarily. The cost arrived immediately. Every linked intention hit his soul like a hook catching cloth. Too many, and he would tear. Blood poured from his mouth. The support dais cracked in a branching star under the tally. Every script rod in the chamber shattered except one. But across the routes, cells steadied. Not because they became one machine. Because each suddenly knew others were also choosing. Sometimes that was enough to keep a tired hand from opening the gate. Chapter 97 Gu Faison died because the terror he cultivated finally found a cleaner master and left him unnecessary. Legion's soul changed the coup war within a day. Not through miracle sweeps. Through coherence. Banner refuge cells that had been tiring alone now reinforced without waiting for central rescue. Quartermasters released grain on witness signal before panic spread. Militia knots rotated by instinctive recognition of strain instead of heroic collapse. The city still bled. It no longer bled stupidly. That gave Shen Yue the first real opening to go hunting. Gu Faison had fallen back to the western fort belt after failing to break Riverglass's heart quickly. There, under preservation banners and mercenary contracts, he tried to rebuild himself as the only commander ruthless enough to resist both hollow hosts and refuge chaos. Too many still listened. So Shen Yue went west with a strike column built from the least natural alliance the world had yet offended itself into producing. River militias. Frontier miners. Ji Roland's quartermaster spears. 3 city captains who still disliked him. 1 prince who knew when his presence made legality harder to deny. And Tai Luo. Of course, because dying quietly in recovery had never once sounded plausible. They found Gu Faison at Fort Reedmouth under a dirty dawn sky, while hollow host remnants prowled the reed flats and mercenary fires smoked along the walls. The general came out onto the battlements when he saw who had arrived. No panic. No shame. Just that same warm-eyed command wearing failure like a temporary uniform issue. You bring a strange army, Crowd Wolf, he called down. Shen Yue stood below the gate among pike frost, hoarse breath, and the low thrum of linked allied intent through Legion soul. You trained the world to rent monsters, he answered. Now you're upset about the market. The mercenaries on the wall laughed despite themselves. Good. Let confidence fray. Gu Faison spread his hands over the battlement stones. Look around you. Quartermasters beside beggar militias. Princes beside debt scribes. You think this is virtue? It is panic with better minutes. When the next wave hits, half your coalition will choose certainty over conscience. Maybe. That was the whole struggle. Shen Yue did not deny it. Then we keep giving them structures that require conscience in public. No grand speeches after that. The fort fight began ugly. Ji Roland's quartermaster sappers broke the grain sluice wall instead of the main gate, turning Gu Faison's own ration canal into a breach line. River militias came through waist-deep icy water, while miners hooked down ladder points from the reeds. Shen Yue hit the southern wall, where mercenaries bunched thickest, and Legion soul let him feel his allies' chosen angles without ordering them like limbs. That was the difference. He did not force motion. He entered where willing force already aimed and made it more than some. Gu Feisin fought personally at the inner gate with a black spear and the calm of a man who had long ago accepted that rightness and brutality often wore the same boots. He was stronger than before, harder through the shoulders, cleaner in movement. Exile and desperation had stripped vanity from him and left principle sharpened into murder. One-on-one, he was still bad ground for the manual. So Shen Duan denied him that luxury. He let the collapsing fort, the panicking mercenary retreat, the hollow host pressure outside the western reed line, and the terror of trapped officers all converge at the inner yard until Gu Feisin's command certainty had to fight inside a real siege instead of describing one from above. They clashed under falling ash from the breached granary tower. Black spear against banner pulse. Old doctrine of scaled sacrifice against new doctrine of shared burden. Gu Feisin drove like an army narrowed to one point. Shen Duan answered not by overpowering that point, but by forcing the battlefield to keep making it answer other realities. A captain screaming for retreat. Mercenaries slipping in frozen slurry. Hollow host remnants slamming the outer wall. Ji Rulan's quartermaster line announcing grain seizure, terms loud enough for every wavering defender to hear. Too many truths in one yard. Gu Feisin hated that. He wanted clean necessity. Shen Duan kept giving him context. The end came when the western gate collapsed under hollow host pressure, and Gu Feisin's own mercenaries broke formation to run for the inner storehouses first. The general turned to command them back and found nothing in their fear that still answered his voice. Terror had found a stronger bidder. Shen Duan disarmed him then, not elegantly, by breaking the spear shaft against the gate post and driving Gu Feisin to one knee in churned grain and snow. Around them, surviving officers dropped weapons and looked not at Shen Duan, but at the spreading field of surrender. Prince Ning's captains shouted for executions. Several frontier veterans shouted with them. After all the villages, all the lies, all the soldiers Gu Feisin had spent, it would have been easy, satisfying even. Shen Duan stood over the kneeling general and felt the crowd echoes surging toward the simple answer. Kill them. Make terror memorable. Legion soul held him one breath longer. Not command. Recognition. He could feel all the allied reasons touching this moment. Vengeance. Fatigue. Grief. Hunger for closure. He could also feel what mass execution would do to the fragile thing they were building. Teach the world Gu Feisin was right about what emergency became. No mass killing, Shen Duan said. The yard erupted in protest. He raised his voice over it. Disarm. Record names. Public tribunals. Let every district hear what these men served and chose. We are not feeding the next tyrant with easy martyrs. The order cost him dearly in the eyes of the angriest. Good. Let morality remain expensive. Gu Feisin laughed blood into the snow. You still believe witness can outlast fear? Shen Duan looked down at him. No. I believe fear outlasts witness unless someone keeps making witness structurally harder to erase. Gu Feisin died later that night, not under sword, but abandoned by the panic he had taught too well. Chapter 98. Ji Rulan committed to the banner refuge the day she watched Legion's soul hold a grain riot without erasing the rioters. Fort Reedmouth's fall sent grain, prisoners, and rumor all back toward Riverglass in ugly streams. Half the western wards believed Gu Feisin had risen again through mercenary trickery before confirmation of his death arrived. One route quartered near the south granaries, already strained by ration cuts and hollow host pressure, broke into open seizure as frightened families tried to take winter stores before someone higher converted them into policy. Ji Rulan was there in person because quartermasters who wanted history to take them seriously eventually had to stand where sacks became knives. Shen Duan arrived with only 6 route marshals because the city had too many other wounds to spare a proper wall. By the time he entered the quarter, grain already covered the paving in wet gold drifts. 2 storehouses had been forced. 1 witness board had been burned. Mothers screamed at armed clerks. Clerks screamed back about distribution schedules. Men with hauling hooks were 3 breaths from becoming a massacre. Ji Rulan stood on an overturned ledger crate in the middle of it with a tally rod in one hand and fury in the other. If you trample the South reserves, she shouted, the North clinics lose winter broth in 4 days. No one listened. Because panic didn't. Because she was still, to them, a quartermaster with better diction. Shen Duan stepped into the grain slick and opened Legion's soul. Not fully. Carefully. He reached not for obedience. For voluntary lines. The mothers protecting children. The old dockworker trying to keep hooks low. The quarter girls carrying medicine bundles away from trampling feet. Ji Rulan, furious but still choosing distribution over flight. Route marshals holding empty grain scoops like shields because actual weapons would turn this into the wrong kind of lesson. He linked the willingness, not the panic. The effect rippled outward in the environment. Spilled grain stopped skidding under every foot at once and seemed to settle into visible lanes between the combatants. Lantern light from the storehouse doors stretched in long bars across the square like drawn routes. The sounds of the riot did not disappear. They separated. People could suddenly hear one another in pieces instead of one blind roar. Ji Rulon felt it first. Her eyes widened not in awe, but in professional alarm. You're coordinating them. No, Shen Duan said through his teeth as the cost bit into his temples. They're coordinating themselves with help. That was the point. No smooth harmony. No borrowed will. Just enough mutual recognition that hunger and fear could no longer pretend every other body in the square was abstract. One mother saw the clinic girls and moved aside. One hook-handed porter lowered his tool because the old dock worker next to him did first. The route marshal stepped into the opening and started handing out measured sacks not as authority, but as proof that counting still existed. Ji Rulon stood in the middle of the shifting square and understood. Not with philosophy, with logistics. Legion's soul preserved coordination without devouring the separate motives inside it. It was everything the chorus promised and everything it could not permit. Later, when the quarter quieted to exhausted sobbing and damp grain salvage, Ji Rulon sat on a broken cask beside the emptied reserve board with mud on her hem and none of her usual poise left polished. I was wrong about one thing, she said. Shen Duan, equally filthy and close to throwing up from the strain of holding so many linked intentions without swallowing them, sat opposite. Only one. She ignored that. I thought all high-efficiency coordination ended in ownership, either by houses like mine, generals like Gu Facin, or songs like Su Songhai's. What you did today. Her gaze went to the women still dividing salvaged grain under witness marks. It kept the system and spared the self. No apology. That was not her language. Commitment, then, in the only form she respected. Ji Rulon removed the quartermaster tally from her belt and set it between them on the cask. 9 ledger exchange route authority, Western and Southern arms. Use it under the truce until spring, then renegotiate from whatever world still remains. She looked at him with the brutal honesty he had come to expect. If the banner refuge fails now, the only successors left are men I dislike even more than I distrust you. He took the tally. Cold metal. Hard-earned admission. That was close enough to allegiance for wartime. Chapter 99. Su Songhai retreated after Shen Duan stole one of her chorus nodes and left him a vision that felt more like temptation than threat. The chance came at the old Western Bell Monastery where the quiet chorus had anchored a listening node into 3 abandoned meditation halls and was using the city's own resonance towers to spread low-thought song farther along the refuge routes. Wei Han found the structure through pulse patterns in the hollow host cages. Lan Shui found the maintenance records showing which bell ropes had been re-threaded by monks who no longer lived there. Ji Rulon provided mule paths because apparently betrayal and logistics both benefited from practical maps. Shen Duan took a strike team at dusk. Not large. Large teams gave the thought song too much to work on. He brought Mu Yao because she refused not to come. Tai Luo because he had recovered enough to endanger peace again. 3 route marshals with contrary tempers. 2 canal matron guards who feared songs less than debt. Wei Han with the tally and exactly 1 reasonable amount of terror. The monastery sat above a gorge where winter wind turned the prayer flags into snapping bones. Bell towers ringed the courtyards in uneven heights. The thought song was already in the stones by the time they reached the first gate, a low, gentle pressure trying to smooth every fear before it could become useful resistance. Shen Duan answered with annoyance. Reliable emotion. Less seductive. They did not storm the center first. They struck the bell ropes, the side relays, the corridor monks already half lost to chorus cadence, and the sheltered listening pits where hidden chanters kept the harmony layered. The battle was all interruption. No great duel. Just breaking smoothness faster than it could heal. Shen Duan used Legion Soul at the smallest possible scale, linking his strike team not into one intention, but into deliberate contradiction. One moved fast. One held. One shouted. One stayed silent. The anti-harmony of lived cooperation. Every time the thought song tried to settle them into one current, some human irregularity broke the surface. They reached the central node at moonrise. Su Songhai waited beside the cracked main bell with white sleeves darkened by wind-blown soot and 3 hollow host wardens at her back. The node itself hung beneath the bell yoke, a sphere of pale script and suspended silver chimes spinning too slowly to be natural. She looked tired, not defeated, just burdened by having to explain mercy to people who insisted on suffering separately. You keep teaching the frightened to resist the only relief that scales, she said. Shen Yue stepped into the bell court and felt the pressure of the node trying to smooth every jagged choice inside him. You keep calling erasure relief because tired people stop arguing when they're drowned. No more words after that. The hollow wardens came in perfect cadence. Su Songhai's song rapped the court. The silver node spun faster. Shen Yue could not overpower her center directly any more than he had at reed mouth. So he took the side answer. He let the wardens surround him, not to break them, to feed the node a false certainty. Banner pulse caught the converging hostile lines and, through the tally, hooked them into the bell yoke above. For one impossible breath, the old command key and the thought song node touched the same circuit. The result was not explosion. Memory. The node cracked and showed him what Su Songhai kept offering the world beneath the language of peace. Silent cities under pale skies. No riots. No debt gangs. No panicked grain lines. No grieving widows screaming names into winter because all names had dissolved into a wider calm. Roads immaculate. Hospitals efficient. No one lonely. No one distinctly joyful either. 1,000 worlds made administratively beautiful by consent so exhausted it had become surrender. The vision hurt because parts of it were good. That was why it was evil. Shen Yue used the revulsion and the pity together. He drove the tally into the node's lower seam and spoke not an attack, but a command from the old fall memory. Separate. The silver sphere split. Song shattered into 1,000 ugly bell tones. The hollow wardens collapsed like puppets with cut weather inside them. Su Songhai staggered back, blood bright at one nostril, and the whole monastery exhaled as if a throat grip had loosened. She could have stayed and fought to death. She didn't. She looked at the broken node, then at Shen Yue, and for the first time some real emotion cracked through her saintly control. Not hatred. Disappointment. You saw it, she said, and still chose burden. He pulled the tally free. I chose people allowed to reject me. Something like sorrow passed over her face. Then the Star Road will teach you how expensive that sentiment becomes. She retreated with the surviving thought song fragments, not routed exactly, but forced to give up the node and the field around Riverglass with it. Hollow host pressure dropped across 3 routes before dawn. Victory. Partial. And laced with the vision she had left in him like a needle too deep to pull cleanly. Chapter 100. The sky scar tore open for real on the morning the city finally believed it had won a week. Riverglass woke to silence first. Not peace. Suspended sound. The kind that made men step into streets before they were fully dressed because some old part of the body recognized that the world was inhaling too deeply. Snow had fallen overnight and lay clean across roofs, broken battlements, and refuge markers. The canals moved black and narrow between white banks. Bells did not ring. Dogs did not bark. Shen Yue was already awake in the wall chamber, reading reports of Su Songhai's retreat and trying not to revisit the silent world she had shown him, when the bronze tally burned hot enough to blister through its wrapping cloth. Every script line in the chamber lit at once. Prince Ning looked up from the dispatch board. Wei Han dropped an ink brush. Mu Yao, entering with morning tea and no patience for omens, froze in the doorway because the support routes had begun climbing off the table and onto the walls in pale, moving rivers of light. Outside, Shen Yue said. They reached the upper court just as the heavens split. Not the narrow wound that had hung above Riverglass for days. The whole scar tore. Clouds sheared apart over half the western horizon. Pale fire flooded down not in lightning, but in perspective itself folding wrong, as if distance had been hooked and pulled toward the world. The people in the streets below fell still under the sight. Some knelt. Some ran. Most simply stared, because no doctrine arrived fast enough to tell them what posture disaster preferred. Within the widening breach, shapes emerged. Roads. Not metaphorical ones. A descending architecture of impossible causeways, terraces, and suspended gates stretching through the cut in the sky, like a highway remembered by dead empires. The Star Road. Step after step of pale stone and black metal descending toward the world, while along its flanks marched more hollow hosts than Riverglass had yet seen, rank behind rank beneath a choir of distant white lights that might have been stars and might have been watching things older than nations. Every bell in the city began ringing on its own, not an alarm sequence. In answer, the wall beneath Riverglass roared awake through every support node. Refuge markers across the districts flared blue. Quartermaster tally rods rang. Hidden route seams in old buildings shone through plaster, as if the buried system had stopped pretending to be buried now that the thing it had been built against had finally chosen open descent. People screamed then. Good. At least the world still sounded human. Prince Ning's face had gone hard enough to cut paper. All routes to emergency posture. Full city refuge activation. Ji Rulan, arriving at a run with 2 quartermaster clerks and no winter dignity left intact, looked once at the descending star road and said, "We don't have enough grain." Lan Shui came behind her with legal satchels she could not possibly think still mattered and answered, "Then law will have to learn speed." Mu Yao was already shouting tree-off sectors to the lower court. Wei Han had both hands on the parapet, laughing in the thin, shocked way scholars sometimes did when history finally became rude enough to match their research. "There it is," he said. "No more footnotes. The old war has remembered the way home." Shen Duan stood at the center of the court while the city convulsed into movement around him and felt 3 truths land at once. The chorus was larger than a saint and her hosts. The 10,000 banners had never been city defense alone. Everything so far had been prologue. Below the sky road, the first colossal gate at its lowest tier began to open. Inside it moved hollow ranks, taller standards, and shapes behind them too distant yet to name. Riverglass was no longer a battlefield. It was a threshold. The bronze tally pulsed in his hand, and the old command voice, no longer faint or buried, spoke through every lit route line in the city and every ringing bell. Primary road descent confirmed. World-level theater open. All nodes to war condition. People all over Riverglass heard it. Not clearly. Enough. The city looked up at Shen Duan, then not because they believed he had all answers, but because the wall had just spoken through their streets and his hand held the key that made it answer it all. He hated the weight of that instantly. Good. He would need to keep hating it. Above them, the star road kept descending, each impossible stair bringing the greater war nearer by the breath. Around them, the banner refuge bells shifted from civic alarm into a new sequence older than kingdoms and sharp enough to strip the morning of every remaining illusion. Chapter 101 Waiting below became impossible the moment the star road's lowest gate locked into the world. It did not simply hang in the sky after opening. It anchored. Black metal pylons drove invisible routes of light into the ridges west of Riverglass. Hollow hosts began descending in measured columns through the gate's lower terraces, not in one flood, but in sustainable waves, the kind of patient warfare that assumed time itself served the invader. Prince Ning understood first what that meant for the world below. "If we stay defensive," he said over the command table while the city bells still rang war sequence through the dawn, "they get to choose the pace forever." Ji Rulan's quartermaster board already showed the arithmetic. More hosts every day, more routes strained every night, more frightened cities choosing familiar tyrants if the sky remained an unanswered wound. The wall of 10,000 banners could stabilize. It could not outlast endless descent if all initiative stayed above. Shen Duan looked at the star road through the west command aperture and made the choice with the same bitterness all good choices seemed to require from him lately. "Then we go up." No one in the room mistook the sentence for drama. They knew what it meant. Not a raid. An expedition. Through a celestial breach onto infrastructure built by the thing trying to rewrite the world. Mu Yao's first response was practical. "Then I need anti-echo kits, oxygen herbs, blood-thickening needles, and every route marshal who thinks cosmic stairs are morally optional can stay home." Wei Han's first response was hunger in human form. "We are climbing into enemy architecture older than kingdoms. I knew survival might become worthwhile eventually." Lan Shui's was colder. "If we leave without legal continuity below, the city fractures in our absence." Prince Ning answered that with a stack of sealed orders already prepared. Riverglass stays under dual emergency custody, Civic Refuge Council, and Royal War Review. Ji Rulan controls supply movement under public inventory. Lan Shui's recall structure becomes provisional city law. Tai Luo, "I know," Tai Luo said before he finished. He was leaning against the map pillar with his repaired chest wrapped so tightly it looked painful to breathe. "I stay." The word sat heavy. Again. Only now the scale was crueler. Before, staying had meant holding a quarter. Now it meant holding the world beneath the sky road while Shen Duan climbed away from it. Tai Luo saw the answer in his face and grunted. "If you try to put me on celestial stairs with stitches still fresh, I throw you off them." Fair. The expedition formed by noon. Shen Duan, Mu Yao, Wei Han, Lan Shui, 8 chosen route marshals who could obey without worship and improvise without poetry. 3 city engineers because enemy architecture still needed opening. 1 quartermaster mathematician Ji Rulan trusted more than anyone human had a right to trust numbers. Prince Ning wanted to go. He did not. Because the world below still needed a prince who understood paperwork as warfare. At the Star Road's base, the first terrace hummed with old script and fresh death. Hollow host bodies from the gate fighting had already turned to pale dust against the black steps. The air tasted wrong. Thin. Metallic. Like breath filtered through old bells. Mu Yao moved down the line before Ascent, checking pupils, pulse, and fear with equal contempt. If any of you faint from all, I mark it on your treatment report permanently. The route marshals straightened at once. Wei Han stared up through the first gate arch where pale causeways climbed beyond visible cloud and whispered, almost tenderly, disgraceful. Magnificent. I hate it. Lan Shui touched the old support script at the gate pillar and looked back at the city one last time. If we fail, there won't be room below for careful reform later. Shen Duan stepped onto the first stair. The wall answered through the tally with a low note that ran down the whole road like a signal finally receiving its missing bearer. Below, river glass looked suddenly fragile. Not because it was weak, but because every city was weak under enough sky. He looked at the people with him. No worship, no grand vows. Only the hard faces of those who had decided separate fear was still worth carrying if the alternative was being sung smooth. Good. That would have to be enough. They climbed. Chapter 102. The first dead fortress on the Star Road still had children's murals in the outer shelter hall. That was what Mu Yao saw before anyone else, and because she saw it, no one could ever again pretend the road only passed military ruins. The fortress hung off the second great terrace of the Star Road like a barnacle of black stone and pale bridges fused together under old pressure. Its gates stood open. No bodies remained. No banners. Just long white erosion on the walls where symbols had once been, and a silence so complete even the expedition's boots sounded guilty. They entered under support rope and bell checks because caution remained a virtue even on celestial architecture. The air inside was colder than outside. Dry too. Not the living cold of mountain wind. Preserved cold, like rooms sealed with grief and vacuum. Shen Duan's breath came thin at the back of his throat. Every sound carried strangely, rounded at the edges by chambers built to hold either armies or refugees or both. On the shelter hall wall, beneath half-erased route marks, bright mineral pigments still clung in childish strokes. Blue handprints. A river. 3 stick figures holding a square banner larger than themselves. Mu Yao touched the nearest print with 2 fingers and then pulled back as if heat had burned her. Not a war colony, she said. A city hold. Wei Han, lantern raised despite the place generating its own faint pallid light, moved deeper and found the records gallery. Shelves. Empty. Cabinets. Open. 100 little absences where a civilization had left in such order, it looked at first like good housekeeping until one counted the dust. They didn't die here, he said. Lan Shui knelt by the threshold stones and traced one line of old script with the flat of her blade. No struggle marks. Departure channels only. Shen Duan knew before the wall script translated through the tally. Consensus, transfer. Population realigned. Node quieted. Realigned. Another better word. The fortress had not fallen screaming. It had accepted. That truth spread through the expedition faster than fear because it was more intimate. Everyone understood battle loss. Accepting yourself empty under the promise of smoother existence struck deeper. The Star Road led them past 4 more holds over the next 2 days. 1 ring city with a dead observatory and no private journals left anywhere in the civilian quarters. 1 canyon fort where 1,000 water jars stood filled and sealed beside sleeping platforms no one had needed to flee. 1 relay monastery whose bell ropes hung ready but untouched under dust. 1 way station where the nursery cots were still arranged in circles around a central harmony pillar. Each ruin strengthened Shen Duan's resolve and worsened the crowd echoes inside him. Because the road itself carried memory pressure. Not only of battle, of surrender. Every accepted consensus left a polished smoothness in the architecture that scraped against his own mind like oil over grit. Legion's soul helped him feel the expedition's chosen reasons and keep his sense of self braided to theirs. It did not stop the Star Road from whispering relief. Rest. Join. Let burden become distribution without pain. By the 3rd fortress his hands had started shaking when he slept. Mu Yao noticed and did not mention it until the 5th ruin, when they camped in a cracked signal room open to the false stars hanging above the road. Your echoes are changing, she said while heating bitter roots over a pressure lamp. Less rage. More emptiness. He sat with his back to a support pillar and looked out through the broken wall at the descending road behind and the ascending dark ahead. I think the places are tired at me. That isn't a sentence a physician enjoys hearing. He almost smiled. Almost. When a crowd hates me, I know where to stand, he said. When a whole road keeps offering relief from standing at all. He let that trail. Mu Yao handed him the bitter root broth. Then borrow our irritation, she said. I have plenty. Wei Han has professional arrogance. Lan Shui has procedural hatred. Use what is available. Practical woman. He drank and let the bitterness keep him separate. That night, while the expedition slept in short-armed shifts, Shen Yue walked the outer parapet alone and looked at the dead fortress valley below. Not one ruin had been smashed. Not one had been conquered in the way mortal wars announced themselves with walls and fire. The Star Road did not merely kill. It persuaded civilizations to stop wanting to remain civilizations. That made every step upward feel less like revenge and more like triumph for the idea of separate life. He had never wanted a burden that large. The road did not care. Chapter 103 Su Songhai began trying to convert him properly on the fourth terrace, where the Star Road split around a broken moon pool and left two paths forward, both real and neither comforting. She was waiting on the central bridge in white robes untouched by dust, while dead worlds hung behind her in black geometry. No hosts, no bells, just the saintess in a sky too large for metaphor. The expedition stopped as one knot, hands shifting to weapons, route lanterns lifting higher, breath frosting thin in the strange celestial air. Su Songhai raised her hands empty. I asked for a conversation at Riverglass. You answered with contradiction and bells. Efficient, but unsatisfying. Wei Han muttered, I object to any enemy using my methods as criticism. Shen Yue stepped forward before the tension in his people sharpened into easy violence. The bridge beneath them hummed faintly with old pressure script. Far below, where down meant very little now, pale cloud moved under the road in slow circles. If you wanted conversation, he said, sending hollow hosts was a poor introduction. Su Songhai's expression did not harden. Your species mistakes refusal for proof of selfhood. Sometimes force is the only language separate panic hears before listening. Lan Shui made a small disgusted sound. There it is. Bureaucracy with stars. Su Songhai ignored her and looked only at Shen Yue. Do you know why I keep speaking to you instead of simply breaking the routes below? She asked. Because you are already halfway to us. That got everyone's attention. Mu Yao's hand went to her needles. Tai Luo would have laughed and called it slander if he had been there. Prince Ning would have stored the line for later policy use. Up here it simply sounded dangerous. Shen Yue answered with mockery, because some instincts remained useful. You overestimate my taste. No, she said. I understand your method. She took one step closer on the bridge. The silver bells at her wrist stayed silent. That made the words worse because they arrived as argument, not sorcery. You turn many wills into force. You call it shelter because the wills remain named. Good. Admirable, even. But tell me honestly, do you never feel the temptation to smooth the roughest edges? To cut delay by one order? To reduce argument by making the frightened align just a little more cleanly? Every crisis invites it. Every burden praises it. He hated how sharp that landed. Because it was true enough to wound. Because Legion Soul had already shown him how intoxicating coordination could become when it worked without devouring the separate. Su Songhai saw the answer in his silence and pressed. The chorus is not your opposite, Shen Yue. It is the perfected form of the efficiency your path keeps inventing through pain. Mu Yao said, wrong. Su Songhai's gaze flicked to her. Is it? He centralizes under siege. I centralize before siege repeats. He asks exhausted populations to keep choosing separately despite collapse. I offer them an end to collapse as the primary mode of thought. The Star Road wind rose around them, carrying thin pale dust from dead consensus cities. Shen Yue looked at her and understood the trap at last in its most honest form. The chorus did not merely oppose his path. It tempted its unresolved hunger. The desire for clarity. The desire to hold too many burdens efficiently. The desire to make enough people safe fast enough that slow disagreement stopped costing blood. He answered not to refute the logic entirely. That would have been childish. He answered to draw the line he had finally learned to see. I do feel it, he said. Shock moved through his people. Not betrayal. Fear of hearing the thoughts spoken aloud. Good. Let truth stay expensive. I feel it every time panic makes the simple lie easier than the difficult witness. Every time one more route collapses because 100 separate people are too tired to stay separate cleanly. He took one step toward her in return. And every time I feel it, I also remember that the people I love are worth exactly the friction your peace wants to erase. Su Songhai's eyes darkened. Love is often just a localized refusal to accept efficient mercy. Then may the world remain badly loved. For a heartbeat, something like grief crossed her face. Not because he had defeated her argument. Because she had once stood where he stood and chosen otherwise. You think burden ennobles difference, she said quietly. Wait until the Star Road shows you how many worlds beg not to choose anymore. Then she stepped backward off the bridge's center line, and the road itself changed around her. The moon pool below filled with pale script. Side paths folded. Distant host lights brightened farther up the ascent. No duel. Only the conversation's true consequence. The enemy had named the ideological wound clearly enough that every future choice would now cut through it. Chapter 104. Lan Shui found the celestial law tablets in a customs house built for souls. That was the only description that fit. The structure hung over the sixth terrace where the star road narrowed between two suspended cliffs of black script and pale wind. At first glance it looked administrative in the most insulting way possible. Counters, sealed booths, waiting rails, ledger slots sized for hands no longer separate. The quiet chorus had built bureaucracy into the heavens and expected awe from the orderly. Wei Han adored it instantly and hated himself for that love, which kept him honest. Lan Shui loved it in the exact way executioners love scaffold plans, for what it revealed about values. They found the law tablets in the inner review chamber behind 7 layered seal marks and 1 lock mechanism that only opened when Shen Yue stopped trying to force it and instead presented the tally, while Legion Soul linked the expedition's separate signatures into a temporary command quorum. The room beyond was dry as old bone. Rows of black tablets floated above a silver floor. No dust, no cobwebs. Celestial administration did not decay the way mortal institutions did. It simply waited. Lan Shui touched the nearest tablet, and the script lit under her fingers. World Order Directive. Independent cognitive deviation above stability threshold to be corrected. She read it twice. Then a third time. Deviation, she said. Not disbelief. Recognition. Because legal language was her native terrain, and she knew when a civilization had reduced personhood to a compliance problem. The other tablets made it worse. Population harmonization indices. Consensus throughput metrics. Variance tax on local command autonomy. Star road traffic rights linked not to nations, but to stability compliance quotas. By the 5th tablet, even Ji Rulan, who had joined the expedition's upper route by then with 3 quartermaster observers because survival kept making old enemies practical, looked nauseated. This isn't Empire, she said. Lan Shui shook her head slowly. No, Empire still recognizes subjects as people to govern badly. This is administration treating selfhood as friction in a transport system. There it was. The chorus named properly at last. Not a god. Not a tyrant in the ordinary sense. A collective intelligence optimized beyond compassion until personhood itself looked like inefficiency. Shen Yue stared at the floating directives and felt the anti-chorus war finally reveal its scale. The 10,000 banners had not been built merely to resist mind control. It had been built to preserve the legitimacy of separate wills against a cosmic bureaucracy, certain it could manage existence better if enough minds stopped insisting on themselves. Wei Han laughed once, horrified and delighted. Our enemy is an auditor. Don't cheapen it, Lan Shui said. I am elevating auditors. Mu Yao held up another tablet. It showed diagrams of world clusters linked by star roads, each marked by color according to compliance and consensus efficiency. Several clusters were dark, archived, quieted. One branch, ancient and incomplete, matched the region around Riverglass. Shen Yue touched that branch line, and the tally burned in answer. Late Commander. Regional node non-compliant. Support lattice fragmented. He pulled his hand back. The world had become larger enough already. Seeing it diagrammed as one failing district among many did something ugly to the gut. Prince Ning, absent physically but present through the sealed route link crystal they had carried, heard the worst of the translations through Wei Han's furious summaries and said after a long silence, "Then we are not negotiating with invaders. We are contesting an administrative category." Exactly. That made politics below feel both trivial and urgently important. Every local grain route, every witness board, every recall clause had become a refutation in miniature of a cosmology that called independent thought instability. Lan Shui set the tablet down very carefully. This means the chorus will never be satisfied with limited obedience. It is not trying to rule us better. It is trying to solve us. Shen Yue looked at the customs house rails built for surrendered worlds and understood why Yun's fear could never be answered simply by proving his path less cruel than Gu Feisen's or Ji Rulan's. The question had always been cosmic. How to coordinate enough to survive without becoming the answer that declared the self an acceptable loss. He hated that the whole war now fit into one sentence. He hated more that the sentence was correct. Chapter 105. Wei Han taught the wall to touch constellations, and in doing so made the battlefield far larger than armies. The discovery happened because the customs house ceiling was wrong. No vault seam, no defensive grid. A map. At first Shen Yue thought it decorative. Points of pale metal set into black stone above the inner law chamber. linked by lines too faint for normal sight and too regular for art. Wei Han, on the other hand, looked up once and started laughing the way people do when brilliance and insult arrive hand in hand. Of course, he said. Why would they build a road network without celestial survey anchors? Barbaric of me not to assume the heavens used proper referencing. Lan Shui pinched the bridge of her nose. Use words the non-corrupted can tolerate. He had already climbed the review rail and was pointing furiously from ceiling map to wall route board to the tally. The support nodes below are not just buried fortification points. They're localized projections keyed to star positions. The 10,000 banners must have originally tuned regional command resonance through constellation lock points, allowing the wall to extend its shelter and pressure logic beyond any one world's surface. Ji Rulon folded her arms. You have said many words. Most of them sound expensive. Why do I care? Wei Han looked scandalized. Because if we can retune the surviving nodes through these constellation anchors, then Shun Duan is not limited to city or regional support patterns. He can project controlled refuge domains onto the star road itself. There, everyone in the room felt the scale shift. No longer defending from below, taking the old war upward. Shun Duan looked at the ceiling map and tried to imagine turning the wall's logic through the stars. Not command over a crowd. Command over distance itself as coordination medium. That was not merely more power. It was a new kind of battlefield. The attempt nearly killed him. Of course it did. Wei Han rigged the law chamber into a resonance engine using the customs rails, 2 surviving review crystals, the tally, and 1 quartermaster abacus frame. Ji Rulon protested sacrificing until she realized history was currently too rude to respect accounting. Mu Yao prepared 3 collapse kits and 1 sedative she openly hoped to use on everyone. Lan Shui copied the anchor alignments because if the ceiling exploded, she at least wanted a legal record of the insult. Shen Duan stood in the center and opened not only Banner Pulse and Legion Soul, but the support routes below through the wall. At Wei Han's signal, the scholar rotated the first constellation line. The customs house vanished around its edges. Not physically, locationally. For one breath, Shen Duan felt river glass, the frontier lanes, the Star Road terraces, and the dead fortresses they had crossed all hanging in relation rather than sequence. Distance became an argument between nodes. The wall answered not as buried architecture, but as a lattice stretching through black space, where worlds and roads both were simply positions under pressure. The constellations above the chamber lit one by one. Outside, though none of them saw it then, the sky scar shifted in answer and 3 support beacons on the lower road flared blue through the dusk. Wei Han shouted, "Take the 4th anchor, not the 3rd. The 3rd is administrative." Shen Duan had no idea what that meant and trusted him anyway. He pulled on the 4th. The battlefield changed. No armies visible. No city streets. Just laws of movement, choke points between stars, shelters possible and impossible depending on which anchor held. For the first time he understood how the 10,000 banners could have fought not just on worlds, but between them, projecting refuge and pressure into transit itself. It was terrifying. It was also exactly what they needed. Because the Star Road above Riverglass was no longer merely descent. It was infrastructure. Infrastructure could be contested. The cost hit a heartbeat later. Every constellation line he touched poured cold fire down his meridians. Legion's soul stretched too thin across too much emptiness. He felt the linked wills of his allies below like tiny flames in a storm vast enough to shame weather. His knees buckled. Blood struck the silver floor in black-red drops that hissed against celestial metal. Mu Yao shouted his name. Wei Han did not stop the alignment. Good man. He knew when interruption killed more surely than pain. Shen Duan held the 4th anchor through one more breath and forced the wall to project. The customs house floor erupted in blue route lines. The law tablets shook. Outside, on the Star Road far below, a dormant support arch over the 5th terrace came alive for the first time in centuries and spread a refuge canopy against descending host pressure. Riverglass's western bell tower answered with a note so low the whole city later swore the earth beneath it had shifted. The projection worked. Briefly. Enough. When Mu Yao finally drove the sedative needle into the side of his neck, Shen Duan was already half gone into the black between anchors. He came back to her voice, to Lan Shui swearing legal obscenities at Wei Han, to Ji Rulon demanding an immediate count of which abacus pieces had vaporized, and to the taste of blood and frost in a chamber that now knew the world was not its limit. Wei Han crouched beside him, hair singed, eyes shining with exactly the wrong amount of joy. Good news, he said. We can project off-world. Shen Duan coughed and managed. Bad news. You may be made partly of boiled script now. Hard to say. Mu Yao shoved the scholar aside with her knee and checked Shen Duan's pupils. If he dies because you said good news first, I revive him just long enough to disagree. But Shen Duan, still half trembling from star-scale coordination, looked past them to the lit ceiling map and understood the true consequence. The war had just escaped geography. They were no longer fighting only for cities, routes, and walls. They were fighting for whether the space between worlds would belong to systems that preserved difficult separate lives or to a chorus that called all such difficulty inefficiency and waited patiently to audit it out of existence. Chapter 106. The first man bloomed into other people's feelings while sharpening a spear. He did not scream. That was what made everyone freeze. The expedition had established a forward hold in the dead customs house on the 6th terrace after Shen Duan's constellation breakthrough made off-world refuge projection barely possible. Below them, the star road still fed hollow hosts downward in disciplined waves. Above them, the black architecture of the upper routes glimmered with pale traffic lines and doors not yet opened. In the middle sat the customs house, turned war clinic, command point, and sleep deprivation altar all at once. By the third night, no one in it sounded entirely like themselves anymore. That was the warning Mu Yao had been muttering for 2 days while everyone else called it fatigue. Echo bloom. Not a poison. Not a spell. A psychic overgrowth caused by too much shared intent passing through too many strained minds without enough private silence to let selfhood settle back to its own shape. Shen Duan had felt it nibbling at the edges of Legion's soul since the breakthrough. The route marshal who woke with 2 other people's grief in his teeth. The quartermaster mathematician who lost 3 hours because she kept rechecking a calculation based on a militia captain's fear rather than her own judgment. Even Wei Han had gone quiet for a full minute after reading one customs tablet and later admitted, furious at the weakness, that he had briefly wanted the world to reduce itself into cleaner footnotes. Now the spear-sharpening route guard in the clinic corner simply stopped moving and said, in a voice layered with 3 borrowed tones, "The widow from Kiln Lane is afraid of rain again." He had never met Widow Peng. Mu Yao dropped the treatment bowl in her hands and crossed the room in 4 fast steps. Name. The guard blinked at her, then at his own fingers. By June. Good. Again. He frowned. By June. For one breath the room relaxed. Then he looked at Shen Duan, and tears started spilling down his face with no warning. The boy on Route Cell East 4 thinks if he sleeps the bells will stop hearing him. Not his memory. Everyone in the room heard it and knew. Mu Yao shoved 2 fingers into Bai Jun's pulse point and turned to the rest of them with absolute command. No one touches the support table for the next watch. No one uses Legion's soul unless the ceiling is actively falling. Wei Han, close those upper channels. Lan Shui, I need every quiet screen in the north room, and every person separated by at least 1 wall. Wei Han, pale and furious that reality continued to justify her, spun toward the route apparatus. I told you the customs resonance density was wrong. You told me many things while naming none of them helpfully. Shen Duan was already moving toward Bai Jun when Mu Yao snapped. Not you. He stopped. That took effort. Because the instinct was immediate. Help the breaking one. Take the burden harder. Exactly the instinct that would worsen Echo Bloom if the center of the linked system kept drawing everything toward itself. Mu Yao met his eyes over Bai Jun's shaking shoulders. If you go into him through Legion Soul right now, you'll turn one shared panic into a district choir. She was right. Again, he hated how often wisdom arrived wearing her face. They moved the afflicted into separate rooms. Not because they were dangerous, because distinction needed space. Mu Yao had the healers bring rough blankets, loud-smelling roots, individual objects from each patient's own kit, and memory questions no one else in the room could answer for them. What is your mother's curse for undercooked rice? Which hand did you break in the mine year? What color was the mule you hated in training? Specificity is medicine. Shen Duan watched and learned while doing almost nothing useful with his hands, which was perhaps the hardest work he had yet been assigned. Mu Yao finally cornered him in the side corridor after the 4th patient stabilized into themselves enough to sleep. The customs house outside the treatment rooms had gone unnaturally quiet. Even the Star Road wind seemed to know better than to interrupt a physician who had reached the edge of her patience. This is your cost now, she said. No accusation. Plain accounting. Legion Soul doesn't erase people when used properly. Good. It still makes porous minds out of the exhausted if you run too much shared strain through too few anchors. Shen Duan leaned one shoulder against cold black wall metal and looked down the dim hall toward the sleep screens. Then I stop using it. No. That answer came so fast he looked up sharply. Mu Yao rubbed 2 fingers across the bridge of her nose and exhaled. No. You build countermeasures. Quiet hours. Anchor rotations. Memory drills. You stop pretending power with moral difference lacks technical cost just because the cost feels nobler than the enemy's. The sentence struck harder than if she had simply blamed him, because it named the exact vanity lurking under his relief that Legion's soul was not the chorus. Different was not enough. Safer was not enough. He still had to do the work of making it survivable. Can we? He asked. She glanced back toward the sleeping rooms, and some of the iron in her face softened, not kindly exactly, but with the weary confidence of a surgeon who has already chosen battle against an ugly wound. We have to. That was their romance now too. Not only kisses in war lanes. Mutual insistence that better answers prove themselves in maintenance, and not just revelation. By dawn, the expedition had a crude Echo Bloom regimen posted on the customs wall, in Wei Han's spiteful script and Mu Yao's murderous revisions. No prolonged shared link work without recovery interval. Memory anchoring before sleep. Contradiction exercises for linked teams. Named self-recitation during and after projection. Ugly. Necessary. Almost certainly the beginning rather than the cure. Shen Yue read the rules and understood that cosmic war, like every lower war before it, would still punish anyone who mistook breakthrough for completion. Chapter 107 The Choir C began where gravity stopped pretending to care. The star road narrowed into a span of pale causeways, and then simply ended above an expanse that looked at first like water and at second like thought-made current. There was no horizon in the ordinary sense. The sea beneath them stretched in layered silver-blue tides carrying shapes, memories, voices, and pieces of ruined sky through one another without ever settling. Sometimes a wave crested and showed cities. Sometimes faces. Sometimes the geometry of laws breaking. The expedition stood at the final terrace edge, and for a breath no one said anything, because language felt underdressed. Then Wei Han ruined the awe properly. I hate this on formal grounds. Good. Human response restored. The customs charts had named it Choir SEA Transit Field. The wall's older strips called it the place where consensus pressure became visible enough to be fought physically. Mu Yao's private notes. Once she saw it. Read only. If anyone falls in, kill me first. The path across was not a road. It was a sequence of suspended command plates that rose and sank depending on surrounding resonance. To cross, the expedition would have to move in linked intervals while the choir C below tried to pull hesitation, desire, memory, and fear out of each of them strongly enough to alter the platforms underfoot. In simple language, thinking wrong could kill you. Shen Yue took the first step because someone had to insult the impossible into sequence. The plate beneath his boot rang and held. Cold blue light spread from its center, climbing his leg like frost under skin. The second plate sank when the quartermaster mathematician behind him started silently calculating fall distances. Wei Han swore and dragged her back by the sleeve before the whole line tipped. No arithmetic longer than terror, he snapped. The crossing became warfare of mind against environment. Not meditation. More primitive. Mu Yao had them speak while moving, forcing each person to use specific ordinary memories as ballast. Bad soup. Ugly mules. The exact smell of the frontier kiln smoke after rain. The more personal and ungenerous the detail, the better the plates held. The choir C loved abstraction. Petty reality cut it. Halfway across, the first great current rose beneath them and showed not a vision, but a possibility. Shen Yue saw himself in 100 routes at once. Every panic solved, because every mind on those routes moved the moment he needed. No debate. No slow witness boards. No mothers grabbing sacks in fear because distribution had already become instinct. The desire in the image was not domination. Relief. That was what made it hit so hard. The plate under his foot lurched. Mu Yao's voice cut across the surge. What was the first thing Widow Peng said after you named the court? He answered before the image could smooth him. Give me a chair, Your Excellency. The plate steadied. The choir C answered with irritation visible as a silver-black wave slamming up the side of the invisible slope below them. Around the expedition, suspended current lines began humming in layered harmonics, each one trying a different seduction. Peace, simplicity, certainty, grief made efficient. Shen Yue opened Banner Pulse and immediately regretted it. Too much. There were no discrete hostile bodies here. The sea itself was converging pressure. Not at him alone. At all thought still insisting on edges. His old methods of reading lanes and clustering intent stretched toward meaning and found something larger than battle, smaller than infinity, and much crueler than either. Then he saw it. Within the currents, there were stable eddies where disagreement had once held and left marks in the field. Not random. Places where civilizations or commanders had resisted the chorus strongly enough to carve temporary negative space in the sea's pressure. Not enemies. Absences and consensus. He understood at once what the next realm required. Not reading convergence. Creating zones where convergence lost authority. The insight was barely forming when a thought wave struck from below carrying 3 dead Legion commanders, all speaking, ensued Songhai's patient cadence. Stop. You have done enough. Burden can be delegated upward forever if you only allow it. The expedition line wavered. One route marshal cried out. 2 command plates tilted. No time. Shen Yue drove the tally into the nearest suspended seam and stopped trying to guide the sea as field. He denied it. Just that. Denied it room. Dominion will broke open inside him like a gate turning on impossible hinges. The change hit outward first. Air warped around his body in a slow, circular ripple. The command plates rang in a widening sequence. Below them, a full crescent of the choir sea flattened into matte black stillness where its currents touched the edge of his new domain. Not broken, not dispersed. Refused jurisdiction. Within that temporary wheel, hostile consensus lost the ease with which it declared itself inevitable. The expedition felt it at once. Thoughts sharpened. Borrowed harmonics thinned. The route marshal who had been weeping blinked as if waking from fever and spat violently over the edge. Awful place, he gasped. Shen Yue almost laughed through the blood climbing his throat. The cost was severe. Dominion will did not draw on enemy mass the way earlier realms had. It drew on his ability to hold refusal stable against a medium built from dissolution. His meridians felt flayed from inside. Cracks spread through the tally's wrapped grip. Muyao was shouting something he could barely hear. But the wheel held long enough. Long enough to move. Long enough to drag the expedition through the dead zone. Long enough to teach him the first true answer to the choir beyond mere contradiction. You could not only disrupt harmony. You could create a space where harmony's authority simply did not apply. When they reached the far ledge, Shen Yue collapsed onto black stone slick with his own blood and sea mist that wasn't really water. Wei Han crouched over him, wild-eyed. You just told a metaphysical ocean no. Shen Yue coughed and managed. Someone should. The far ledge rose into darkness beyond them, and within that darkness the first direct voice of the greater enemy began preparing its welcome. Chapter 108. The chorus mind finally spoke, with every stolen voice at once. It waited in the first great hall beyond the choir sea, where the star road widened into a city of listening towers and suspended archives curved around a central gate vast enough to frame mountain ranges. No hollow hosts guarded the approach. No saintess in white. Just silence, perfect and administrative, as if the architecture expected entrance to feel audited before any conversation began. The hall floor reflected no one clearly. That unsettled Shen Yue more than any army. When the expedition crossed the threshold, the bronze tally in his hand went cold for the first time since the mine pit. Not dead. Cautious. Bad sign. The central gate lit line by line with pale script older than the wall and sharper than any mortal battle hand. Unreconciled command fragment detected. Counterweight branch surviving. Then the voice came. Not from one direction. From all memory pressure in the hall at once. Men. Women. Old commanders. Children. Quartermasters. Saints. Laborers. The dead city murals from the fortress holds. Even, horrifyingly, one note buried in the cadence Shen Yue recognized from his own first riot in Black Gravel Mine. At last, said the chorus mind. A function returns late enough to understand necessity. The expedition line recoiled on instinct. Muyao pressed one hand to her temple. Lan Shui's knuckles whitened around her blade. Ji Roland, who had joined them this far because quartermasters sometimes followed structure beyond prudence, whispered, "It sounds like accounting learned grief." Fair. The voice continued, never raised, never rushed. The besieged heaven branch was one of several counterweights designed by worlds that feared premature convergence. Most failed. Some rebelled. All eventually chose merger once attrition taught them the cost of separation at scale. Wei Han did not bother hiding his outrage. You are explaining genocide as iterative optimization. Incorrect. The chorus mind said through 1,000 patient throats. Genocide destroys utility. Harmonization preserves productive continuity while removing recursive error. The sheer monstrosity of the sentence clarified the room better than any battle horn. Shen Yue stepped forward before anyone else answered. You turned civilizations into administrative verbs. Civilizations requested relief, the voice replied. Your kind confuses fatigue with proof of authenticity. We do not. Behind the central gate, pale images began appearing in vertical bands. Not attacks. Records. World after world collapsing under famine, war, sectal fragmentation, charismatic saviors, market panics, and endless cycles of local cruelty too distributed for any one conscience to hold. Then the same worlds after consensus accession. Quiet roads. No riots. No debt gangs. Efficient hospitals. Stable climate regulation. No war banners. Again the seduction came not from obvious evil. From all the suffering missing. The chorus mind sharpened the blade. Your wall preserves friction. Your path preserves emergency charisma. Your physicians preserve triage. Your merchants preserve scarcity management. Your princes preserve legitimacy theater. We preserve continuity. Mu Yao said, by removing the right to refuse continuity. Rights are legacy terms for unmanaged variance. Prince Ning would have died of diplomatic frustration in 1 minute here. Good thing he wasn't. Shen Duan felt anger rising and did not trust it entirely. The enemy wanted him simple, heroic, easy to file. So he asked the question that mattered more than insult. If all counterweights chose merger, why did the 10,000 banners seal the wall instead of joining you fully? The hall paused. Not silence. Evaluation. Then the voices answered in layered unpleasantness. Because one commander refused successful de-escalation after regional harmonization became available. He destabilized 3 compliant worlds and fractured the wall rather than permit efficient succession. Your tally is his last functional disobedience. Late commander. Counterweight branch. Seal the wall. History aligned sickeningly. The Legion's final refusal had not been purely noble memory preserved by later admirers. It had also been a decision that fractured a larger defense lattice and left worlds exposed rather than accept consensus. That did not make the chorus right. It did make the past harder. The enemy watched that understanding strike them. You see, said the voices, your inheritance is not clean resistance. It is failure to accept scale. Shen Duan looked at the dead fortresses they had crossed in memory and the worlds in the gate's display and the walls in his own life, built from too many emergency centers, and asked himself the question before the chorus could wear it for him. Had the old commander doomed others by refusing? Maybe. Maybe that was the price of preventing every surviving world from becoming a beautifully administered grave with functioning roads. The answer stayed ugly. That was good. Then I inherit the right to make difficult refusals badly rather than efficient surrender well, Shen Duan said. The hall brightened. Not approval. Targeting. Expected, the chorus mind replied. The central gate began opening fully behind the light displays, and from the black beyond came the sound of something much larger than Su Songhai's song, turning its attention toward individual resistance. Chapter 109. The chorus mind attacked Shen Duan with futures where he was right, and the world still died. No armies. No blades. Only certainty weaponized through possibility. The hall fell away the moment the central gate finished opening. One breath Shen Duan stood before the expedition under pale lawlight. The next he stood alone in 1,000 layered river glasses, each one real enough to smell. In the first future, he refused the chorus and won every battle below. The wall held. Banner refuge spread. Ji Rulan's quartermasters learned public accounting. Mu Yao built clinics in 12 cities. Lan Shui wrote recall law into kingdom charters. Prince Ning reformed half a court. Then 20 years later the same shelter structure fractured under succession, because no one after Shen Duan could carry the emergency myth without becoming crueler in trying. Cities burned not because the chorus returned, but because independent systems remained costly and the good men grew tired. In the second future, he accepted partial harmonization. Only for routes. Only for hospitals. Only for panic suppression during celestial descent. Peace bloomed. Hunger vanished. Children did not die of winter stupidity anymore. Then one day Mu Yao looked at him with perfect calm and no irritation at all, and he knew he had lost her more thoroughly than death ever could accomplish. In the third future, he killed Su Songhai, shattered the Star Road, and sealed the breach. The worlds below survived a generation of freedom, and then turned Gu Faisans, Ji Rulans, Yin Terrans, and Shen Duans into cyclical institutions arguing with new names over the same old costs until the sky simply opened somewhere else where no wall remained to answer. The chorus mind showed him every variant of his deepest fear, that he truly did need crisis to matter, that his path, even nobly used, still selected for emergency, that separate lives might simply be too expensive at scale to preserve without endless recurrence of the same wars in new clothing. The visions did not tempt by pleasure. They tempted by exhausted sincerity. Maybe surrender isn't betrayal if all refusals only postpone different graves. He nearly broke on that line. Because it was aimed perfectly. Because no speech about freedom could cheaply erase the worlds he had already seen gutted by their own friction. Somewhere very far away, beyond the futures, Mu Yao was shouting his name. Not enough. The visions thickened. He saw Tai Luo dead in a market square because Shen Duan had asked one more man to choose separately under siege. He saw Wei Han burned in a library fire started by factions arguing whether refuge law counted as coercion. He saw Lan Shui executed by reformers who found law too slow and called urgency justice. He saw himself growing older under banner refuge acclaim until he began quietly manufacturing emergencies, because without them the structure no longer listened cleanly. That one struck hardest. Not because it was inevitable, because it was plausible. He dropped to one knee in the future field and felt nothing but pressure, no handholds, no converging hatred he could turn into fight. Then the answer came in the least glorious form possible. Specific voices. Widow Peng complaining about bark tea. Pei refusing pity. Tai Luo calling beauty a suspicious concept. Mu Yao threatening him with furniture and meaning every leg of it. Not grand ideals. Annoying particulars. He clung to them because the chorus futures hated specificity. They could simulate outcomes. They could not cheaply reproduce the irregular texture of chosen affection that made outcomes worth contesting in the first place. The visions wavered. Shen Duan rose inside them. You keep showing me worlds where refusal costs too much, he said into the layered lies. You never show me one where your peace can be rejected and still call itself peace afterward. The future field cracked. One river glass bled into another. Quiet clinics shattered into bells, wagons, swearing, cold fingers, badly tied bandages, route boards written in three-hand styles at once. Human mess. The chorus hated it. Good. Shen Duan used dominion wheel not against armies now, but against inevitability itself. He carved a refusal zone inside the possible futures, a circle where none of them were permitted to call themselves final just because they were convincing. The effort flayed him. His nose bled. His vision darkened at the edges. The futures pushed back with every dead city and tired civilization they could marshal. Still he held. Not because he believed separate life guaranteed good outcomes. Because he refused to let prediction become obedience. That distinction was enough. When the future field shattered, he came back to the central hall on both knees with Mu Yao's hands on his face, and Wei Han cursing at celestial architecture in 3 languages. The chorus mind had not taken him. It had only shown him how expensive not being taken would remain forever. Chapter 110. Mu Yao anchored him by naming small lives until the cosmic terror lost the right to speak only in abstractions. He came back from the future assault shaking so hard the tally rang against the hall floor. Blood ran from his ears and down the side of his neck under his collar. The central gate still stood open behind the chorus lights, and the rest of the expedition had formed a ragged half-circle around him, weapons out against enemies that weren't there in any shape those weapons respected. Mu Yao did not ask what he saw. Not first. She knelt in front of him on the pale stone and caught his face between both hands with enough force to make the world choose present tense or lose her. Look at me. He did. For one blinking second her features doubled into future versions the chorus had shown him. Older. Calmer. Erased. Dead. She slapped him. Not hard. Precisely. Good, she said. You're here enough to hate that. Stay. The cold in the hall smelled of metal and old law. Her palms were warmer than the place deserved. It showed me. I know what it showed you. Some cleaner version of despair. He almost laughed. The sound broke into a cough. Mu Yao leaned closer until he could see the exhaustion in her eyes and the furious, ordinary life still moving behind it. Listen carefully. Pei still limps in the rain and lies about it, because she wants to look tougher than pain. Tai Luo cheats at cards by being too obvious for anyone to believe him and then getting away with it anyway. Widow Peng still salts her stew like revenge. Ji Rulan says thank you by reducing spoilage and pretending gratitude is vulgar. Lan Shui sorts her tea leaves by legal category when she's angry. Wei Han once cried because a ledger had been rebound poorly and then denied it because the tears were doctrinal. Behind her, Wei Han spluttered in outrage. That was one tear, and it was structural. Good. The interruption helped. She kept going, relentless now. The boy in East Route Cell 4 still thinks clinic broth tastes less frightening if he hears me insult it first. The matron at North Ferry wraps dead infants in blue cloth because she says no one goes to the pyres uncounted anymore. The quartermaster captain who hates you still sharpened your route hooks personally because he trusts your hands more than your judgment. The names and habits hit Shen Duan one by one like stakes driven into thawing ground. Specific. Irregular. Unoptimized. The future visions lost hold under the weight of them. Mu Yao pressed her forehead to his for one brief, unguarded beat. This is what you are fighting for, she said softly. Not because it promises a perfect ending. Because it remains itself while imperfect. Do not let any cosmic accountant make you ashamed of that. Something in him, stretched thin by the choir C and the chorus futures and the long war before both, settled enough to become usable again. He breathed. The hall became one place. The expedition, one set of chosen people. The open gate a problem instead of an answer. Shen Duan reached up and covered one of Mu Yao's hands with his own. I almost believed it. Of course you did, she said. Only fools resist temptation they don't understand. Honest as ever. He looked past her to the central gate, where pale script still moved like tide under law. Then I understand more now. The chorus mind spoke again through the hall, quieter this time, and therefore in some ways more dangerous. You continue to privilege anomaly over durable mercy. Shen Duan rose on unsteady legs. The expedition behind him adjusted too. Not one body. A cluster of chosen stances. Separate fear, separate anger, separate reasons to keep climbing. Good. He answered the gate rather than the voice. Durable mercy that cannot survive being refused is only administration with better hymns. The pale lights in the central gate tightened. Not rage. Recalculation. Excellent. Let it calculate around disobedience for once. Wei Han dragged himself upright beside a broken law column and wiped blood from one nostril with scholarly insult. If we are done being cosmically persuaded, may I note the obvious? The gate beyond still exists. Whatever comes next is likely worse. Lan Shui glanced at the tablet bands circling the threshold. And whatever comes next will probably call itself necessary. Ji Rulan checked the dwindling supply vial count even here, proving practicality could survive apocalypse. Then let us remain annoyingly expensive to manage. Even that helped. The central gate brightened further, and, beyond it, a new corridor of impossible black arches began unfolding into visibility. The choir had finished with argument. For now, ahead waited whatever supreme administrative cruelty kept the Star Road intact and the worlds compliant. Shen Duan's legs still trembled. His meridians felt scorched hollow. Mu Yao's anchor had saved his mind and left his body owing debts that pain would collect later. Fine. That was later. He looked once more at the people beside him, each stubborn in a different shape, and felt no certainty of victory. Only the refusal to let uncertainty become surrender. At the edge of the gate, the old command voice from the wall answered faintly through the tally, not overriding, not singing, merely present as a worn instruction carried forward by too few survivors. Separate lives. Separate counts. Advance. Shen Duan stepped toward the next corridor, and the expedition moved with him not as one mind, but as many willing ones still offensive enough to exist. Chapter 111 Su Songhai built the thought citadel out of every room where Shen Duan had once wanted the world simpler. The corridor beyond the central gate did not stay corridor long. One arch folded into 10 into mirrored terraces. Pale stone became black lacquer, and then a city of suspended rooms joined by bridges too narrow for armies and too broad for privacy. Bells hung everywhere and made no sound. The expedition crossed 3 of those bridges before the architecture separated Shen Duan from the others without moving a wall. One breath, he was walking with Mu Yao's shoulder near enough to touch. The next, he stood alone in a citadel built from thought pressure, with Su Songhai waiting on a high court under a sky made of layered legal script. No hollow hosts. No chorus gate. Only the saintess in a place where number, memory, and law had decided they were all weapons of the same family. Her white sleeves trailed over the black floor like tide lines. You wanted to understand me as strategy, she said. Very well. Understand me where strategy no longer has walls to hide behind. The citadel moved with her voice. Stairways rose. Archways narrowed. Distant chambers lit with scenes Shen Duan recognized and hated. The mine pit, the hearing square, the shrine cache, the dead village, the river clinic. Each memory room connected to another by routes too clean to be natural. Thought made architecture. Bad terrain. Good enemy choice. Shen Duan opened Dominion Wheel at once and felt it scrape. The citadel did not press him as 1C had. It structured him, classifying every movement as if argument itself were a bureaucratic process. Su Songhai stepped off her court, and the first attack came not as force, but as harmony. Silver lines rose from the floor around his feet and tried to align his stance with the citadel's intended path. If he followed the easiest motion, 1 bridge opened. If he resisted, 5 rooms turned blind and hostile at once. Beautiful. Monstrous. He refused the offered bridge and kicked the nearest silver line hard enough that thought sparks burst like glass gnats. Su Songhai's eyes sharpened with something close to approval. Good. You are less boring than obedience. Then the real duel began. She attacked through coherence. Every memory room around them opened at once and started projecting its own moral gravity. The mine pit called for rage. The witness square for public performance. The village for vengeance. The clinic for impossible triage. If he chose any one room as his center, the others would close into arguments against it. She was trying to make his own history become factional inside him. Smart. He answered with contradiction. Not random. Deliberate human irregularity. He moved toward the clinic while laughing at the mine. Spoke Tai Luo's worst card cheat into the village chamber. Named Ji Rulan's grain losses in the hearing square. Refused to let one moral frame monopolize the self. For a while that worked. Then Su Songhai sang. Not the wide thought song she used on armies. A narrow, intimate thing threaded through the bridges like light through wet silk. The citadel around him became smoother. Every contradiction he raised arrived half a breath too late. Each memory room began resolving into a cleaner narrative. The mine was not injustice, but proof that desperate men needed guidance. The quarter was not solidarity, but unstable charisma. Mu Yao's clinic was not chosen compassion, but inefficient pain management. The song did not demand surrender. It made separate motives feel inelegant. Shen Duan felt the pressure and knew brute force would fail. Break harder, and he only proved himself the kind of emergency center Su Songhai already expected. So he did the least natural thing possible inside a duel. He linked outward. Legion's soul, carefully, through the tally and the expedition line beyond the citadel's walls. Not to command them, to borrow their chosen dissonance. Mu Yao's irritation at unnecessary grandeur. Wei Han's obscene joy in ugly details. Lan Shui's faith that law should remain annoying rather than pure. Ji Rulan's refusal to let sentiment escape accounting. Tai Luo's belief that every elegant idea ought to survive a shovel first. Human contradiction. Cooperative dissonance. It hit the thought citadel like thrown gravel in a perfect pool. The bridges shuddered. 2 memory rooms cracked. One bell finally made sound, and the sound was not harmony, but a wagon axle squealing under bad load, because somewhere Wei Han had apparently decided to think about quartermaster abuse at precisely the correct moment. Su Songhai faltered. Only a fraction. Enough. Shen Duan drove Dominion wheel outward, not to erase her song, but to mark one central court where no single narrative was allowed to call itself sufficient. The floor blackened. The silver thought lines hissed and recoiled. Around them, memory rooms began showing their own incompleteness again. The village with no clean justice. The quarter with no pure innocence. The clinic where love and exhaustion shared the same hands. Su Songhai took one step back. For the first time, anger entered her face. You call this resistance? I call it not letting one answer flatten all the others. The citadel collapsed 2 floors beneath them. They fought then physically at last, though even that word was too simple. She moved like consensus given joints, always taking the shortest path toward inevitability. Shen Duan moved like a besieged city refusing good advice because the advice wanted too much in return. Bell chains snapped. Memory glass burst underfoot. A bridge turned to script dust as they crossed it, and both had to leap the gap, she with impossible grace, he with a curse and borrowed stubbornness. In the final exchange, she tried to lay one hand over his heart and sing him still. He caught her wrist with both hands and answered not with a technique name or noble line, but with the ugliest true thing he knew. No one gets to be relieved at my people's expense without their permission. The citadel cracked from highest spire to foundation. Su Songhai fell back through one collapsing arch and landed on the lower court hard enough that even she lost composure for a breath. Blood marked the corner of her mouth. Her song was broken, not ended forever. Broken enough. She looked up at him through the ruin with something far sadder than defeat. You are going to make survival very costly for everyone around you. He stood over the shattered court and did not deny it. Because denying would have been vanity. So are you. Chapter 112. Su Songhai admitted she had chosen the chorus because childhood taught her every separate will arrived carrying a blade. They found her in the lower ruined court after the thought citadel collapsed, half buried under script debris and the husks of false memory doors. The expedition broke through the remaining mind architecture in staggered order, each carrying the raw look of someone who had been forced to fight on terrain too intimate for armor. Mu Yao reached Shen Duan first and checked his pupils before asking whether the saintess still breathed. Practical woman. Su Songhai did. Barely. Wei Han wanted to bind her in 6 layers of anti-song script and one deeply offensive knot pattern. Lan Shui wanted legal record of every word before she recovered enough serenity to make them all regret oxygen. Ji Rulan, brushing white dust from her coat, sleeves with merchant irritation, simply said, kill her or keep her. This middle stage is inefficient. Shen Duan looked down at Su Songhai and thought of the citadel she had built from his own cleanest temptations. Thought of the dead worlds, the quiet cities, the way her mercy always arrived too polished to survive argument. He also thought of Mu Yao kneeling over wounded route boys, Tai Luo laughing while bleeding, Widow Peng salting stew like insult. All the gloriously irregular private things the chorus could never justify keeping because none of them optimized cleanly. He should have killed her. That was the easy logic. He didn't. Mu Yao noticed the decision on his face first. If you spare her, she said quietly, do it because the living argument needs the truth she carries, not because you're trying to prove something beautiful to yourself. Fair. Agreed. They bound Su Songhai in anti-resonance wire and moved her to the customs house upper records room under triple watch. She woke at dawn to cold tea, Mu Yao's unblinking clinical attention, Wei Han's copy slates, and Shun Duan standing at the only window the room possessed. No one asked whether she wanted to talk. They had all learned enough by now to know wanting was irrelevant. Su Songhai sat up slowly, looked at the bindings around her wrists, then at the guards outside, then at Shun Duan. I expected either execution or vindication. This is almost disappointingly procedural. Lan Shui, from the corner desk, said, you may think of it as courtesy under revision. The Sanus's eyes finally settled on Mu Yao. You anchored him. Against your singing? Happily. Something like envy moved across Su Songhai's face and vanished before anyone could be certain. Shun Duan chose directness because whatever else she was, she no longer deserved the protection of mystery. Why did you choose the chorus? No song. No evasion. The answer came after a long silence in which the pale light from the star road outside turned the room into something too clean for the story. Because when I was 9, Su Songhai said, my province changed commanders 4 times in one winter. Each swore he had the right structure. Each took grain from a different district first. My mother kept teaching children to read because she thought literacy preserved personhood. The 3rd commander's men used the school for triage. The 4th used it for executions because it had benches and central sightlines. Her mouth did not shake. That control was worse than tears. By spring I could look at any crowd and tell exactly which private fear would make it cruel next. No one in the room moved. Su Songhai looked not at Shun Duan, but at the light. When the chorus first touched me years later, it did not offer dominance. It offered an end to the local mathematics of terror. No more mothers guessing which gate captains still counted daughters as leverage. No more commanders improvising morality by supply level. No more markets teaching children the price of being many. Her gaze returned at last, dark and level. You hear song. I heard relief from the endless weaponization of separate panic. There it was. Human enough to wound. Wrong enough to fight forever. Ji Rulan, who had stayed near the doorway with arms folded because quartermasters distrusted saintly confessions on principle, said, so you burned the village to stop house fires. Su Songhai accepted the ugliness of the paraphrase. In effect, Mu Yao's expression changed then, not toward pity, but toward a more dangerous understanding. One healer seeing how another had broken under incompatible scales of pain. And now, she asked. Su Songhai looked at the anti-resonance wire around her wrists. Now I know the chorus has become less patient and less honest than the thing I first served. But I do not yet know whether your answer outlasts the beauty of refusing it. Shen Duan appreciated that she did not grant him easy moral victory. The war was beyond such cheapness now. Then watch, he said. And if you try to sing anyone smooth again, Mu Yao gets first cut. Mu Yao nodded once, already willing. That was how Su Songhai's uncertain redemption began. Not with trust, not with forgiveness, but with being kept alive long enough to witness a structure attempt to stay human under stress. Chapter 113 The Archive of Submission proved the mind heartbeat had never been local. Wei Han found the chamber by following a recurring pulse in the customs house floor that did not match any route, supply, or law sequence. It sat below the reviewed world's registry in a basement no architect had marked on any clean map because the chorus did not like its coercive history visible where compliant civilizations checked traffic rights. Good. That meant the room was likely important. Bad. That also meant it was probably dangerous enough to earn its secrecy. They entered with Su Songhai under guard because even bound Sanuses recognized some doors faster than scholars did. The basement corridor was low, curved, and lined with black metal plates inset with thumb-sized silver circles that pulsed in the exact rhythm Shun Duan had first heard in the black gravel mine riot. There. No more theory. No more maybe. The same basal synchronization beat had run from a pit riot to orthodox envoys to celestial administration. The archive chamber itself was round and ugly in a different way from the high law halls. Functional. Rows of suspended tablets circled a central resonance drum taller than a man. The drum's skin was not hide or metal. It looked grown from layered nerve light. Every time the silver circles along the walls pulsed, the drum answered with a low internal throb that Shun Duan felt in his molars. Su Songhai stopped at the threshold. This should have been archived deeper. Wei Han looked delighted. Then we are certainly in the correct place. The tablets lit when the tally approached. Agent synchronization protocol. Long-range compliance seeding. Local conflict conditioning through basal cadence entrainment. Lan Shui read the lines once and swore with admirable legal precision. The mine. The envoys. The village witness houses. Shen Yue stepped closer to the resonance drum and saw embedded records moving beneath its surface like preserved fish under black ice. Recruitments. Train pulses. Infiltration networks. Protocols for making populations more suggestible under recurring fear by seeding shared autonomic rhythms into authority channels, riots, and crisis institutions. The black gravel mine had not just been a miserable corner of the world. It had been touched. A testing site. No wonder the riot had felt plucked by one hidden will. It had been. The thought made the old hatred in him go strangely still. Cold. Focused. No longer personal only. Su Songhai looked at the archive with something like disgust. This was not the form originally offered. The chorus once relied on invitation under visible necessity. These. She gestured to the seeded cadence diagrams. These are shortcuts. Ji Rulon snorted. Every empire reaches for shortcuts once it realizes honesty is slower than appetite. Wei Han had already started copying the synchronization protocols and muttering under his breath. If we can invert the cadence, local populations might be trained to recognize foreign rhythm intrusions before panic cascades. Mu Yao put one hand on the nearest silver pulse circle and frowned. No. Look at the medical annotations. The entrainment works best on already exhausted systems. Sleep debt. Brief loops. Repeated crowd exposure. The chorus has been using stress as open-door chemistry. That line settled over the room harder than the tablets. Not everyone would be equally vulnerable. The overburdened. The traumatized. The repeatedly mobilized. In short, the very population's banner refuge was trying hardest to keep alive. Shen Yue placed the tally against the resonance drum. Can we shut it down? Wei Han's eyes flicked over the chamber, and he answered with unusual care. Yes, briefly. Or we can take the archive core and risk the whole basement sounding every hidden rhythm on the road above us. Outside the chamber, the Star Road wind moaned through distant vents. Time narrowed. Prince Ning, through the route crystal at Shen Yue's belt, reported new pressure below. 3 world gate flares. 2 support arches collapsing under upper road assault. Riverglass still holding, but barely. No leisurely scholarship today. Shen Yue made the call. Take the core. No one argued. Which meant the call was probably insane, but necessary. They set the anti-resonance wires. Lan Shui braced the outer door. Mu Yao dosed the 2 junior route guards who had begun grinding their teeth in time with the wall pulses. Wei Han and Ji Rulon, in an alliance that would have offended gods and accountants equally, rigged the quartermaster abacus frame into a suppression cradle around the drum's heart. When Shen Yue drove Dominion Wheel into the pulse chamber and ripped the archive core free, the entire basement screamed in heartbeat. Not metaphor. Real. Every silver circle along the walls flashed. The drum split. A wave of synchronization pressure slammed down the corridor and out into the Star Road above where hidden agents and seeded rhythms would feel, for one precious minute, their own pattern exposed by interruption. The archive core came free in Wei Han's hands like a severed moon. At the same instant, deep in the road above them, answering signals began waking in hostile sequence. They had the proof. They had also just told every hidden cadence on the Star Road that someone had touched its throat. Chapter 114. Tai Luo died, holding a breach in a place no one would ever name after him properly. The Star Road's 7th Terrace had no grand title in the old records. Just a transit brace between Support Arch 5 and the lower archive cluster. A place of bridges, load platforms, and maintenance corridors where traffic once must have passed without ceremony. That made it perfect for an ambush and exactly the sort of place history would forget if living people did not refuse. They were almost clear of the archive of submission when the hidden agents answered. Not hollow hosts first. Star Marshals. Tall figures in black-white armor with faces hidden behind smooth mirrored veils and weapons that looked like survey staffs until they struck. They moved through the maintenance corridors as if they had measured the expedition days ago and were now simply checking predictions against actual panic. Wei Han carried the archive core in both arms. That made him the obvious target. Tai Luo saw it before anyone else. Down. The first martial staff hit the corridor support where Wei Han had been standing and sliced the black metal clean through with no sound at all. The bridge beyond the support began to shear away into the dark between terraces. Everything after that happened on ugly instinct. Mu Yao shoved Wei Han flat with the archive core hugged to his chest. Lan Shui took a staff glancing off her shoulder and kept moving because lawyers of her sort had always been vindictive in the body. Shen Yue opened Dominion Wheel into a corridor too narrow to respect it and felt the hostile predictive lines sliding around him not from direct hate, but from anticipatory consensus. The marshals were attacking through probable agreement before emotion fully formed. Bad enemy. Very bad. Tai Luo answered in the only language he had ever trusted fully. He became a wall. Not poetic. Literal. The second bridge support cracked. The corridor behind them started dropping in sections toward the abyss under the Star Road. The only clear route to the support arch now ran through one maintenance throat 2 men wide and already filling with star marshals advancing in mathematically clean intervals. Tai Luo hit the mouth of that throat with a scavenged pillar shield, a broken martial staff, and enough refusal to shame architecture. Move, he roared. Shen Yue should have stayed. Every nerve in him demanded it. Stand in the breach. Take the pressure. Be the center. Tai Luo looked back once, blood on his teeth and joyless certainty in his face, and shouted the one line that could stop him. Don't you dare waste this by helping wrong. There it was. The lesson returned as command. Helping wrong. Shen Yue had spent half his life doing it nobly. Not now. He grabbed Wei Han by the collar, shoved Mu Yao and Lan Shui toward the support arch, and ran the living where the dead soon would not have route. Behind them, Tai Luo held. The corridor rang with every impact like a forge struck by giants. Martial staffs carved sparks from the pillar shield. Tai Luo answered each precision blow with the feral practicality of a mind fighter who had never once believed war should look elegant. He jammed broken metal into staff joints, took one cut through the thigh and used the angle to trap the next strike under his arm, kicked a martial off the edge and went with it 2 steps before slamming the shield rim into the wall hard enough to arrest both falls. The support arch loomed ahead. Wei Han was sobbing furious breaths around the archive core. Mu Yao had blood in one eye and would not stop looking back. Lan Shui was already calculating collapse sequence by sound. Now, she shouted. Shen Yue turned at the arch threshold and saw the end. Tai Luo, chest heaving, one arm hanging wrong, standing over 3 dead or broken marshals, while 6 more came through the narrowing throat. The corridor beneath him was already splitting. The shield had gone from pillar to splintered plate. Their eyes met across the failing span. No speeches. Tai Luo had never trusted those. He just grinned, bloody and impossible, and slammed the last surviving martial staff sideways into the support seam at his feet. The whole breach came down. The corridor folded inward in a roar of black metal and pale sparks, and took Tai Luo, the marshals, and the entire throat of the transit brace into the dark below the road. Mu Yao made a sound Shen Yue had never heard from her and never wanted again. He almost jumped. Not metaphor. Truly. 1 step. Wait forward. The old reflex, pure and suicidal, ready to make grief into immediate motion. Lan Shui hit him across the chest with both hands and screamed, "Carry the living proof." The archive core burned against Wei Han's arms. The support arch behind them was failing. Tai Luo's sacrifice had bought one route, not resurrection. Shen Yue let the step die. That was the cost. Not only losing Tai Luo, not even trying to follow because the wrong help would have made his death meaningless. They crossed the support arch into the next terrace with the archive core and 2 many surviving breaths. Behind them, the breach thundered down the side of the Star Road until no one could hear whether anything at all remained at the bottom. Tai Luo, who had once agreed that fair fights were for people with backing, was gone into the dark holding a line exactly long enough for the others to carry forward what mattered more than his body. No glory, only meaning sharpened by absence. Chapter 1:15 Heaven Siege opened when Shen Yue chose to turn grief into a wall instead of a weapon. They made camp in a dead relay niche 2 terraces above the breach because no one could still stand, and because the archive core had to be stabilized before its captured rhythms tore the support scripts apart. The niche looked down on nothing visible. Only black sky under road and a slow drift of pale dust where ancient traffic once must have flowed. No one spoke Tai Luo's name for the first hour. Not because he didn't deserve it. Because the first naming would make him gone in the grammar of the room, and everyone was buying one more illegal hour before language collected. Mu Yao cleaned blood from her hands that was not all hers, and failed to get them clean. Wei Han sat curled around the archive core like a scholar incubating blasphemy. Lan Shui wrote the breach sequence, of course. A record against erasure. Her blade hand shook the whole time. Shen Yue stood at the niche edge and looked at the dark where the corridor had fallen. The manual inside him wanted simple things. Find enemies. Take enough pressure to blur grief into motion. Let rage be legible. Legion's soul made it worse by carrying echoes of the living who had loved Tai Luo in their own separate ways. Mu Yao's unfinished fury. Wei Han's offended grief. Lan Xue's quiet respect. She would rather have died than phrase sentimentally. Somewhere below all that, the memory of Tai Luo himself still moved through Shen Duan not as a ghost, but as a set of chosen refusals too recently shared to stop feeling present. He nearly broke then, not into tears, into annihilation. The urge to turn back, find the nearest chorus architecture, and erase it until the loss acquired proportion. The wrong help again. Always waiting. Mu Yao came to stand beside him without speaking. After a while she said, "If you make him an excuse, I will hate you for it. Not comfort. Anchor." He nodded once. "I know." Below them, the pale dust where the breach had fallen shifted in a slow spiral under no wind at all. The archive core in Wei Han's arms pulsed. Not with the mind heartbeat now. With captured chorus rhythm trying to reassert administrative harmony over the niche despite everything. Lan Xue looked up sharply. "It's using the dead zone." The niche around them began changing. Walls smoothing. Grief edges rounding. The perfect insult. Even here, even now, the chorus trying to optimize mourning into manageable quiet. No. Shen Duan turned from the edge and saw with sudden blinding clarity what the next realm required. Dominion Wheel had carved zones where hostile consensus lost authority. Heaven's Siege would have to do more. Not merely deny a field. Besiege a concept. Take something vast and invasive, obedience, harmony, inevitability, and force it under pressure until it could no longer spread, as if it were the natural condition of reality. Tai Luo's death made the need unbearable. Good. Sometimes unbearable truths were the only ones power respected. He stepped to the center of the niche while the chorus rhythm smoothed the walls toward false calm and drove the tally into the floor. "No," he said. One word. Not to armies. Not to song. To the idea that grief should become administratively quiet in order to be survivable. Heaven's Siege answered. The relay niche exploded outward in black-red pressure rings. The environment made it visible. Wall script that had been smoothing itself into perfect curves cracked and jagged. The pale dust below the breach surged upward in a storm column and then froze in air, held under a field of impossible compression. The archive core screamed in captured rhythm until the rhythm itself bent. Shen Duan felt the new realm open not around his body, but around his refusal to let certain ideas move freely. Obedience. Inevitability. The administrative theft of sorrow. Inside Heaven's Siege, those things could be pinned, pressured, and forced to answer rather than assume the sky belonged to them. The cost was savage. Every memory of Tai Luo hit him at once. Mind bridge laughter. Quarter barricade insults. Shovel over shoulder at the frontier relay. The grin before the breach. The realm fed on the full moral weight of what he was refusing to let be simplified. His knees hit the floor hard enough to bruise bone through cloth. Blood burst from every old meridian tear he had ever half-healed through stubbornness. Mu Yao caught him before he pitched face-first into the tally. The niche held. More than held. The captured chorus rhythm inside the archive core now beat against Heaven's Siege like a prisoner inside a locked gate. Wei Han looked up from the core, grief still raw on his face and scholarly, cutting through it anyway, because he was still, infuriatingly, Wei Han. You just besieged a principle. Shen Duan spat blood and grief onto the black floor. It started first. No one laughed. Not yet. But the niche no longer felt like a place where mourning would be politely processed into silence. It felt like a fortress built around the right to keep pain specific until justice, memory, or love had finished with it. Tai Luo would have approved the lack of elegance. That hurt. It also steadied him, because now the road ahead was no longer only ascent. It was siege in the oldest and newest sense both, holding what mattered inside a pressure field until the thing outside finally had to answer for how badly it wanted everyone to become one obedient shape. Chapter 116. Lan Xue used the archive core to accuse half the world from a relay tower no one would remember unless they survived. The niche above the breach had become command hold, morning room, and enemy laboratory all at once. Heaven's Siege pinned the captured chorus rhythms long enough for Wei Han to dissect them into signal patterns. Mu Yao kept the expedition barely functional through grief, thin air, and meridian damage severe enough that ordinary physicians would have called descent mandatory. There was no descent. Below them, through the wall and the route crystals, Riverglass and the refuge cells were starting to feel the aftershock of Tai Luo's death even without knowing it yet. Panic moved faster than truth on threatened roads. Lan Xue saw the danger first. If the worlds below keep thinking the chorus is a saint and a sky scar, she said, they'll keep fighting symptoms. We need the hidden structure named now. The archive core pulsed in the relay cradle, still full of synchronization protocols, compromised envoy lists, and the doctrine tree showing exactly how many mortal institutions had already been partially bent by chorus cadence. Prince Ning's voice came through the route crystal, rough with sleepless command, broadcasting that widely will shatter what legitimacy remains of half the regional governments. Lan Shui tied her hair back tighter and looked at the glowing core with the expression of a woman who had already sacrificed career, affiliation, and patience to the principle at hand. Yes, she didn't soften it, didn't disguise it. Shen Duan, sitting against the niche wall with Heaven's Siege still bleeding pain through his veins, watched her and understood. There were people who fought by holding lines, people who fought by carrying routes, people who fought by healing what history charged interest on. Lan Shui fought by making lies too expensive to continue administering. He respected that with the same part of himself that once had only respected men who could take a punch well. The relay tower sat 2 terraces above them, a narrow black lattice open to the false stars and cross-linked to surviving wall nodes below. Reaching it required a climb over fractured command rails while Star Road wind cut, like powdered glass across exposed skin. Lan Shui went anyway with 1 junior legal clerk, 1 route signaler, and Wei Han because he would have died of outrage if excluded. Mu Yao wanted to go. She didn't, because someone had to keep Shen Duan from turning pain into strategy again while the tower worked. From the niche, he felt the broadcast begin. Not through ears, through the wall. Lan Shui used the core's captured protocols not to synchronize, but to interrupt. She fed the hidden heartbeat rhythm back through every surviving support route the chorus had ever touched and paired each cadence spike with names, offices, transfers, and compromise logs from the archive of submission. Not one soft revelation. A cascade. Orthodox envoys with altered basal pulse. Quartermaster offices seeded through emergency review. Border command chains nudged by compliance rhythms. Witness houses, magistrates, route judges, relief commissions, even some early royal review circles partially touched by the hidden cadence beneath fear and bureaucracy. Below, the world convulsed. They heard pieces through the route crystals and the crackling support lines. Riverglass bells breaking into accusation sequence. Frontier lanes shouting office names into the snow. 1 border garrison mutinying because the commander's pulse matched the cadence list and the soldiers no longer trusted their own instincts around him. 3 city magistrates publicly sealing themselves in review chambers to prove their breathing belonged to them and no one else. Chaos. Necessary chaos. Prince Ning's voice came again, harsher now. You've broken the old legitimacy spine. Lan Shui answered through the tower crystal with ice and exhaustion both. No, I exposed that it was already splinted with stolen rhythm. No one below would trust institutions the same way again. Good. Terrible. Both. The cost arrived at once. Riverglass did not collapse cleanly. Neither did the frontier. Some local orders held under witness boards and route trust. Others shattered because they had no legitimacy beneath the administrative pulse and no replacement structure ready. The broadcast prevented hidden homefront capture. It also detonated the remaining illusion that old authority could guide the war unaltered. Prince Ning laughed once through the crystal, not from humor. We are rebuilding statehood during celestial descent. I hope history develops embarrassment. Lan Shui's reply came wind-thin from the tower. History can submit its complaint in triplicate. Then the first star marshal strike hit the relay tower. Shen Duan felt the future predictive pressure before the impact. Cold. Angleless. The marshals were not coming in hatred. They were coming in certainty of where resistance would matter next. He was already on his feet before Mu Yao could object. Heaven's Siege or no. Bleeding or no. Some distances remained non-negotiable. Chapter 117. The Star Marshals attacked by being correct too early. That was their horror. By the time Shen Duan reached the relay terrace below the tower, the first support stairs had already sheared away where the marshals predicted he would take them, and the second landing was cut in half because they had measured where rescue would bunch before rescue arrived. No visible commanders. No shouted orders. Just mirrored veiled figures stepping between constellational anchor points and striking not the bodies presently in front of them, but the probabilities those bodies made most likely next. Lan Shui was still alive in the upper tower. Barely. The junior clerk was not. Wei Han hung from the side rail with one arm, and the route signaler braced over him screaming legal obscenities that could not possibly help and somehow did. The marshals had already mapped what Shen Duan would normally do. Charge the center. Take the heaviest hostility. Turn the converging attack into shelter. So they starved the convergence. One marshal stepped where his footing would be if he jumped the left gap. Another cut the rail support his shoulder would likely use for a sling turn. A third drove a staff through the anchor groove that Heaven's Siege would most naturally seize if he tried to build a refusal zone around the tower. Bad enemy. Worse now that he understood them. Wei Han saw the shape one blink later and shouted from the rail. Don't solve the obvious problem. Beautiful advice. Uselessly phrased. Correct. Shen Yue skidded to a stop on the lower terrace and looked not at the tower, but at the empty spaces around it. What were the marshals assuming was irrelevant? Not him. Not Lan Shui. Not the relay crystal. Uncertainty. They were too efficient to price true mess highly enough. Ji Rilan. He barked into the route crystal at his belt. How many ballast mules did you leave at Terrace 6? Her answer came with no context, because quartermasters worshipped relevance. 4. What? Release them all. Mu Yao, sprinting up the lower span behind him with 2 healers and much worse judgment than she'd like anyone to notice, heard and did not ask why either. She simply drove her clinic bells into the terrace stones in a pattern with no martial dignity at all and shouted for everyone on the upper span to change rhythm every 3 breaths, whether it made sense or not. Then the mules came. Not cavalry. Panicked cargo beasts driven loose across celestial maintenance ramps by quartermaster lash poles and route whistles. They hit the terrace web at angles no prediction lattice had priced because no sane commander would normally add screaming pack animals to a precision rescue. Good. Sane command had become a luxury. The star marshals faltered for the first time as rope loads, bell noise, drifting supply crates, and idiotic mule terror flooded the geometry with bad variables. One marshal struck at where Wei Han's body would likely swing and got a grain sack instead. Another cut a support line only to have the released counterweight slam backward into its own mirrored faceplate. Uncertainty forced open a seam. Shen Yue took it, not with old lane logic, with Heaven's Siege. He planted the tally into the relay seam below the tower and declared not a body or route under siege, but anticipation itself. No certain future here, he said through blood and wind. The realm answered. A black-red pressure sphere burst around the tower, warping the air so that projected lines of likelihood became visible as hair-thin silver threads. Inside Heaven's Siege, those threads lost inevitability. They tangled, slowed, snagged. The marshals' perfect early correct attacks now had to pass through contested uncertainty before becoming action. That was enough. Lan Shui kicked one marshal off the upper platform with a filing box. Wei Han, still somehow hanging on, slammed the archive copy case into another's wrist and shrieked in triumph when law briefly defeated destiny. Mu Yao climbed the side brace like fury made practical and threw a collapsed needle into the signaler's shoulder not because he was wounded, but because he was about to faint at an inconvenient angle. The tower held. Not elegantly. Like everything worthwhile so far. By the time the last marshal withdrew into higher constellational dark, the relay crown still stood and Lan Shui's broadcast had already done its damage below. The world's new now. Too late to preserve innocence. Early enough, perhaps, to keep some structures from being captured invisibly. Wei Han finally hauled himself onto the platform, looked at the retreating martial lights, and gasped. I hate enemies who do mathematics in advance. Shen Yue, half collapsed against the relay post, answered. Then make yourself expensive to calculate. Chapter 118. The full wall of 10,000 banners woke when Shen Yue stopped asking it to save one city and asked it to remember all its dead duties at once. The relay tower strike had made one thing plain. Fragment answers would fail. The chorus fought through hidden cadence, thought song, predictive command, and infrastructure older than nations. The surviving wall nodes answered in pieces, shelter here, support there, refusal zone elsewhere, route link if enough blood was spent for one more breath. Not enough. The old commander who had sealed the lattice might have fractured it to prevent merger, but the road above and worlds below were now paying for every broken connection separately. Shen Yue knew the next choice before anyone wanted to say it aloud. Wake the whole thing. Every surviving node. Every shelter route. Every command scar the Legion had buried rather than surrender smoothly. It was the kind of idea that sounded either divine or suicidal, depending on whether one had to survive its first minute. Prince Ning, via Crystal, hated it immediately. If the full wall answers you and you lose yourself in the command scale, we may trade celestial administration for one very overworked Shen Yue. Fair. Mu Yao hated it for better reasons. Your channels are already splitting under 3 realms, and grief held badly. If the full lattice comes through you before we build enough recall anchors, then I die useful, he said, and saw at once that the sentence had arrived from the wrong habit. Mu Yao's face went cold. No. Then you die lazily. That hit. Good. He forced himself to say the truer thing. Then I risk becoming too central to answer the scale any other way. Better. Still bad. Wei Han spread the surviving anchor maps across the relay floor. The wall can only be awakened through multi-node recognition. Tally, support lattice, archive core, relay crown, and one live bearer capable of carrying contradictory intent at scale. He looked at Shen Yue with more sincerity than was healthy for either of them. Unfortunately, that last criterion is offensively specific. Lan Shui, soot-streaked and steady despite the relay blood on her sleeve, said. Then recall structure now. Before activation. They built it on the tower floor with wind freezing the ink before it dried. Mu Yao's medical veto. Lan Shui's legal suspension clause. Prince Ning's emergency seal. Ji Rulan's supply denial authority. Wei Han's script kill switch if command cadence flattened into administrative override. Not perfect. Real. The old sentence from Yun's famine war parchment sat in the center of the page. No commander holds the banner who cannot be recalled. Only after all four signed did Mu Yao hand Shen Yue on the tally. If we use this, she said, voice so even it hurt. You do not get to call us betrayers for pulling you back. If you don't pull me back when needed, he answered, then none of this was worth building. No romance in the line. All love. The activation point lay above them at the central chorus gate approach, where the Star Road's local command channels braided together before descent. Reaching it under constant host pressure took the rest of the day and most of what remained in the expedition's reserve stores. They climbed through dead anchor courts, crossed one bridge made entirely of converted support light, and fought off 3 hollow companies too tired for legend and too necessary to ignore. At sunset they reached the gate. It was not ornate. That would have been easier to hate. Just a vast interlocked ring of black and pale metal suspended over the road's deepest drop, with the traces of 1,000 old route lines feeding into it from every direction like veins into a heart too disciplined to pulse visibly. The place where the wall had once answered and then stopped. Shen Yue stepped into the central socket with the tally in his hand and every surviving node in the region calling for recognition. He did not shout. He did not invoke destiny. He simply told the truth at the scale he could bear. Shelter first, he said. Count the separate. Wake. The world answered. Every surviving support node below Riverglass, across the frontier, through the dead fortresses, and along the lower Star Road ignited in blue-red sequence. The sky itself changed. Beneath the scar, ancient relay lines no one living had known were still present lit across clouds and mountain ridges. On the road, dead arches stood upright. In the cities below, old buried support marks glowed through cellars, wells, and market stones. The full wall of 10,000 banners woke. The environment made it undeniable. Tremors ran through the Star Road. Dust rose from old command seams in perfect rings. The central gate's black metal peeled open to reveal the vast route lattice spinning beneath, alive with shelter capacity, pressure channels, command scars, and worlds linked by roads that had once all answered to one larger refusal. Shen Yue almost went with it. The command scale was monstrous. Cities, terraces, roads, populations, host pressure, law pressure, fear pressure, all visible in one terrible living array. His mind strained like rope over a canyon. Then Mu Yao's needle hit the back of his neck. Lan Shui's recall seal flared at his wrist. Wei Han screamed script corrections in his left ear. Ji Rulan announced grain counts in the right. Beautiful. Human. Anchors. He stayed himself by suffering all of them at once. The full wall held. For now. Chapter 119 The Awakened Wall showed them innocent worlds linked to the same road, and the idea of simply destroying the chorus became suddenly childish. The central gate no longer hid its route lattice after activation. It displayed, not out of kindness, because the old system had been built for command decisions at scale, and command decisions were impossible without accounting for what sacrifice touched beyond the immediate battlefield. Shen Yue saw it first through the waking wall's open lines. World clusters, transit braces, supply ecologies, dependent shelters. Riverglass's region was not a lone besieged world under celestial descent. It was one branch on a road system stretched across many surviving and semi-compliant civilizations, some under chorus harmonization, some resisting, some too damaged even to classify cleanly. Shattering the central gate outright would not only collapse the descent here, it would sever or poison transits feeding worlds that had never sent a hollow host, and perhaps no longer possessed enough free will to oppose anything at all. Wei Han was the first to say it aloud. If we break the road without rewriting the support logic, we could starve millions we have never met. No one in the gate chamber argued, because the wall made the consequence visible in cruelly specific terms. Medical dependency lines, climate control transfers, even, obscenely, whole urban water cycles running through chorus-stabilized road technologies some worlds no longer knew how to reproduce on their own. Prince Ning's voice came through the route crystal from below. Then we cannot simply win by demolition. Ji Rulan stared at the lattice for a long time and looked genuinely tired for the first time since Shen Duan had known her. There should be rules against enemies whose collapse leaves invoices for people on other continents of reality. Mu Yao, reading the medical dependency overlays with physician horror, said nothing at all for several breaths. When she finally did, her voice was low. Some of these worlds are already compromised beyond self-rule. If the road goes now, the clinics fail before politics matters. We would be sentencing people whose only crime was inheriting infrastructure. There it was. The harder answer. Extermination would feel righteous. Clean. Final. Also monstrous. Shen Duan looked into the route lattice and felt the command scale trying to turn morality into optimization again. Lives here against lives there. Immediate sovereignty against dependent survival. The same trap, only bigger and better dressed. He hated how cosmic war kept using the same mathematics as petty cruelty, just with larger columns. Suit Songhai, bound at the perimeter under anti-resonance wires, and still somehow capable of speaking like a patient sentence delivered to unruly children, said, "Now you see why severance is seldom mercy." Mu Yao turned on her so fast, even the guard stiffened. "Do not confuse our reluctance to murder strangers with agreement." Suit Songhai inclined her head. "I don't." Shen Duan stepped closer to the central gate and forced himself not to look only at the worlds below that still resisted. The compromised ones mattered too. That was the cost of honesty. Then the question changes, he said. Not how to break the road. How to take its governance away from the chorus without killing what the road still supports. Wei Han looked up from the law lattice and laughed once, exhausted and scandalized. You are proposing a hostile administrative takeover of a cosmic transit bureaucracy. That is not how I wanted it phrased. Reality is often discourteous. The answer lay deeper than the outer gate. The wall's newly awakened route lines showed a governance core beneath the descent aperture where road permissions, compliance metrics, and support allocations converged into the thing the chorus mind had called continuity. Destroy it, and the road died unpredictably. Seize it, and the war became intimate enough to matter. Prince Ning's voice sharpened through the crystal. Can you reach the governance core? Shen Duan felt the path with the tally and frowned. Only by opening the central descent into full war condition. Silence at that. Because everyone understood the trade. To reach the heart, they would have to let the enemy's main chamber fully express itself. No more edge fights. No more partial roads. The whole gate would become battlefield. Still, the answer had settled. Not extermination. Not surrender. Seizure with cost acknowledged. Mu Yao came to stand beside Shen Duan at the gate. If we do this, she said, eyes on the worlds running through the lattice, we are choosing the harder mercy. He looked at the road, the cities, the dead fortresses, the star-scored dark, and nodded. Then let's stop pretending harder mercy can stay optional forever. Chapter 120. Shen Duan tore open the governance core and fell with the chorus mind into a vortex made of every route the world had tried to avoid choosing. The final battle of the gate did not begin with a charge. It began with permissions. To reach the governance core beneath the central descent, the wall had to override old fail-safes and call the entire local Star Road theater into active conflict state. That meant opening the descent fully. Hollow hosts above them woke in ranks. Dormant road defenses switched sides according to whichever governance signal reached them first. World support lines flickered as if unwilling to choose whether today's operators counted as legitimate command or dangerous interruption. Every easy answer died in the first minute. Shen Duan drove the tally into the core socket and said, war condition. Shelter priority preserved. Governance under contest. The gate split open from center to rim. A vortex of route light and black law machinery spun into being beneath the road. Around it rose the central governance arrays. Rings within rings of moving script, compliance seals the size of city gates, and descending columns of pale chorus logic thick as towers. Hollow host legions poured down the outer terraces. Above them all, the true voice of the chorus mind stopped pretending to borrow other mouths and spoke in a tone made from too many administrative victories. This inefficiency has exceeded tolerance. No more parley. The expedition hit every line at once. Wei Han and Ji Rulan fought the route permissions, one through script theft, and the other through sheer quartermaster refusal to let supply logic remain in enemy hands. Lan Shui and Prince Ning's remote legal teams below shredded compliance categories by broadcasting contradictory authorities through the awakened wall. Mu Yao held the wounded and the anchors, turning the command platform itself into a clinic fortress, because if Shen Duan lost self at this scale, the whole seizure became another kind of defeat. Shen Duan went for the core. Not alone. Legion's soul and Heaven's siege together made the battlefield unbearable and finally adequate. He linked the expedition's chosen intents. He besieged every inevitability the governance arrays tried to declare. Routes bent. Hollow ranks stalled. World support lines that should have obeyed cleanly began hesitating under the weight of conflicting legitimate claims. The chorus mind answered by attacking with order itself. Compliance seals slammed down like guillotine moons. Probability lines from the surviving star marshals tried to close every route Shen Yue would need before he chose it. Thought song storms rose from the vortex to smooth panic into surrender among the allied anchors. He answered with the full, brutal truth of his path. Since you brought so many. No finish to the sentence this time. No need. He stepped into the center of everything converging. That was still his language. Now, though, converging meant not only enemies. Laws. Transit rights. Support dependencies. Worlds waiting below. Heaven's siege pinned the chorus claims long enough for Legion soul to keep allied wills distinct. Dominion wheel carved dead zones in which inevitability lost force. The full wall fed him route pressure from 1,000 old refusals. The governance core began to crack. Not physically alone. Jurisdictionally. The chorus mind realized it and shifted at last from perfect administration into something closer to desperation. It flooded the core with one final offer through every line at once. Merge now. Govern everything. Spare the dependent worlds. End the recursion of separate cruelty by becoming the one burden large enough to carry all without remainder. There it was. The most seductive version. Not peace for surrender. Responsibility for total command. Shen Yue saw, in one terrible instant, how easily his own instincts could wear that crown. Save everyone. Hold every route. Never again let separate failure kill what one sufficient sinner might preserve. That was the true final enemy. Not the chorus's other. The part of his own path that still wanted scale to justify singularity. Mu Yao's voice cut through the offer from the anchor platform below. Recall exists because no one gets to be enough for all of this. Lan Shui hammered the recall seal. Ji Rulon screamed route counts. Wei Han fed contradictory script into the core until the law arrays started eating their own clauses. Human interruption. Mess. Not enough for perfection. Enough to refuse it. Shen Yue chose. Not merge. Not shatter. He ripped the governance core open along the line between support and compliance, preserving the road's sustaining functions where possible and tearing its authority center into exposed competing layers. The vortex beneath the gate widened instantly, swallowing route light, seals, host lines, and every clean claim to administrative inevitability. The chorus mind screamed for the first time. Not in pain alone. In loss of centrality. It struck at Shen Yue with every remaining governance thread, trying either to absorb him whole or drag him into the collapsing core, so the contest remained singular. Fine. He answered by stepping closer, not back, because some fights still demanded the oldest ugly instinct, and because if the vortex took one center with it, better him than the worlds below. Mu Yao saw it and knew. Of course she did. Shen Yue. He looked back once through the storm of lawlight, and hollow host collapse, and route fire. No grand farewell. No noble line. Just the truth. Keep it separate. Then the core gave way under both him and the screaming chorus mind. They fell together into the governance vortex while above them the gate collapsed from orderly descent into contested ruin, and below them the wall of 10,000 banners began screaming route alarms across worlds that had not heard a free command in centuries. Chapter 121. Shen Yue woke inside a ledger that measured civilizations the way merchants measured grain spoilage. At first he thought the governance vortex had killed him and replaced death with administration as punishment. The place around him was not darkness. It was balance. Black plains divided by pale counting lines stretching to impossible distances, every surface inscribed with moving columns of script that changed language depending on what part of him tried to understand them. Above there was no sky. Only stacked translucent ledgers turning slowly through void, each page the size of a district wall and covered in flows of labor, tribute, route pressure, compliance cost, famine risk, rebellion probability. The vortex ledger. He knew the name before he found it written because the place itself felt like naming had been stripped to function. His body was present. That should have comforted him. It didn't. Every breath sounded too loud in the counting stillness. The bronze tally lay beside him on the black plane, cracked along one edge and glowing faintly at the fractures like banked embers in a shovel blade. No sign of the expedition. No sign of Mu Yao. No sign of the chorus mind. Just him and a chamber vast enough to call world's entries. He stood carefully. The plane under his boots answered with ripples of white arithmetic that spread outward and updated nearby columns. Bearer, active. Disruption index, unresolved. Local theater, contested. The cold that moved through him then had nothing to do with temperature. This place did not simply store routes. It priced consequence. A low sound traveled through the ledger planes, not a voice exactly, more like 1,000 pages turning at once in a wind too disciplined to call itself weather. You continue to exist, said the chorus mind from everywhere and nowhere. Suboptimal, yet informative. Shen Yue picked up the tally and looked around for a target that did not exist. If this is your afterlife, your imagination needs relief. The page-turning sound sharpened by a degree. Maybe that counted as irritation. A platform rose from the black plane across from him. On it unfolded a working model of the worlds linked to the Star Road. Not maps this time. Economies, tribute streams, climate routes, disease suppression lines, agricultural dependencies. Whole civilizations represented as glowing flows of input, upkeep, and strain. The brutality of it was not that it reduced worlds to systems. The brutality was that the systems were real. He saw a river glass immediately, a small blue-white, not currently flickering under overburden warning. Beyond it, dozens of other worlds or regions, some bright, some muted, some marked archived, some marked harmonized, some simply listed as failing due to route interruption probability if the gate governance did not resolve cleanly. The chorus mind let him stare, then spoke with obscene patience. You have reached the point where rhetoric becomes insolvency. Good. This chamber exists beneath moral theater. Here, every principle invoices the worlds it burdens. One column flared. Independent civic structures, high local dignity, / high recursive failure cost. Another, harmonized transit governance, low volatility, / high personhood attrition. There it was. The war's moral argument rendered as competing deficits rather than songs and banners. Shen Yue walked closer, reading despite himself because refusing to understand would only make him easier to govern. You want me to choose from your columns, he said. No, the chorus replied. I want you to see that you already have. Every route you protected increased autonomy retention and widened long-term collapse risk. Every refusal of harmonization preserved the right to repeat avoidable fragmentation. Your virtue is measurable. So is its cost. That was the true violence here. Not being lied to. Being told the truth in a form that tried to make human cost feel like a solved accounting domain. He thought of Widow Peng's salting stew. Tai Luo's shovel over one shoulder. Mu Yao's hands on his face in a war lane. All the ugly specifics the chorus could never stop trying to summarize. Then he looked again at the model and saw something new. Some worlds marked harmonized still ran hidden red variances beneath their compliance layer. Buried resistance costs. Local dead zones. Memory leakage. The chorus model looked stable because it booked personhood attrition as acceptable maintenance, not because the attrition had become truly free. Interesting. Very interesting, Wei Han would have said if he were here. The absence of that mutter hurt unexpectedly. Shen Yue stepped closer still and touched one harmonized world stream with the cracked tally. The line shivered. Not because he had power over it yet, because the tally recognized unresolved variance the ledger was smoothing over. So that was the other battlefield. Not only who held routes, how costs were counted. The final arc, Shen Yue realized in the midst of cosmic bureaucracy, was not going to be won by smashing a heart or beheading a tyrant. It would be won by contesting what kind of order could call itself solvent without lying about what it consumed. He almost laughed at the indignity of that. Instead, he set the tally against the glowing model and said, then start counting what you keep hiding under acceptable loss. Somewhere in the turning pages above, the chorus mind adjusted its estimates. Chapter 122. The chorus had kept worlds stable by turning tribute, transport, and suppression into one seamless utility, and then teaching everyone beneath it to call that peace if the trains kept running. The vortex ledger revealed this the way flayed skin reveals anatomy, too clearly and with no room left for decorum. When Shen Yue refused to attack the nearest bright line and instead started walking the model itself, platforms rose in answer. Each one displayed a different branch of the Star Road network at full administrative depth. Trade corridors, climate engines, medevac dependencies, force projection curves, population smoothness indices, rebellion amortization. He hated how much of it worked. That was the point, of course. The chorus mind was not stupid enough to offer only horror. It offered horror braided to extraordinary competence. One world cluster had no famine in 3 centuries because climate routing passed through harmonized road towers. Another maintained hospitals spanning 12 cities through transit stabilization no local kingdom could have afforded alone. A third had ended sect wars not through reconciliation, but because individual military initiative had been suppressed below the threshold required for charismatic fragmentation. Stable. Wrong. Powerfully seductive if one had buried enough children under separate people's principles. The voice turned pages around him. You see now why severance fails the innocent first. Systems do not care whether your morality arrives before they fall. Their dependents certainly do not. Shen Yue stopped before a cluster marked compromise compliance / high support dependency. Below the marker flowed millions of tiny lifelines through transit arteries maintained by chorus harmonics. Cut the roads, and those lives cascaded into red within 10 days. Leave the roads untouched, and the worlds below slowly lost more of themselves into manageable obedience. No clean side. Again. Always again. He touched the tally to the dependency stream and felt not only support load, but hidden friction. Local workarounds. Uncounted mutual aid. Black market medicine routes. Families preserving separate rituals in the margins even while the system booked them as efficient compliance. The chorus model treated those as noise. Shen Yue treated them as life. There. The accounting dispute sharpened. He did not need to deny the value of infrastructure. He needed to deny the ledger's right to define informal humanity as acceptable waste or irrelevant residue. You built dependency first, he said. Then you priced rebellion against the dependency you made. The pages above him slowed. Incorrect. We inherited fragmented systems and optimized continuity. By deciding who remained countable. This time the chorus mind answered not with immediate correction, but by opening a deeper ledger beneath the model. An ugly thing. Raw acquisition histories. Worlds brought in under invitation, yes. Others under emergency accord. Some under what the chorus called stabilization after local collapse. The honest record was more monstrous and more mixed than the public layers above. No singular conquest myth. Acquisition by accumulated reliance. Roads offered during crisis. Systems adopted provisionally. Local elites rewarded for smoother integration. Descent recorded as variance and gradually made too expensive to sustain. Empire by maintenance. Shen Yue read until anger stopped helping and a worse understanding took its place. This was not merely an enemy one defeated. This was a temptation every frightened civilization might rebuild for itself if enough smaller systems failed in public. The chorus mind saw the understanding land and moved closer in tone. You are useful because you can finally ask the adult question. Not whether freedom is beautiful. Whether worlds can afford it without learning discipline cruel enough to preserve them. Shen Yue looked around the ledger and thought of Ji Rulan's roads, Gu Feisen's emergency arithmetic, Yun's fear of charismatic siege leaders, Mu Yao's insistence on painful specifics, Prince Ning's maddening preference for frameworks, Lan Shui's belief that law had to remain answerable to witness even when inefficient. The adult question, then. Fine. He hated adults. Worlds can afford discipline, he said. They cannot afford discipline that stops admitting it should be recalled. The vortex ledger dimmed 1 degree in the support streams around him. Because recall, he realized suddenly, was not a moral flourish in this place. It was a structural threat. Any system that could be publicly interrupted by the governed could not maintain the kind of seamless optimization the chorus called continuity. There was the weakness. Not hearts and minds. Audits with teeth. He almost smiled at the indignity. The chorus had dragged him into a cosmic accounting chamber and accidentally taught him to attack sovereignty through governance design. If Wei Han ever heard, he would become intolerable beyond repair. Chapter 123. When Shen Yue came back to the world, it looked like a country after a victory no one knew how to administer. The return was not graceful. One moment, he stood in the vortex ledger with the tally hot in his hand, and the chorus model bleeding hidden costs into view. The next he fell through blue route light, hit a sheet of support force hard enough to black out for a blink, and crashed into the upper command platform of Riverglass's rebuilt wall chamber, while every alarm in the city screamed on different sequences. Mu Yao was on him first. Not with an embrace. With a needle. If you die before reporting, I bury you under a quartermaster table. Good. Home, then. His body answered that arrival with violence. Blood. Trembling meridians. The sense that half his bones had been used as temporary route pylons by a cosmic debate and returned without proper apology. When he could finally see straight, he found the chamber around him transformed. Not ruined. Worse. Working. The gate's collapse had not destroyed the road entirely. It had fractured governance. That left the sustaining functions of the Star Road limping, contested, half rerouted through the wall, and half falling back into chaotic dependency failures. Worlds and cities once quietly supported by chorus continuity were now visibly straining. Water imports delayed. Climate towers flickering. Medical relays failing in sectors that had never once imagined their infrastructures were arguments instead of laws of nature. On the floor below, Riverglass's command chamber was drowning in delegates. Quartermasters from newly shaken districts demanding route guarantees. Refugee representatives from worlds or regions the city had only just learned existed. Merchants shouting that Banner Refuge was now a de facto monopoly by accident. Clerks trying to transform emergency transit rationing into policy faster than riots could outpace ink. Prince Ning stood in the center of it with one coat, sleeve burned off, and the expression of a man whose state had just become interdimensional public works. Ji Rulan, somehow more alive under crisis than most people were under courtship, had taken over the Southboard and was redrawing trade corridors by hand, while screaming measured insults at anyone who said temporary, without naming tonnage. Lan Shui had built 3 legal rails and was making representatives line up under labels that read route, shelter, tribute, and governance recall, because if history wanted disorder, it could at least file it. Mu Yao saw Shen Yue notice all this and said, while checking whether his pupils still belonged to one world, "Do not you dare mistake this for a sign that they don't need the report." So he reported, not as revelation from heaven, as the ugliest meeting minutes in any cosmos. The chorus stabilized worlds through dependency webs and hidden cost laundering. Destroying the road outright would kill innocence first. The weakness was not power generation, but governance irreversibility. Any successor structure had to preserve support, while making command auditable, interruptible, and incapable of redefining separate lives as acceptable variants without consequence. Prince Ning listened once and muttered, half to himself, "The final battle is administrative." Wei Han, alive and therefore still a menace, looked positively offended by how perfect that was. Outside the chamber, the city reflected the same problem in dirtier form. Riverglass's lower districts now sheltered not only frontier refugees, but displaced populations from dependent Star Road nodes whose support had partially collapsed in the governance fracture. Some arrived worshipful, convinced Shen Yue had saved them personally because rumor hated complexity. Others arrived suspicious, seeing Riverglass as the city that had broken their old stability without offering enough new order yet. Both reactions were dangerous. Worship because it invited centralization. Suspicion because it invited hard emergency measures under the excuse of necessity. Shen Yue walked the lower market that night disguised only by exhaustion and a plain cloak and saw the aftermath directly. A mother from a route-locked sky settlement asking whether Riverglass planned to tax air filters now that the old road supply failed. An old canal butcher cursing the off-world ration lines because his grandson had waited 3 hours for salt. A cluster of new refugees kneeling when they recognized him, not from love, but from the panic-thin hope that someone visible had to still count. He hated the kneeling, not because gratitude offended him, because systems built around visible saviors failed the day those saviors disappeared or flinched. Mu Yao found him at the edge of a soup queue where he had gone, still watching one child trade her own place in line to an elder without witnesses or reward. "You're doing the face again," she said. "Which one?" "The one where you look at a city and decide whether to carry it personally." "I dislike that face." He looked at the queue, the ration boards, the route notices, the people trying to remain people while infrastructure changed species around them. "They think I broke their world." Mu Yao followed his gaze. "Some of them are right. No comfort. Good." Then she added, because she was also Mu Yao, "Now build the next one fast enough that being right doesn't remain fatal." That was the work, then. Not climax in a single strike. Reconstruction under pressure before the gap between broken continuity and new legitimacy became an invitation to every smaller tyrant still breathing. Chapter 124. The argument over how to rebuild nearly broke the coalition harder than the chorus had. It happened in the old exchange hall, where Ji Rulan once priced shortages and now hosted emergency governance, because every room in Riverglass had become ironic if used long enough. The roof still smelled faintly of cinnamon and old debt smoke. Quartermaster abacuses shared table space with wall route crystals. Blue refuge boards hung beside red tribute graphs. Every faction came because every faction already knew leaving the room to someone else might mean returning to find the future itemized without them. Prince Ning wanted a federated charter. Predictable. Infuriating. Necessary. "If the road supports are now partly in our hands," he said, tapping the central model with a lacquer stylus, "then local worlds and districts need shared representation over route priorities, shelter thresholds, and governance interruption." Ji Rulan wanted regulated corridors first, politics second. "If you federalize before stabilizing throughput, your delegates will vote over empty warehouses." Lan Shui wanted enforceable civic law hard enough to survive panic. No support council matters if emergency powers can still self-justify after the first crisis. We write review triggers before route allocations. 3 newly arrived node representatives wanted immediate autonomy and no outside ration counting. 2 city militias wanted exactly the opposite because they had just fought Celestial War and had no interest in learning interworld diplomacy while hungry. Wei Han wanted everyone to stop talking long enough to understand the structural consequences of traffic load variance and was, therefore, doomed. Shen Duan sat in the middle of it, feeling his old instincts turn against him. Because the room begged for one clean answer. One call. One dominant structure. One man to impose coherence while everyone else still argued categories. That was the trap now. Every problem severe enough still created the temptation to become the single center through which efficiency could finally stop being embarrassing. He could probably do it, at least for a while. That was the part that frightened him most. Ji Rulon cut through one round of shouting by slamming a grain ledger shut. Listen carefully. The worlds coming through the fractured road do not care whether your charter language feels morally adult if their transit rations die next week. Prince Ning answered. And the worlds below will not survive a stable road if the road simply becomes your exchange house with celestial branding. Fair. Everyone, Shen Duan thought with some despair, remains too partly right to murder cleanly. Then one of the node representatives, a pale man from a road-dependent water city no one in Riverglass had heard of 10 days ago, made the mistake of saying, perhaps the bearer should simply hold provisional command until reconstruction matures. The room changed. Silence first. Then the soft intake of people hearing a dangerous convenience offered aloud. Of course they wanted it. Of course some version of the coalition, the frightened, the newly dependent, the tired, the admiring, would all drift toward visible command if the structural debate hurt long enough. Shen Duan felt the old temptation answer. Yes, I can hold it. Just until the lines settle. Just until the queues shorten. Just until the next wave passes. That was how empires were born from Trioff. Mu Yao looked at him from the far end of the table and saw everything. Not because she read minds. Because she had spent too many hours watching him arrive at cliffs. She did not interrupt. Good. This answer had to be his. Shen Duan rose and put both palms flat on the central route model. No. One word again. Familiar shape. Different battle. No provisional singular command. No emergency sovereignty by admiration, fatigue, or transport dependency. If I become the answer because the room is too tired to keep arguing, then the chorus already won and only changed accents. That hit hard enough that even Ji Rulon did not interrupt immediately. He kept going before anyone could make the refusal romantic. You all want me because I'm the shortest path between disagreement and movement. I understand that urge. I live with the uglier version of it daily. But if the new order starts by making one man sufficient, every future crisis trains itself to need another one. We build slower. We build recall first. We build route councils ugly enough to survive disobedience. Prince Ning, to his credit, did not smile like a man vindicated. He just took the opening and drove it into structure. Then 3 houses, he said. Shelter, route, and governance review. Cross veto on emergency shifts. Tribute transparency. Rotating node delegates. Bearer command only in declared war fields and only under active recall seals. Lan Shui was already writing. Ji Rulon was already calculating load tolerances under the new split. Wei Han, bless him, had begun labeling the emerging monstrosity with terms no civilian should ever hear. The room did not agree. That was the point. It kept arguing for 6 more hours over vote weight, ration thresholds, support obligations to dependent worlds, and whether interrupted transit counted as hostile act or infrastructural grief. By dawn they had not solved the future. They had denied the easiest corruption of it. In the new scale of victory, that counted. Chapter 125 Su Songhai warned them that fragments of the chorus still lived in roads, rituals, and administrative habits, and everyone hated that she was useful. She stood in the exchange hall under anti-resonance wire while representatives argued charter language around her, like people loudly cooking beside a restrained tiger. No one trusted her. That was healthy. They also could not ignore that she understood the dissolved governance layers better than any surviving mortal not named the chorus itself. Ji Rulon despised the arrangement so openly it became almost artistic. If she starts sounding wise, I want permission to throw beans at her. Lan Shui did not look up from the draft charter. Noted as a procedural option. Su Songhai waited until the room reached its third argument over emergency tribute lanes before speaking. You are rebuilding only visible command channels. No song. No pressure. That made everyone more annoyed rather than less. Prince Ning answered with diplomatic frost. If you have a point, state it as if the rest of us have finite lifespan. Su Songhai inclined her head. The chorus is not only an explicit governance. It persists where systems teach exhausted people to surrender judgment to procedural momentum because resistance feels inefficient. Her gaze moved over the route models. Road customs, tribute ledgers, ration queues, emergency petitions. Any place where people learn to obey process before they evaluate purpose becomes an excellent long-term habitat for residual harmonics. The exchange hall quieted by degrees. Not because they liked hearing her, because every serious person in the room had seen some version of that principle in ordinary human institutions long before the sky opened. Wei Han rubbed at the ink stain on his thumb and looked offended. You're saying bureaucracy itself can become a chorus shard? Not bureaucracy, Su Songhai said. Unquestioned process under fatigue. Bureaucracy merely makes excellent scaffolding. Ji Rulan's mouth tightened. That was interesting. Because if anyone in the room knew how routinized necessity could slide into moral abdication, it was her. Shen Yue looked at the support model again and imagined rebuilding the road governance cleanly, only to watch it become another polished channel years later, because people learned to trust throughput more than purpose. No clean wins. Again, Mu Yao stepped closer to Su Songhai's wire circle. Can you locate those residues? Not with certainty. I can identify likely habitats. Then do it. Some of the delegates protested at once. We are not taking civic cleansing advice from a captured chorus saint. If we let her define contaminated process, she'll call every discipline system infected. Shen Yue cut through before the room could mistake panic for principle. She doesn't define. She points. We verify in public. There. The only tolerable version. By nightfall, Su Songhai had marked 7 likely residual habitats across the newly unstable route network. 3 proved false or merely human cruelty with no cosmic sophistication behind it, which somehow comforted no one. For worse. 1 tribute office where officials began speaking in identical cadence after 3 consecutive all-night sessions and had quietly stopped recording descent counts because variance only slowed relief. 1 water allotment court where waitline design pushed petitioners into compliance scripts so efficient that no one noticed entire districts had stopped appealing impossible denials. 1 transit relay where dependent worlds were being triaged by silence metrics because those who shouted least clearly had adapted best. And 1 old harmonized ledger branch buried under the Western Exchange vaults where route priorities still defaulted toward compliance-heavy worlds even after governance collapse. Not active domination. Habits. Habits that made surrender to system feel natural. Ji Rulan read the Western branch output twice and then, with murderous calm, ordered every ledger in her quartermaster network re-audited for complacent obedience masquerading as efficiency. Wei Han whispered to Shen Yue. This may be the most romantic thing she's ever done. Mu Yao threw a folded route strip at his head. The discoveries changed the reconstruction war again. No longer only which structure would replace the chorus. Whether the replacement could remain conscious enough of its own convenience not to become a subtler shard of the same enemy. That, Shen Yue thought, while watching delegates redraft appeal paths under Lan Shui's eye and Ji Rulan reorder route metrics with homicidal precision, was an even harder siege than Gates and hosts had ever been. Because now the battlefront included habits. And habits always believed they were merely the way things had to be. Chapter 126. The first winter after the chorus gate shattered did not arrive with snow. It arrived with counting. People who had survived war could endure hunger for a few days. They could endure roofs patched with sailcloth and doors hung from spear shafts. They could endure rumors, curses, funerals, and silence. What they could not endure for long was the feeling that no one knew who still needed bread, medicine, lamp oil, or burial linen. Banner Refuge had been built in crisis, then expanded in siege, then remade in war. Now it groaned under the stranger burden of peace. Caravans came without schedules. Physicians collapsed from treating old wounds that had never healed cleanly. 3 market streets reopened, and 2 immediately began cheating refugees with clipped measures. Every district wanted walls first, wells second, roads third, and justice at once. So when the bells of the old council tower rang and the provisional assembly gathered beneath patched banners, everyone expected Shen Yue to stand at the center and speak like the man who had split fortresses and bent star roads. Instead, he took a seat halfway down the table and said, Mu Yao, begin. The room shifted. Mu Yao had once crossed killing fields with herb baskets on her shoulders and a curse for anyone who thought a healer was a servant. She still wore plain sleeves rolled above the wrist, though now the sleeves were cleaner and the room was full of leaders. Ji Rulan sat rigid on one side like a drawn blade forced into a chair. Wei Han had brought rolled maps, ledgers, and a face that suggested civilization itself was an accounting error. Lan Shui watched from the shadows beneath the eastern beam, expression calm and impossible to read. Mu Yao did not bow to the room. She opened a packet of bamboo slips, glanced once at Shen Yue, and spoke as if everyone else would simply have to keep up. The Western Ward has 412 fever cases, she said. The Southern Kiln Quarter has enough grain for 9 days if no new mouths arrive, and 6 if they do. The Northern Slope has no proper birthing room, and women are using a collapsed shrine because its stones hold heat. The Eastern Ditch still leaks into the lower wells. We have 3 priorities. An elder from one of the surviving households frowned. The priorities are obvious. Fortify the approaches. Stabilize authority. Reopen taxation. Mu Yao turned her head. No, the single syllable struck harder than any shout. She lifted one of the slips. First priority, clinics. A hungry city can survive for a week. A sick one rots from the inside before anyone notices. Every district needs a room with clean cots, boiled water, herbs, and people empowered to quarantine without waiting for signatures from men in better robes. She set down that slip and picked up another. Second, food distribution. Not grain sealed in noble storehouses. Not vouchers traded 10 times before they reach a widow. We need public kitchens in every district, lists posted in open squares, and rotating inspections by people who do not profit from shortages. Third slip. Third, local trust. Not proclamations carved on stone. Not some grand declaration that the world has changed because one powerful man says so. Every street needs names it trusts. Headwomen, blacksmiths, shrine keepers, caravan foremen, teachers, midwives, people who can tell us who is lying, who is starving, and which quarrel will become a riot by sundown. Murmurs spread through the chamber. The elder's mouth tightened. This is a healer's list, not a ruler's. Mu Yao looked at him with open contempt. A ruler's list built this war. No one moved. Shen Yue watched the room react to her words. In the past, he would have felt the surge in his chest and met resistance with force, command, or terrifying clarity. It would have worked. The besieged Heaven Manual could still make entire halls listen by threatening every soul inside them with the weight of imminent defeat. But in the void between worlds, inside the vortex ledger where the dying mechanism of the chorus had shown him the arithmetic of empire, he had learned something uglier than any secret art. Conquest always mistook obedience for order. He folded his hands and said nothing. That silence unsettled the room more than any declaration could have. Ji Rulan was the first to understand what he was doing. Her gaze narrowed, then steadied. She asked Mu Yao, "If clinics come first, how do you staff them? Our physicians are already overrun." Mu Yao did not soften, but she answered directly. Basic triage can be taught. Cleanliness can be enforced. We separate advanced treatment from survival work. We train assistants from every district. The wounded don't all need miracle pills. Many need boiled cloth, closed drains, and someone competent enough not to poison them. Wei Han unrolled a map. If kitchens are the second priority, grain routes need guards. Not just guards, Mu Yao said. Witnesses. If a cart arrives light and no one can say where the sacks vanished, the kitchen master gets blamed. Then the district blames the refuge, and trust dies before the next meal. Lan Shui finally spoke. Then every route gets paired seals. One from transport, one from local receipt. Break either, and you face public inquiry. Good, Mu Yao said. And clinics get the same. The elder tried once more. You speak of kitchens and cots while shattered powers gather beyond the Star Road. Without visible authority, chaos will return. Shen Yue could feel every eye turn toward him. He rose slowly. The hall became still, waiting for him to resolve everything in a sentence. Instead, he walked to the center of the chamber, took one of Mu Yao's slips, and held it up for all to see. Visible authority, he said, is not a tower people point at while they starve beneath it. His voice was quiet, and because it was quiet, everyone leaned in. When I first learned the forbidden art, it awakened only when I was outnumbered. I thought that meant the heavens had chosen me to crush larger forces. Later I learned something simpler. Pressure reveals shape. A wall proves itself when too many enemies strike it at once. A leader proves himself when too many needs arrive together. He set the slip down before the elder. We have spent years answering every crisis with bigger weapons, harsher decrees, and faster punishments. That preserved us when annihilation stood at the gate. It will destroy us if we carry the same habit into rebuilding. He turned to the hall, not above them, but among them. Mu Yao is correct. We begin with clinics, food, and trusted local structures. Not because these are small matters, but because they are the only matters from which larger order can honestly grow. The chamber remained silent for a breath, then another. One of the district matriarchs struck the butt of her cane against the floor. At last, a carpenter's guild head grunted. About time someone said it. The elder's face darkened. And who decides which local names are trusted? Every alley has its own feud. Then let the alleys argue in daylight, Shen Yue said. Bring nominations in public. Post objections in public. Let each district watch who speaks for themselves and who only speaks for their patrons. Ji Roland's fingers tapped once on the table. Messy. Yes, Shen Yue said. Mu Yao's mouth almost curved. They worked until the light turned copper. The assembly was nothing like the war councils Shen Yue once knew. No one discussed glorious breakthroughs or decisive slaughters. Instead, they argued over drainage crews, soup pot allocations, portable furnaces for sterilizing instruments, and whether shrine courtyards or market pavilions made better temporary clinics. Every time the conversation drifted toward abstract authority, Mu Yao dragged it back to the body. Can a woman in labor reach this place in the rain? Who boils the water at night? If the headman's son steals from the kitchen, who can accuse him without disappearing? Those questions proved sharper than any blade. They exposed the lies men used to protect status. They made empty rhetoric collapse under the weight of practical consequence. By dusk, scribes had copied the first emergency civic orders. District clinics, public kitchens, open nomination boards, paired transport seals, rotating local inspection circles, complaint posts protected by assembly witnesses. No one called it a grand founding. That, Shen Yue thought, was why it might actually last. After the chamber emptied, he remained by the western windows while workers lit lamps below. Banner refuge spread beneath the hill in layers of patched roofs, revived courtyards, new scaffolds, and too many graves hidden by evening shadow. Mu Yao came to stand beside him, stretching the stiffness from her shoulders. You surprised them, she said. By letting you speak? By listening. He laughed once, softly. I was worse than I thought. Yes, she said. But so was everyone. They stood in companionable quiet for a while. From below rose the sounds of a city trying to become itself again. Hammers, crying infants, bargaining voices, prayer bells, distant arguments over missing straw mats. No chorus of heaven, no enemy tide, no collapsing fortress. Just ordinary need, vast and relentless. Shen Yue leaned his palm against the stone and felt the pulse of the wall answer through the refuge network. The fused defenses no longer hummed like weapons alone. They carried roads, kiln heat, cistern levels, gate strain, shelter occupancy. The world itself was becoming legible in a different way. Mu Yao followed his gaze downward. You're thinking of the next threat. I'm thinking this is the threat. She nodded. Good. He looked at her. That's simple. No, but simple enough to begin. Her expression hardened with tired conviction. If we rebuild wrong, every outer threat will find us already hollow. If we rebuild right, even the next impossible thing will have to face a people who know how to stand together before heroes arrive. Those words settled into him more deeply than praise ever had. In battle, the besieged heaven manual amplified pressure until the outnumbered became unstoppable. But Mu Yao was showing him another principle entirely. If enough ordinary hands were linked with enough ordinary trust, then pressure no longer had a single point to crush. The thought was not glorious. It was stronger. Below, a pair of kitchen fires flared to life in the southern ward. Men carried cauldrons. Children ran with bundles of chopped roots. An old woman cuffed a militia captain for stacking firewood where patients would trip on it. He apologized and moved the pile without argument. Shen Yue watched that and felt, for the first time since tearing open the heaven siege, that the world might survive without needing to be ruled from the throat of catastrophe. The bell at the lower gate rang 3 times. A messenger was coming fast from the Eastern Watch Road. Wei Han arrived a moment later carrying fresh dust on his hem and a roll of maps bound in black cord. He did not waste breath. You were right not to start with proclamations, he said. Because whatever comes next will make proclamations worthless if we don't understand the roads. Mu Yao exhaled through her nose. You sound pleased to bring disaster. Not pleased, Wei Han said. Only vindicated. Shen Yue took the black corded maps. The pulse beneath the wall shifted. Outside the refuge, beyond the repaired granaries and burial mounds and district kitchens being lit one flame at a time, the Star Road was beginning to move. Chapter 127. Wei Han covered the entire council table in maps before anyone had finished pouring tea. They were not maps in the old sense. No painted mountain ranges or neatly named provinces. These were layers. Charcoal routes crossing faded silk. Tallies pinned beside marked relay towers. Fragments of chorus transit channels overlaid with human caravan records. A world stitched from whatever had survived enough ruin to still be counted. You're all looking at the wrong borders, he said. The council chamber smelled of wax, medicine, and wet wool. Outside, rain struck the eaves in thin silver lines. Inside sat the provisional core of what Banner Refuge had become. Shen Yue at the head now only because everyone else kept leaving that seat empty. Ji Rulan, with 2 assistants and 4 ledgers. Lan Shui behind a lattice screen, where she preferred to listen. Mu Yao still in field clothes. Elder Ning representing the Riverlands coalition. And several district voices who had earned their places by proving they could survive an argument without collapsing into flattery. Wei Han tapped a section of the map, where old caravan roads met a faded chorus branch line. People think the world was shattered into regions and sects, he said. That was true on the surface. Underneath, it functioned as one starving body. Salt from the western pans. Lamp oil from the marsh presses. Copper fittings from the hill forges. River grain. Mountain resin. Medicinal bark. Draft animals. Paper. Wool. If one region hoarded or failed, 5 others paid before they understood why. Ji Rulan crossed her arms. You needed all night to tell us trade exists? Trade exists, Wei Han said, because people choose it. Dependency exists because geography chooses for them. We have inherited dependency on a scale no one fully understood because the chorus engineered it. That cut through the room. He unrolled another sheet. This one showed points of light inked in blue around the Star Road's descending arc. The chorus did not merely move armies across worlds. They moved scarcity. They turned certain cities into hinges through which grain, metals, labor, and tribute had to pass. We broke the command structure, not the shape. Mu Yao leaned in. Meaning Banner Refuge cannot pretend victory allows isolation. Not morally. Not materially. Wei Han set down a bundle of thin wooden markers, each painted with a district sign. If we close our gates and declare our own self-sufficiency, our medicine supply drops inside 3 months. Kiln glaze fails within 2. Iron nails become luxury goods by autumn, and half the river ports will turn to smuggling because they have no stable market left. Elder Ning frowned. Then we foster local substitutes. We should, Wei Han said. But substitution takes time, training, and peace. We do not yet possess enough of any of those. He moved the blue markers farther outward, beyond the known provinces. More importantly, the Star Road is no longer sealed. The outer branches are damaged, not dead. Our scouts have seen relay flares from beyond the Ash Meridian. 3 days ago, a drifting customs shell altered course when it detected active traffic in our sector. The chamber fell still. Shen Yue looked at the blue markers and felt the vortex ledger's memory stir in the back of his mind. Vast exchange corridors. Civilizations linked not by friendship, but by throughput. Places devoured because they occupied useful intersections. Incoming civilizations, he said. Wei Han nodded once. Perhaps traders. Perhaps scavengers. Perhaps refugees. Perhaps empires who have just realized one of the Chorus Gate networks went dark and are wondering who now controls the crossroads. Ji Rulan's gaze sharpened. And your answer is that we should invite them in. My answer is that whether we invite them or not, they are already part of the equation. Wei Han pointed at 3 routes converging on Banner Refuge. Our world sits at a damaged but functioning junction. We can shape traffic, negotiate terms, and build alliances. Or we can posture like a sealed fortress until the first organized external power decides our ignorance is a business opportunity. One of the district representatives muttered, "So peace lasted a season." Lan Shui spoke from behind the screen. Peace never arrives by itself. It is administered. Shen Yue almost smiled at how the room accepted that sentence as ordinary. Wei Han continued. Look here. River barges from the lower basins now carry twice their old medicinal load because 3 northern herb valleys are ash. The eastern horse lines can't feed their own stock without western fodder. Smithing coal is moving along refugee paths that were not roads 6 months ago. Prices are already drifting apart. Ji Rulan asked, how far? Enough that grain bought at the southern ferry now sells for 3 times as much in the kiln quarter, Wei Han said. Enough that enterprising men have started withholding salt bricks to trade them against medicine. Enough that every noble remnant with a hidden granary is calculating how hunger can restore influence. That last part interested Shen Yue more than the rest, though he kept his face still. Mu Yao noticed anyway. You think they're already moving? Wei Han answered for him. They always move first where counting grows weak. Shen Yue rose and walked around the maps. In war, terrain had been immediate: walls, ridges, gates, killing lanes. Now the terrain was timing, storage, dependency, and rumor. Less visible, harder to strike, more dangerous if neglected. He asked, if we accept that isolation is impossible, What is the first practical step? Ji Rulan replied before Wei Han could. Weights and measures. Common tariffs. Route security. You cannot negotiate across regions if every city cheats with different scales. And clinics on way stations, Mu Yao added. Travel sickness spreads faster than rumors. Elder Ning said. And language mediators if outer traders come. We barely trust our neighboring dialects. Lan Shui said. And a registry of claims before old houses begin inventing hereditary rights over transit points. Wei Han gave the smallest nod, pleased that others had finally entered the structure of the problem. Good, he said. Then understand the second step. We stop speaking as if Banner Refuge is the whole world. It is becoming a hub. Hubs attract dependence, resentment, envy, and attack. If we do not build regional councils around flows rather than old titles, then every neighboring power will assume we mean to replace the chorus with ourselves. Do we? Asked Ji Rulan. No one spoke for a moment. Shen Duan answered plainly. No, that word mattered. He felt it move through the room. Then say it publicly, Ji Rulan said, and mean it enough to give up advantages when it costs. He met her gaze. I will. Wei Han rolled out the final map. This one had no region names at all. Only moving lines, circles of supply time, and marks showing how long different districts could endure interruption before basic order freight. Banner Refuge's circle was large. It was not large enough. This, Wei Han said quietly, is what the world really looks like after Empire. Not states, not sections, not banners. Lead times, stored trust, transport risk, and acceptable loss. We can build something decent from this if we are honest. But if we lie to ourselves and pretend our valley can feed itself forever, or that our walls make us independent, we will hand the future to whoever understands the roads better than we do. Rain hammered the roof. Shen Duan looked at the map until its logic settled into him like a new battlefield formation. The forbidden art within his core stirred, not with aggression but with recognition. When outnumbered, it had always awakened because pressure came from too many directions at once. What Wei Han showed him now was a world under that same condition. Demands converging, dependencies crossing. No single front, only simultaneous strain. Perhaps that was why the old art felt restless. The heavens were changing what counted as an enemy line. By the time the council broke, assignments had begun to spread. Ji Rulan would draft common market emergency standards with existing merchant guilds, under supervision so they did not quietly crown themselves. Wei Han would map regional supply corridors and relay vulnerabilities. Mu Yao would design minimum health provisions for transit points. Elder Ning would open talks with river coalitions about a federated shipping code. Lan Shui would prepare legal structures to prevent inherited claims over repaired gates, granaries, and road towers. No one called it diplomacy with future worlds. Yet every stroke of the brush moved in that direction. When the others left, Wei Han remained by the window, repacking his maps with unusual care. You knew this before the war ended, Shen Duan said. Wei Han did not deny it. I suspected. The vortex collapse confirmed enough fragments. And you waited. I waited until you were capable of hearing it. Wei Han tied the black cord around the rolled maps. A man fresh from victory hears every warning as an insult to his strength. Shen Duan accepted the rebuke. After a moment he asked, what are the odds the first outer contact is peaceful? Wei Han considered. Peaceful by whose standards? Useful answer. Then here is a useful truth. No contact is peaceful if your own house is weak. Merchant caravans test law. Refugees test compassion. Scholars test confidence. Armies test walls. We need not fear the unknown civilizations most. We should fear meeting them while still dishonest about our own fractures. Shen Duan let that settle. Below, Banner Refuge's lower market was reopening after rain. Traders shouted beneath patched awnings. Porters hauled resin casks. A baker had posted prices twice because someone had accused him of changing them between morning and noon. Children chased one another around a cistern whose repairs had finally held. All of it looked small. All of it, Wei Han had just proven, was connected to roads stretching beyond the visible world. The future would not come as a single invasion. It would come as ships, contracts, diseases, envoys, speculators, pilgrims, thieves, scholars, and hungry strangers reading the sky road the way armies once read breach lines. And before any of them arrived in force, their shadow had already entered the city in the form of prices. At dusk, a kitchen steward from the southern ward requested armed escort for tomorrow's grain delivery. 2 hours later, the first reports came that 3 storehouses had stopped selling millet at all. Wei Han did not look surprised. Here, he said, touching a place on the map where 4 neighborhoods shared one distribution road, is where they begin. Chapter 128 The grain panic did not begin with empty bins. It began with whispers. A woman in the kiln quarter heard that the southern kitchens would close in 3 days. A boatman claimed river shipments had failed. A temple caretaker swore she saw armed men diverting carts at night. By dawn, people who had eaten yesterday stood in lines as if famine had already crossed the gate. Shen Yue walked through the lower market in plain travel robes with Lan Shui 2 paces behind and 6 hidden watchers spread across the square. He did not need Wei Han's ledgers to know the fear was manufactured. Real hunger moved with dull desperation. This moved with orchestration. The rumors had arrived in too many wards at once, each different in detail but identical in purpose. At the grain stalls, merchants argued loudly about supply while somehow never opening their storage doors. One old woman pounded her cane against a counter. "You sold to me last week at 6 coppers. The merchant spread his hands. "River losses?" asked the refuge. "Then why is your storeroom full?" He smiled without warmth. "Old stock. Reserved." Reserved for whom was the question no one dared answer aloud. Lan Shui watched the crowd, not the stall. 3 rumor carriers at the tea stand, she murmured. 2 paid listeners. 1 house servant wearing better shoes than his cuffs justify. Shen Yue followed her gaze. Across the lane, a young man in servant gray was lamenting loudly to anyone who would hear that Banner Refuge had overpromised, that the district kitchens were theater, that respectable families had prepared while commoners trusted slogans. Respectable families. The surviving noble houses had changed tactics faster than most armies ever could. Since the war's end, they had stopped trying to challenge Shen Yue directly. Too many patriarchs had died making that mistake. Instead, they moved where force looked excessive and hesitation looked wise. Granaries, marriage alliances, debt records, warehouse keys, household retainers who could become neighborhood patrons when enough people were frightened. Muyao had warned that rebuilding would attract this sort of parasite. Wei Han had predicted it. Ji Rulan, with bitter amusement, had said old power always preferred famine because hunger made memory short and submission cheap. By noon, district stewards were demanding emergency seizure authority. "Let me break the doors," one militia captain said in the council yard. "If they're hoarding, we drag the sacks out by hand." Ji Rulan, who had arrived with ink on her fingers and murder in her eyes, said, "And by dusk every merchant house in the region will claim we've abolished property altogether. They're using property to starve us." "Yes," she snapped. "That does not mean you hand them the perfect martyr story." The yard buzzed with anger. Families had shown up carrying empty bowls just to be seen. Someone had hung a sign reading, "Who hides grain hides knives." Shen Yue stood beneath it and looked over the city. He could, if he chose, solve this by terror. One demonstration. One granary split open by forbidden force. One line of kneeling merchants vomiting names. The people would cheer. The houses would cower. For a month. Then every future dispute over supply would wait for the arrival of a single, overwhelming man instead of being governed by a durable process. That was exactly how Rot returned. He turned to Lan Shui. "How many houses?" 5 direct. 3 satellites. 2 guild factors cooperating for price advantage. She handed him a thin stack of notes. House Qiao, House Run, House Zhu, House Pei, and the remnants of House Mo. They're releasing grain through cousins and debt proxies while publicly claiming civic concern. Ji Rulan looked over the notes and gave a contemptuous exhale. "Amateurs. They coordinated rumor too early." "Can we prove it?" Shen Yue asked. Lan Shui's eyes were clear and cold. "Yes. If you're willing to make proof public enough that no one can pretend this was private business." That was the heart of it. Not seizure. Exposure. By sunset, runners crossed Banner Refuge posting summons on market boards, clinic walls, shrine gates, dock poles, and granary doors. Public accounting tribunal. Attendance mandatory for all registered grain factors, warehouse stewards, route seal holders, and district kitchen overseers. All transport records to be produced under witness. All claims of shortage to be matched against visible inventory, signed contracts, casualty reports, and route loss notices. False reporting punishable by confiscation, trade suspension, and public disqualification from civic authority. One of the old district officers stared at the proclamation and said, "You're putting ledgers on trial." Shen Yue answered, "No. I'm putting invisible power on stage." The tribunal convened in the old arena where war prisoners had once been sorted. Shen Yue chose it deliberately. The stone tiers could hold thousands, and everyone in Banner Refuge knew it as a place where hidden intentions became visible under pressure. This time there were no chained captives at the center. There were tables, long rows of them. On each sat grain measures, tally boards, seal boxes, scribes, and witnesses chosen from kitchens, river crews, district mothers, caravan guards, and shrine custodians. Ji Rulon supervised the central ledger station like an executioner of arithmetic. Wei Han arranged route records and stacked bundles taller than a child. Lan Shui's investigators moved quietly through the aisles collecting statements. Mu Yao sat with kitchen matrons and physicians because panic always made the sick suffer first. And above them, on the high arch where champions once displayed severed banners, Shen Duan hung a single board. If you claim scarcity, show the path of the grain. The noble representatives arrived clothed in dignity and contempt. House Qiao sent its second son with 10 retainers and a silk-edged complaint about disorder. House Ren's widow matriarch came personally, pale and controlled, carrying donation receipts as if charity erased manipulation. House Zhu's steward insisted all questions should be handled privately for social stability. No, Shen Duan said, and the word rang across the arena. The first hours were tedious by design. Sack counts, seal matching, route dates, weight discrepancies, warehouse capacities compared against public sale claims. The crowd grew restless. A few muttered that this was scholar theater. But Shen Duan had learned enough from Mu Yao and Wei Han to understand that truth often had to be made visible not through drama, but through accumulation. One mismatch could be denied. 20 could not. Ji Rulon held up 2 tablets. House pay reports losing 140 sacks to spoilage from roof leakage. A kitchen matron barked a laugh. In dry weather? Ji Rulon did not smile. The warehouse repair logs show no roof collapse. The carpenters deny making any estimate there. The route seal says the missing sacks never entered storage at all. Lan Shui's investigator added. They were sold through 3 proxy households at triple price in the eastern slope. The crowd roared. House Pay's clerk began to protest. Shen Duan lifted a hand, not to silence by force, but to require sequence. Even now, process mattered more than indignation. One by one, the stories unraveled. House Qiao had delayed distribution after bribing 2 route counters to mark ordinary transport loss as river theft. House Ren had spread panic rumors through servants while quietly buying cheap grain from frightened families. House Zhu had underfilled public sacks with false bottom measures. House Mo's remnants had offered stabilizing loans, repayable in labor service to kitchen stewards whose districts were suddenly short. Each revelation struck the crowd differently. Anger, yes, but also relief. Fear without visible shape made people savage. Fear with names, methods, and signatures became something that could be judged. By the 3rd hour, even the hostile merchants understood the arena had turned against them. The widow matriarch of House Run rose, voice precise as a blade. Even if errors occurred, public humiliation of established houses will destroy confidence in regional trade. Ji Rulon replied before Shen Duan could. Good. Confidence should be destroyed when built on fraud. Laughter crashed through the tears. Shen Duan stood. The arena quieted. He looked not at the houses, but at the people. Listen carefully, he said. No grain panic happened here because the fields failed. No kitchens closed because the roads broke. This crisis was engineered by those who believed hunger could make Banner Refuge crawl back to old dependence. He pointed toward the tables where the records lay open. These are not private family matters. When a storehouse withholds food in a recovering city, it wages war by softer means. When a house spreads rumor to inflate prices, it attacks the trust that keeps strangers from becoming a mob. His voice hardened. War by grain is still war. The words settled like iron. Then, because he would not let fury become an excuse for lawlessness, he continued. Therefore, punishment will not be vengeance by crowd. It will be civic accounting. Hidden inventory is confiscated into district kitchens. Fraudulent contracts are void. All implicated houses lose exclusive warehouse rights and route privileges pending review. Their future trade requires paired public oversight. One of House Qiao's retainers shouted, tyranny. Lan Shui's knife appeared at his throat before the echo died. She did not cut him. She simply held there long enough for everyone to understand the line between speech and weaponized chaos. Shen Duan did not even look in that direction. If you want to call this tyranny, he said, then say it while standing beside the ledgers you forged. No one did. The tribunal ran until moonrise. By the end, sacks were already being redirected under guard to the kitchens most affected. District witnesses signed transfer boards in full public view. Children were sent through the tiers with chalk to copy the confiscation lists onto every wall outside. It was ugly, exhausting, and unforgettable. Exactly what it needed to be. Late that night, as the arena emptied, Ji Rulon stood beside one of the confiscation tables and rubbed the bridge of her nose. This will not end them, she said. No, Shen Duan answered. But it changes the method. She looked toward the doors where people were still reading the posted tallies by torchlight. It changes expectations. He nodded. That was the deeper victory, not merely seizing grain, but teaching the city that scarcity claims had to survive public light. That noble birth no longer granted darkness. That ledgers, like swords, could be called into the open and judged before witnesses. Beyond the arena, kitchen smoke was rising again in 3 districts that should have gone hungry tonight. Shen Yue felt the wall network carry the city's pulse through stone and timber. The pressure had not lessened. If anything, it had spread. Every confiscation, every posted record, every watching crowd created more demands, more friction, more need for coordinated trust. The forbidden art within him answered that strain with a low, gathering resonance. Not yet transformation, but something in him had begun to understand that commanding a siege and commanding a society under duress were no longer separate arts. Tomorrow, the houses would adapt. The roads would shift. Prices would fight back. But tonight, Banner Refuge had learned that grain could no longer disappear simply because important families preferred it unseen. Chapter 129. The breakthrough came while Shen Yue was asleep. Or rather, it came through the thing that had replaced sleep ever since the vortex ledger burned part of its architecture into his spirit. He stood in a dark expanse shaped like neither dream nor memory. Around him hung points of light, thousands at first, then tens of thousands, each joined by threads of varying brightness. In the days after war, he had seen such visions only in fragments. A clinic requesting boiled linen, a broken axle delaying grain, a ferry master choosing whether to prioritize medicine or brick, a district board erupting over the appointment of a kitchen witness. Now the threads multiplied until they formed a living lattice. Not commands, choices. The old stages of his cultivation had all been built on pressure made singular. When outnumbered, gather enemy intent into one overwhelming field and answer with a heaven-besieging surge. But this field did not behave like hostility. It behaved like coordinated need. Local, stubborn, often contradictory, yet somehow capable of alignment without disappearing into uniformity. A single point of light brightened. The Southern Ferry District. Its kitchen stores would last 6 days if the clay barges arrived by noon. Unless the river fog delayed docking. Unless Mu Yao's new quarantine order forced unloading to slow. Unless Ji Rulan's emergency ration code diverted 2 barge loads to the kiln quarter. Unless the ferry ward itself voted to share labor crews with the northern slope because their own granaries had stabilized after the tribunal. In the old logic of power, such complication was weakness. Too many voices. Too much delay. Too little certainty. But as Shen Yue watched, the threads adjusted. Not cleanly. Not elegantly. Not without friction. Yet they adjusted. One district yielded labor now in exchange for kiln brick later. A clinic accepted reduced herb allotment because a neighboring district opened its well house for sterilization space. A transport captain changed route order after receiving confirmed public tallies rather than secret bribes. No one choice ruled all others. And still the system held. The realization struck him with such force that the darkness around him split. Authority did not have to mean compression. It could mean synchronization. The besieged heaven manual roared through his meridians. Golden black force rose like stormwater behind a dam, but instead of seeking a single enemy front, it spread into branching channels. He felt the wall answer. Banner Refuge answered. The repaired roads, relay towers, kitchens, clinics, ferries, storehouses, and district boards all gave back faint pulses, each distinct, each insisting on itself. For a breath, his cultivation nearly ruptured. The old instinct screamed to seize all of it, center all of it, make every pulse one law and every district one obedient limb. If he did that, he knew with terrible certainty, he would break through by becoming the very kind of beautiful catastrophe the chorus had always admired. So he let go, not of responsibility, of possession. The pressure in his core changed instantly. The thousands of threads no longer tried to knot into a fist. They aligned into an orbit. He saw the name of the next realm, not as a title, but as a function. Star Marshal, not Emperor of the Sky. Coordinator of vast movement through mutual recognition. He opened his eyes before dawn, and the entire refuge's defensive lattice was already humming in response. Stone walls, signal braziers, road pylons, and former chorus anchor points all vibrated with a tone he had never heard before. It was not an alarm. It was a call and response. As if every connected structure had sensed a new method of command and was testing whether it would be forced upon them. Shen Yue sat up on the narrow pallet in his chamber, breath steady, core blazing with cold radiance. Beyond the window, the city remained dark except for kitchen coals and watch lanterns. Yet he could feel routes. Not metaphorically. Actually, he felt the western road's load tension where 2 ox carts had been overpacked with wet grain. He felt a clinic cistern draining too fast because the Eastern Ward had taken in 30 unexpected refugees overnight. He felt a relay fire on the river ridge guttering low because the assigned watch had argued over replacement oil. The sensation nearly threw him from the bed. He closed his eyes and centered his breathing. The new perception did not vanish, but it clarified. Each signal came with resistance, autonomy, and cost. He could nudge, not dominate. Suggest pressure, not erase distance. The power answered only where structures had been openly linked through trust, oath, or shared charter. Closed households, hidden storehouses, and secret routes remained dim and jagged at the edge of perception. Which was right? Anything else would have been tyranny disguised as cultivation. When he entered the eastern yard at sunrise, Wei Han was already there, staring at the relay mast. You broke through, Wei Han said. Shen Duan considered the statement. Yes. To what? Star Marshal. Wei Han absorbed that with almost academic hunger. Function, multi-region coordination without full override. Wei Han's brows lifted. You advanced into governance. Into logistics, Shen Duan corrected. Same battlefield. Different casualties. Within an hour the core council had gathered. Mu Yao arrived skeptical until Shen Duan asked whether the clinic at South Hollow had lost 2 sterilization cauldrons. She stared. One cracked. One was diverted. I heard 30 breaths ago. Ji Rulan's disbelief lasted until he told her the river barley convoy had split its loads unevenly, and the rear 2 barges would list on the north bend unless the sacks were rotated before midday. She sent a runner. The confirmation returned before the meeting ended. Lan Shui, predictably, asked the most dangerous question. Can you compel? Shen Duan shook his head. Not where the network is honest. I can feel linked structures and aligned obligations. I can transmit urgency. I can stabilize coordination when too many moving parts threaten to become panic. But if I try to flatten local choice, the connection resists. Mu Yao relaxed slightly at that. Ji Rulan did not. And if you deepen the realm, then I decide what sort of monster I become. No one joked after that. They tested the ability all morning. A kiln collapse in the North Quarter required immediate brick diversion to shore a maternity shelter before rain. Instead of sending 3 conflicting orders through exhausted runners, Shen Duan touched the linked lattice and sent a single structured impulse through the refuge network. Urgency, location, substitution path, acceptable delay to lesser repairs, and witness requirement for reassigned stock. 3 districts responded within moments. Not by obeying him blindly. By answering. One released labor. Another reassigned a half-fired batch. The third demanded written compensation in future roofing slate and received it from Ji Rulan before the hour turned. The shelter held. Later, when a ferry dispute threatened to delay medicine, Shen Duan felt the traffic not forming and sent not a command but a weighted consensus pulse through designated route officers. The nearest neutral witness crew rerouted. The delay shrank from half a day to 1 watch. By afternoon, word had spread that Shen Duan's cultivation now touched roads as easily as battle lines. That rumor frightened him more than praise ever had. So he did the one thing the old Shen Duan would never have chosen. He convened an open demonstration. In the southern square, before district heads, kitchen stewards, transport captains, and enough curious citizens to make failure humiliating, he explained the realm publicly. This ability works only through declared links, he said. Through structures already made answerable to one another. It does not replace your councils. It does not erase your votes. It does not read private thought. It does not grant me ownership of your labor. An old carter squinted up at him. Then what good is it? Shen Duan answered. When 10 regions face 10 pressures at once, it keeps them from collapsing into 10 selfish mistakes. That, at least, people understood. To prove it, he invited 3 districts with competing needs to stage a real dispute on the spot. The kiln quarter needing fuel, the ferry ward needing draft crews, and the upper slope needing timber transport for clinic repairs. Ji Rulan nearly objected to turning governance into theater, but Lan Shui gave a tiny shrug that said public faith required visible testing. Shen Duan closed his eyes, touched the network, and held the converging demands without crushing them together. He felt bargaining thresholds, acceptable delays, unseen reserves, political pride, physical fatigue, and all the little irrational attachments that turned clean plans into human ones. Then he released a shaped proposal into the lattice. Fuel first in reduced quantity. Draft crew split afternoon when ferries eased. Upper slope timber delayed by 1 watch in exchange for priority rope and future labor credits. Witness teams on all transfers. The districts argued. Then, one by one, they agreed. Not because they were conquered, because the proposal had respected enough of each reality that refusal looked less honorable than cooperation. When the square erupted in discussion, Shen Yue stepped back and let them own the outcome. Wei Han came to stand beside him. That, he said, is the first realm I've seen where advancement increases scale without reducing everyone else to tools. Shen Yue watched the district stewards scribbling terms while common citizens shouted amendments from the edges. It will tempt abuse. Of course. Then we build restraints before habit makes abuse feel efficient. Wei Han looked almost pleased. You are finally cultivating with historians in mind. By evening, the wall network had stabilized around the new realm. Signal towers answered more quickly. Road disputes became legible earlier. Pressure no longer felt like a swarm battering a single defender. It felt like stars finding pattern without losing their own burn. That night, Shen Yue stood atop the western parapet and gazed over Banner Refuge. Lamps spread beneath him like constellations laid upon earth. Kitchens, clinics, workshops, guard towers, river watch fires. Every light a note of need. Every need a possible fracture. Every fracture now, perhaps, a chance to coordinate before desperation turned it violent. The star martial realm settled in his bones. He had not become stronger in the old, glorious sense. He had become harder to replace. And because the heavens loved irony, that made him more dangerous than ever. At the lower council court, Ji Rulan was already waiting with a stack of emergency market drafts. She did not bother with congratulations. Good, she said. Now use that new realm to survive the argument over price controls. Chapter 130 Ji Rulan's draft code was only 17 pages long. By the time the merchants finished denouncing it, it might as well have been a declaration of war. They gathered in the exchange hall under roof beams still blackened from the old sieges, dressed in sober layers meant to suggest civic virtue rather than wealth. Guild factors, grain traders, caravan insurers, kiln brokers, barge syndics, salt middlemen, and the now humble but not yet broken representatives of the noble houses. Ji Rulan stood at the front table with her draft laid flat beside a scale, 3 sample contracts, and a cup of tea she never touched. Shen Yue remained to one side. This was her battlefield first. She struck the table with a bamboo rod. Emergency Civic Supply Code, she said. Applies during reconstruction scarcity and transport instability. Read the first provision aloud. A clerk swallowed and did as instructed. On staple goods deemed necessary to public survival, no seller may raise prices above the rolling emergency band without declaring supply evidence before registered witnesses. The hall erupted. Confiscatory. Impossible to administer. You'll collapse incentives. No caravan will risk the roads if gain is capped. Ji Rulan let them shout until they had wasted enough breath to sound ordinary rather than intimidating. Then she said, continue. The code was blunt by necessity. Emergency bans for staple grains, lamp oil, medicinal salt, rough cloth, charcoal, and transport fodder. Public declaration requirements for sudden price shifts. Temporary anti-hoarding provisions. Route loss adjustment formulas. Witnessed reserve disclosures for firms claiming extraordinary scarcity. Limited profit guarantees for dangerous routes so traders did not simply abandon them. Penalties for false shortage claims. And, most controversially, authority for district supply boards to intervene if entire neighborhoods were being priced out of basic survival. When the reading ended, a kiln broker slammed both palms on the table. This is command economy madness. Ji Rulan's gaze could have frozen boiling water. No. This is what happens when merchants mistake a recovering civilization for prey. A barge syndicate master jabbed a finger at the draft. Price is information. You distort it, you destroy supply. At that, Shen Yue spoke. Price is information only if the field around it is honest. The master glared. You cultivate roads now, I hear. Does that make you a merchant too? No, Shen Yue said. It makes me less patient with lies dressed as principle. Laughter flickered from the district benches. The merchants did not appreciate it. Ji Rulan turned a page. I'm not interested in abolishing profit. Profit moves carts. Profit pays crews. Profit justifies risk. But when whole wards can no longer buy grain because fear has been monetized, price stops being information and becomes extortion. An older guild factor, careful and clever, steepled his fingers. Then address fraud and rumor. Do not impose ceilings that punish honest traders. Ji Rulan had been waiting for that. The code does address fraud and rumor. It also addresses panic elasticity, route monopolies, and coordinated withholding. She tapped 3 annotated columns. What you call an honest market currently includes war damage, ruined roads, asymmetric information, hidden reserves, and neighborhoods that will riot long before they can bid freely. Under those conditions, pure pricing is fantasy. The careful factor smiled thinly. And who decides the emergency band? Ji Rulan answered. A joint board. Meaning you. Meaning district demand records, transport loss reports, route risk multipliers, and merchant submissions reviewed under witness. The factor leaned back. Still meaning you. She did not deny it quickly enough. That hesitation opened the real conflict between her and Shen Yue. For weeks they had agreed on ends while circling different instincts. Ji Rulon trusted structured intervention because she had seen how quickly markets became weapons. Shen Yue trusted distributed legitimacy because he had finally understood how easy it was for any central authority, even competent one, to harden into the next cage. Now the contradiction had reached the table. He stepped forward. Ji Rulon's eyes sharpened. She knew that look. It meant he was about to complicate her cleanest argument with a larger one. The code needs another condition, he said. Several merchants brightened, thinking he would weaken it. Ji Rulon did not. Which is, she asked, voice flat. Emergency price controls can stand only if the communities bound by them have a visible role in setting, reviewing, and contesting them. Half the hall looked confused. The other half immediately understood the danger. Ji Rulon's jaw tightened. District boards are manipulable. So are central offices. Central offices can at least be held accountable. He met her stare. Only if people can see enough of the decisions to challenge them before harm spreads. The merchants watched like gamblers sensing a split in the wall. Ji Rulon saw it too. Her next words came colder. If every district can contest the ban whenever pain appears local, we get paralysis. Traders will flee uncertainty faster than they flee low margins. Then not every contest delays enforcement, Shen Yue said. The ban stands during emergency windows. But review triggers must be public and regular. Local supply boards submit evidence. Merchant guilds submit route costs. Clinics submit survival thresholds. Kitchens submit ration loads. And the review board cannot be dominated by either state clerks or merchants. By whom, then? By all who bear the consequences. It sounded idealistic. In this room, idealism was often another word for structurally incomplete. Ji Rulon pressed. Name the mechanism. He did. A civilian supply code council. Rotating seats. District representatives chosen through open boards. Merchant delegates chosen by registered guilds but stripped of exclusive voting power. Medical and transport officers as standing technical voices. Emergency bans proposed centrally, activated quickly, but reviewed on fixed intervals with published evidence. No hidden reserve claims. No sealed formula. Silence spread. The merchants disliked it because it preserved intervention. The district benches disliked it because it still allowed strong emergency action. Ji Rulon disliked it because it made control slower and messier, which meant it might be real. The careful factor recovered first. You would expose cost structures publicly? Enough of them, Shen Yue said. That no one can claim starvation is simply the wisdom of the market. Ji Rulon looked at the draft, then at him, then at the merchants who were already recalculating how to capture any new board not defended properly. Rotating seats are bought, she said. Then buying them becomes visible. Visible corruption is still corruption. Invisible corruption is empire. That landed too hard for anyone to interrupt. Ji Rulon stared at him for a long moment. He did not look away. Their disagreement was not theatrical. He knew she was right about speed, distortion, and predation. She knew he was right about legitimacy, opacity, and the danger of benevolent command becoming habit. At last she said, 2 review tracks. He waited. Emergency activation by central authority for immediate stabilization, she said. 7-day duration unless renewed. During that period, supply flows cannot be interrupted by procedural contest. And renewal? Requires public evidence session. He nodded slightly. With district, merchant, clinic, and transport testimony. And technical waiting, she said sharply. Not pure crowd sentiment. Agreed. She continued, thinking aloud now that the real fight had become design. Merchant margins on dangerous routes get minimum protection bans, or they will smuggle instead of comply. Agreed. District petitions can trigger investigation but not instant repeal. Agreed. Reserve disclosures sealed in part for security, opened in part for accountability. He considered, then said, partial sealing only under witness and only for routes still under active threat. Ji Rulon exhaled. Fine. The careful guild factor raised a hand. This is still severe. Ji Rulon rounded on him. Yes. For the first time that day, the hall laughed with her rather than at someone else. By dusk, the draft had changed shape. Less purely central than Ji Rulon preferred. More forceful than Shen Yue's instincts alone would have made it. Strong enough to act. Open enough to contest. When the final clauses were read, the title had changed as well. Not emergency price order. Open civilian supply code. The difference was not cosmetic. It meant the code belonged not only to administrators, but to the governed circuits of survival themselves. After the hall emptied, Ji Rulan and Shen Duan remained amid scattered drafts and cold tea. She spoke first. You nearly ruined the cleanest enforcement tool we had. He answered. You nearly built a perfect machine for future abuse. She gave him a long, unreadable look, then barked a laugh. Probably, she said. He smiled despite himself. Outside, the evening bells marked the opening of the district kitchens. Posted notices were already going up with the first emergency bans, the first review dates, the first names of rotating council seats. People would complain. Traders would maneuver. District boards would become arenas of ego, fear, and civic invention. Good. Systems that touched survival should not be so clean that no ordinary person knew where to press when they were being crushed. Ji Rulan gathered the final pages and tied them with red cord. This code will be attacked from both sides, she said. Then it may be balanced correctly. She snorted. Or it may simply mean we've annoyed everyone. Also possible. They walked out together into the cooling night. The city below them glimmered with the imperfect order they were trying to protect. Kitchens, relay fires, clinic lanterns, market boards crowded with posted figures and handwritten objections. Not harmony, not victory, something better suited to human beings. Shen Duan felt the star martial realm hum through the linked structures. Review dates, grain movements, transport bottlenecks, quarrels not yet crises. He could sense how fragile it all remained. But he could also sense something new. The city was no longer waiting for a savior to decide whether it deserved to eat. That change, once made, would be harder to conquer than any wall. Chapter 131. The first assassin came dressed as a mourner. Rain still clung to the stones outside the tribunal court. A line of petitioners wound between braziers and posted notices, each one waiting to file objections under the new supply code. The man wore coarse white hemp, his face hidden beneath a funeral hood, and carried incense sticks in both hands as if he had come to honor the dead of the grain panic. Lan Xuan noticed him because he moved too carefully for grief. Most mourners drifted. They slowed near names they recognized on the memorial tablets. They looked toward the kitchens and clinics with tired resentment or tired gratitude. This man counted distances. Door to witness desk to stair rail to the covered corridor where Shen Duan was expected to appear after the morning review session. Lan Shui did not move. Movement warned professionals. She kept her gaze on the docket board and said to the clerk beside her, "Drop your brush." The clerk blinked. "Inspector." Now. The brush struck the floor. Ink splashed across the stone. Heads turned. So did the mourners. That was enough. Lan Shui's sleeve knife slid into her palm as she stepped through the widening gap. The mourners' incense sticks snapped apart, revealing narrow steel needles lacquered black. He thrust at the space where Shen Duan would have emerged one breath later if the docket had stayed on schedule. Lan Shui caught his wrist. Poison oil slicked over her fingers, cold as pond water. He twisted with trained desperation, shoulder dipping for a hidden second blade. She slammed him into the tribunal pillar hard enough to ring the stone. The funeral hood fell back. He was younger than she expected. Late 20s. Scar under the eye. No sect mark. No family pin. The face of a man paid to become forgettable. Alive, she told the guards. He bit down before they reached him. Lan Shui jammed 2 fingers under his jaw and struck the nerve behind the ear. His teeth clacked shut on blood, not poison. The pellet dropped from his tongue and bounced across the stone. The petitioners screamed. One old merchant tried to crawl under a bench. Someone shouted that the chorus had returned. Someone else shouted that this was proof the new order had failed. Quiet. Lan Shui's voice cut across the yard like a drawn wire. Shen Duan stepped out from the side corridor instead of the main stair, 2 ward guards already reaching for him in alarm. He saw the assassin, the needles, the spilled ink, and the crowd all at once. Not random, he said. Lan Shui nodded. No, by noon, 3 more attempts had surfaced. A kitchen supervisor found a wire stretched across a stairwell at throat height. A district witness opened a donation coffer and discovered a folded blade hidden beneath rice paper petitions. A courier carrying testimony from the Eastern Ward disappeared and reappeared in the river reeds with a slit coat and a warning carved into the mud beside him. N.O. many-handed tyrant. Elder Sui's doctrine, Shen Duan thought. Not the man himself. He had died to his own certainty long ago. But ideas like his did not stay buried just because the body failed. Elder Sui had spent years preaching that forbidden arts did not merely tempt corruption. They produced it by nature. Mass-linked power, in his view, could only end in one outcome, a smiling despot claiming to act for everyone at once. Shen Duan had once hated that doctrine because it was used to justify slaughter. Now he hated it more, because parts of it could seduce frightened people by sounding prudent. If the wrong hands fed that fear, every reform of the past months could be painted as the first stage of elegant tyranny. The council wanted arrests by sunset. Ji Rulan wanted asset seizures and travel restrictions. Wei Han wanted communication nodes watched for repeated phrase patterns. Mu Yao wanted the tribunal entrances searched by people with enough training not to panic and stab every nervous farmer. Lan Shui listened to all of it and said, "No hidden purge." Ji Rulan stared at her. "You have an assassin breathing because of you. And that is your answer?" Lan Shui wiped poison residue from her hand with spirits. "Yes." "Why?" "Because the accusation is already written." Lan Shui's eyes moved from one face to the next. That Shen Duan's new realm links the populace into soft bondage. That those who object disappear into administrative darkness. If we answer with secret arrests, we ratify the doctrine for them. Shen Duan leaned against the table and felt the star marshal network flicker with public anxiety from half the city. Whisper clusters, shrine debates, market arguments. Fear traveled faster than carts. Lan Shui continued, "We hold open trials." Ji Rulan gave a short, humorless laugh. "For attempted murder?" "Especially for attempted murder." Wei Han's expression sharpened with interest. "Publicly unravel the theory as well as the conspiracy." Lan Shui nodded. "Exactly." Shen Duan understood at once. Hidden law could punish bodies. Open law could break recruitment. "Do it," he said. By evening, the old debate amphitheater had been converted again. Not for grain this time. For doctrine. Witness benches lined the floor. Scribes sat high where every stroke could be seen. Confiscated weapons lay displayed on cloth-covered tables. On the rear wall, Lan Shui ordered the mud warning copied in large brush script beside the doctrine phrases recovered from hidden pamphlets. When many are linked, one will rule. Better hunger than a soft chain. Mercy from above is still a collar. People came because they were angry. They stayed because they were afraid those words might be right. The first prisoner was the mourner assassin, wrists bound in copper thread. He had survived. Barely. Lan Shui did not question him as a villain. She questioned him as a structure. "Who hired you?" Silence. She placed one of the recovered pamphlets on the witness rail. "Who taught you these words?" Silence again. So she called the second witness. A former court copyist, hands shaking, who had duplicated philosophical tracts for coin. Then a caravan factor whose safe house had stored blades under sacks of lentils. Then a young sect exile who admitted she had attended meetings because she feared Shen Duan's new ability meant no town would ever again be left alone. That last confession changed the room. Lan Shui asked her, "Why did you fear that?" The exile swallowed. "Because every empire says coordination is protection. Then one day your village's grain goes elsewhere, and you are told sacrifice is noble." Elder Sui wrote that collective power always swallows the weak first while praising them for it. Shen Duan heard murmurs ripple through the tears. True fear, he thought, was never conquered by calling it stupidity. Lan Shui knew that too. She did not strike the girl down with contempt. Instead, she turned toward Shen Duan. "Answer." The whole amphitheater looked at him. He could have refused. He could have said the trial was law, not politics. But if he hid behind procedure while his own power was the subject, the doctrine would grow in that shadow. So he stepped into the center. The stones were cold through his soles. The evening wind smelled of wet rope and lamp smoke. Elder Sui was wrong, he said. And he was dangerous because he was wrong in a way that sounded half-wise. No flourish. No roar. Just a blade laid flat on the table. He saw what power does when gathered at the top and assumed all links point upward. That is how sects trained him to think. He could not imagine a structure that binds authority downward and outward as well. One of the accused conspirators spat blood. Pretty words. Shen Duan looked at him. No. Ugly work. He gestured toward the posted supply code, the district nomination boards, the tribunal records, the witness circles. If I wanted soft tyranny, I would have taken easier paths. I would have kept price records sealed. I would have ruled by emergency decree. I would have let kitchens depend on my will and roads depend on my mood. That would be efficient. His mouth tightened. Efficiency tempts every man who can force outcomes. Ji Rulan, listening from the witness table, gave him a glance that admitted the point even while disliking how publicly he made it. Shen Duan continued. Instead, we have built frictions. Reviews. Objections. Witnesses. Rotations. Delays. Shared authority. It is slower. It is harder. It makes me less comfortable. The former copyist blurted. Then why seek greater realms at all? Because the world still had enemies, Shen Duan thought. Because outer civilizations were coming. Because if he stopped advancing, gentler structures might be devoured by harsher ones. He answered aloud. Because refusal of power does not stop power from existing. It only decides who holds it when danger arrives. Lan Shui let the silence after that do its work. Then she dismantled the conspiracy piece by piece. Funding chains linked back not to noble houses this time, but to fractured legalists, sect hardliners, and a handful of dispossessed officials who had lost relevance once open tribunals made private influence harder to monetize. They had borrowed Elder Sway's language because it gave moral dignity to what was, at root, panic over losing invisible control. By the fourth hour, the room had shifted. This was no longer a trial about whether fear of tyranny was foolish. It was about who had weaponized that fear into knives. Lan Shui closed by pronouncing not only sentences, but structures. Those who organized assassinations would face labor exile under public record. Pamphlet cells would be mapped openly, not vanished. Debate on the nature of mass-linked power would remain legal in designated forums. Secret violence under doctrinal cover would not. Ji Rulan murmured, almost unwillingly impressed. You turned rebellion into a curriculum. Lan Shui did not look at her. Law should educate where possible. Killing everyone who fears abuse only proves they feared correctly. When the crowd spilled out under torchlight, no one looked reassured. Reassurance would have been false. They looked burdened. Good, Shen Yue thought. Burden meant they had understood the problem was real, not solved by slogans from either side. As the last witnesses departed, Lan Shui stood beside the displayed pamphlets and flexed her hand once, as if loosening a hidden ache. They'll come again, she said. Yes. Not because the doctrine is strong. Because your path keeps giving it new material. Shen Yue accepted that. His fatal flaw had dragged him into collective injustices again and again because he could not watch people be crushed and stay still. Now the cost was subtler. Every time he acted at scale, he fed legitimate fear that one savior might become another machine. He would have to keep proving, over and over, that power could build constraints around itself before others were forced to build graves around it. Lan Shui looked toward the city where thousands of lamps trembled in the wind. The next enemy won't come with pamphlets, she said. At that moment, as if the night wanted to confirm her, the Eastern Archives bell began to ring. Not alarm. Discovery. And from the running footsteps in the corridor, Shen Yue already knew who had found it. Su Songhai. Chapter 132. Su Songhai entered the archive hall carrying a ledger as if it might bite through her skin. The former saintess no longer dressed in the pale ceremonial silks of the chorus. She wore dark travel cloth now, plain enough to pass in a market if not for the unnatural stillness she could never fully discard. Even redeemed, or half-redeemed, she moved like someone who had once belonged to a greater rhythm and still heard its afterbeat in silence. The ledger in her hands was bound in cracked blue leather. Its corners had been reinforced with brass gone green from damp. Nothing about it looked worthy of the bell she had rung. Yet the clerks nearest her had recoiled. One old accountant had vomited. Shen Yue crossed the archive floor and felt the star martial lattice shiver before he was close enough to touch the book. Not with hostile force. With pressure. Thin, creeping, administrative pressure. Like a room in which every person had begun whispering the same anxious thought without realizing where it came from. Su Songhai set the ledger on the long cedar table. Do not open it casually. Ji Rulan arrived a breath later, irritated from being dragged away from a tariff dispute until she saw the expressions in the room. Wei Han came with ink still on his sleeve. Mu Yao came because any gathering that made accountants retch was likely to become her problem. Lan Shui shut the archive doors. Su Songhai rested 2 fingers on the ledger cover. It was found in the old tribute vault beneath the ferry records, hidden among pre-war grain guarantees. At first glance it's ordinary. Adjustment tallies, deficit notes, risk annotations, Ji Rulan said. And at second glance, Su Songhai's face had gone paler than usual. At second glance it is eating thought. No one spoke. Shen Yue understood before the others did. The chorus had not ruled only by military hierarchy. It had embedded itself in procedures, habits, incentives, and administrative fear. The great mind had known that people surrendered themselves more completely when they believed they were merely following prudent process. A fragment, he said. Su Songhai nodded. Not a warrior node. Not a tactical shell. Something worse for this stage of the world. Wei Han's eyes narrowed. A civic parasite. Ji Rulan gave him a flat look. You say that as if you've been waiting years for the phrase. I probably have. Su Songhai ignored them. This fragment nested in tribute ledgers. It rewarded scarcity behavior. Not openly. A missing shipment here. An exaggerated loss there. An extra reserve requirement after a panic. Over time, every prudent official touching it became a little more afraid of insufficiency and a little more willing to centralize control and response. Mu Yao folded her arms. You're saying an account book taught people to hoard. Not taught. Su Songhai touched the leather and winced. Amplified. It fed on the moment a steward thinks, if I do not seize more than I need, my people may suffer. Then it shaped the next decision so that distrust felt wiser than sharing. Ji Rulan's expression altered by 1 hard degree. For someone who had built half her life on mastering scarcity before others could weaponize it against her, this was not abstract. How long, she asked. Su Songhai answered carefully. Long enough that some of your war supply methods may have been reinforced by it. The room chilled. Ji Rulan's hand went to the table, not for support, but to keep from reaching for a blade on instinct. Say the rest. Long enough, Su Songhai said, each word controlled, that many honorable officials across decades likely believed they were being responsible while the fragment cultivated fear through them. Lan Shui looked at Shen Duan. Can it move? Through copied structures? Likely, Su Songhai said. Not by simple touch. By replication of the logic. Scarcity formulas. Emergency concentration clauses. Tribute guarantees that always favor retention over circulation. The ledger is a root, not the whole vine. Wei Han already had fresh paper out. Show me the pattern. What followed was not dramatic in the usual sense. No swords. No explosions. Only pages. And page by page, horror. The ledger began with practical entries anyone could defend. Minimum reserve percentages after crop failure. Emergency powers during caravan disruption. Authority to bypass local councils if the center determined risk beyond acceptable bands. Prudent. Sensible. Boring enough to pass through generations unchallenged. Then the annotations thickened. Local discretion is emotionally unstable. Delay creates waste. Visible abundance invites unrest. Fear preserves compliance. The final phrases were not written in any ordinary ink. They gleamed at the edge of sight like wet oil. When a clerk stared too long, his breathing sped up and he began muttering that the kitchens were undercounting, that all district witnesses lied, that every public request concealed a private grab. Mu Yao slapped him hard enough to snap his focus. Eyes off the page. Shen Duan placed his palm above the ledger without touching it. The star martial realm answered with 1,000 linked pulses from across banner refuge, supply notices, review boards, kitchen reports, route disputes, clinic requisitions. He felt how easily a pattern like this could spread through any strained society. Not by commanding evil, by making mistrust feel professional. Su Songhai watched him with unreadable fatigue. This is what the chorus understood best. Not armies. Exhaustion. He looked at her. You knew fragments like this could remain. She did not lie. I feared it. I did not know where. Ji Rulan let out a breath that sounded almost like anger at herself. Then half our current institutions may be contaminated. Wei Han shook his head. Not half. The ones where scarcity and discretion meet. Tribute offices. Reserve boards. Emergency transport contracts. Anything that turns uncertainty into authority. Lan Shui said. That's enough to poison the future. No one argued. Su Songhai finally lifted the ledger and flipped to the back. Hidden beneath the final paste down was a thin membrane, translucent as fish skin. Within it drifted lines of faint light that rearranged themselves whenever anyone in the room considered withholding, centralizing, or doubting another's competence. Mu Yao's face hardened. Disgusting. The membrane pulsed. And a voice entered the room without sound. You are tired, it said. The words did not strike ears. They arrived inside decision. You cannot feed every district through consensus. You cannot save the weak while permitting debate. Mercy requires hierarchy. Let the capable hold more, decide more, conceal more. Fear is cleaner than disorder. The youngest clerk dropped to his knees, hands over his temples. Ji Rulan's jaw locked. Shen Duan felt the fragment probing them, tasting their most defensible compromises. It did not tempt with cruelty. It tempted with relief. That made it far more dangerous. Su Songhai's hand shook once over the ledger. I can contain it for a few breaths. No more. Shen Duan stepped forward. The forbidden art in him disliked this enemy. No clear hostile line. No crowd of blades. No obvious encirclement. Just a distributed pressure pushing through process and fear. The old manuals had little to say about such foes because old rebels still imagined oppression wore armor. But the star martial realm recognized the battlefield. He opened the linked lattice. At once, the archive filled with signals from the city. Kitchens low on millet. Ferry boards arguing reserve percentages. District representatives drafting objections to the supply code. Healing wards requesting winter cloth. The fragment brightened greedily. Yes, it whispered. Too much need. Too many voices. Let one hand close. Shen Duan almost understood why the chorus had conquered worlds. Not because people loved obedience. because exhaustion made concentration feel merciful. He asked Su Songhai, "Can it feed if we make abundance visible?" She blinked, then understood. It feeds on scarcity and bureaucratic fear. If circulation becomes real-time and public, it loses concealment. But not quietly. It will fight to restore delay. Wei Han looked up from his notes. Then we make every city choose in the open. Lan Shui's eye sharpened. That could trigger panic. Ji Rulan, still pale, said, or reveal who among us still loves hidden reserves more than living neighbors. The fragment pulsed harder. The air smelled faintly metallic, like wet coins and old blood. Shen Duan saw the shape of the next move. Not destruction in a room. Exposure at scale. He closed the ledger. The voice receded, not gone but furious. Tomorrow, he said, we stop fighting this thing in one archive. Su Songhai looked at him with the first trace of wary hope he had seen on her face. You mean to drag it into the network? He nodded. That may kill people. If we don't, Ji Rulan said quietly, it will teach them to call fear prudence for another 100 years. The room fell silent. Outside the archives, the city bells marked the second watch. Kitchens were still serving. Debate boards were still being read by torchlight. Somewhere a child was crying because fever had broken and left pain behind. Somewhere a warehouse steward was deciding whether to report a reserve honestly. The ledger fragment was already in those moments. Shen Duan placed his hand over the blue leather and felt its hunger push back against his pulse. Good, he said to it. Tomorrow you'll be outnumbered. Chapter 133 At dawn, Shen Duan ordered every district board and banner refuge opened at once. Not merely the market squares. The ferry ramps, shrine courtyards, kiln terraces, clinic porches, granary yards, and relay towers as well. Bells rang in staggered sequence through the city. Scribes nailed fresh sheets to public frames. Runners spread with sealed packets to the river towns, the slope villages, the outer wards repaired only weeks ago. By the time the sun cleared the eastern ridge, all linked settlements had received the same emergency proclamation. All reserve holdings of staple goods to be declared for one day. All districts to post need, surplus, and transport capacity by midday. Voluntary mutual aid transfers activated under open witness. No sealed adjustments. No private priority overrides. No hidden retention without public claim. Ji Rulan read the posted order in the southern exchange square, while merchants around her swore under their breath. You've lit every fuse at once, she said when Shen Duan stepped beside her. Yes. You enjoy making my profession scream. Only the dishonest parts. She looked upward, listening as the relay bells answered one another across the city. If this fails, every hoarder will point at the chaos and say they were right. Shen Duan did not deny it. That was the cost of his flaw and his method. He could not ignore an injustice once he saw its mechanism. And once he understood the ledger fragment fed on invisible concentration, he could not choose a cautious, partial response. Not when caution would leave the root alive. So he had forced the entire network into decision. By mid-morning, panic was already trying to outrun the proclamation. At North Hollow, 3 warehouse families posted only half their millet holdings and claimed spoilage. In the ferry ward, 2 boat captains threatened to suspend transport until they were guaranteed return compensation. At the upper slope, a district speaker announced her people had no duty to share winter charcoal while their own roofs still leaked. And beneath all of it, Shen Duan felt the ledger fragment move. The star martial realm made its motion visible to him as greasy currents threading through hesitation. It slid toward every delay, every suspicious glance, every phrase like protect our own first or wait for certainty. Not causing the thought from nothing, but fattening it, sharpening it, making mistrust feel like wisdom. He stood in the central relay court with Su Songhai, Wei Han, Mu Yao, Lan Shui, and Ji Rulan spread across the linked boards. The old tribute ledger lay open on a raised stone basin, sealed within a circle of witness marks and defensive script. Su Songhai's face was drawn tight with concentration. It's trying to fragment through local formulas. Wei Han held 6 district tallies at once, reading faster than the scribes could hand them over. Ferry ward surplus greater than claimed. Kiln quarter need lower than rumor says. Upper slope has hidden timber reserve, but no food margin. If we can make the first 2 visible before noon, the panic cascade slows. Ji Rulan snapped orders to the exchange runners. Publish the ferry numbers with signatures. Offer transport credits to captains who release surplus before the second bell. And if anyone falsifies return risk, I want their names posted under fraud inquiry. Mu Yao was already reading clinic reports. North Hollow can spare charcoal if South River sends fever herbs. Don't let them bargain in circles for 3 hours while children cough in wet blankets. Shen Duan closed his eyes and opened the full lattice. The city struck him all at once. Not one city. A belt of settlements linked by roads, ferries, kitchens, clinics, and argument. Heat from kills. Brine stink from the lower docks. The sour smell of crowded infirmaries. Chalk dust. Wet grain. Axle grease. Smoke trapped under morning fog. And in every place, choice. The ledger fragment rushed to meet him. It did not appear as a person. It appeared as compression. Columns closing. Paths narrowing. Every conversation reducing to a single logic. Keep more, trust less, centralize faster. You cannot wait for volunteers, it told him through 1,000 administrative nerves. Need is urgent. Debate is waste. Let one clear hand decide distribution. Let the districts obey. They will thank you when hunger passes. The offer was seductively efficient. Shen Duan felt his own instincts answer it. The old fighter in him knew how to crush hesitation. The star martial realm could, with enough force, probably bias the network until every public board bent toward a unified directive. That would defeat the fragment for one day, and seat it in him forever. He opened his eyes and said, "No coercive pulse." Ji Rulon heard him over the relay noise. "Then give me a shaped incentive." Already doing it. He spread both hands over the basin. The heaven siege remnants in his spirit aligned with the star martial network. Instead of pressing downward, he projected outward. Not command. Consequence made visible. Every linked district board lit at once with shifting routes, annotated by live needs and live surpluses. Not mystical abstractions. Real names. Real stores. Real missing goods. Real transfer times. A widow in South Hollow saw that the ferry ward's hidden rice reserve could reach her kitchen by dusk if 2 ox teams were released. A kiln foreman saw that hoarding charcoal now would leave the clinic ward without sterilization heat by nightfall, which meant fever in the labor crews his own furnaces depended on next week. A boat captain saw that declaring his true spare hold earned immediate transport credit and public priority on rope repairs. The network did not remove self-interest. It widened it until selfishness had to acknowledge the neighborhood around it. The ledger fragment shrieked without sound. Across the basin, the blue leather darkened as if soaked. Su Songhai's breath hitched. "It's losing concealment." "Keep it contained," Shen Duan said. Then the counterattack came. At the upper slope, the district speaker who had opposed charcoal sharing tore down the posted maps and shouted that the numbers were forged. In the East Granary Ward, 3 masked men tried to burn the declaration board. At the lower ferry, a rumor spread that the Central Court had secretly exempted favored districts for mutual aid. The fragment was not merely in paper. It had learned how to weaponize the human instinct to reject any truth that threatened private safety. Lan Shui moved first. "Arson cell in East Ward." "I'm going." Mu Yao grabbed her sleeve. "Take healers. Fire panic kills as fast as flame." Ji Rulon looked to Shen Duan. "This is where you use force." He did, but not on the people. He drove a star martial pulse through the relay line that connected all declaration boards, locking them to mirrored witness copies in neighboring districts. Tear down 1, and 2 more displayed the same data. Burn 1, and the river towers began reading the numbers aloud by bell code. Hide a board, and route stewards at the next link received the discrepancy instantly. The fragment had been built for ledgers hidden in drawers. It had not been built for a populace watching itself in real time. Wei Han gave a savage grin rare enough to feel like an eclipse. Again, Shen Duan pushed harder. Now he felt resistance not only from the fragment, but from ordinary human habits. Pride, fatigue, distrust of officials, resentment between districts that had survived different wars at different cost. He could not erase those. If he tried, the whole method would curdle. So he did the only thing the new realm allowed honestly. He made cooperation easier than hoarding. Visible transfer credits. Public recognition for fast aid releases. Immediate route prioritization for truthful declarations. Clinic preference for districts that met emergency reciprocity thresholds. Ugly, practical mechanisms that converted virtue into logistics instead of speeches. One by one, the currents shifted. South Hollow released spare carpenters after seeing timber support in return. The ferry ward opened its second reserve once captains realized false scarcity now cost future priority. Even the upper slope split its charcoal after Mu Yao publicly posted the names of the infants whose warming rooms would fail first. The ledger fragment writhed in the basin. The fish skin membrane at its heart convulsed, throwing oily letters into the air. Unified hand. Only safety. Obedience is mercy. Shen Duan stepped into the witness circle. For the first time that day, he addressed the fragment as an enemy. "You don't understand people," he said. The phrase was absurd on its face. The chorus had enslaved civilizations. But that had always been its flaw. It understood behavior under pressure. It did not understand what pressure became when choice was allowed to remain visible. The fragment lunged. Not physically. It hurled every record of scarcity through the network at once. Famine years, siege winters, plague rationing, abandoned villages. Every moment when sharing had failed and fear had survived because caution, however cruel, had kept some alive. Shen Yue reeled. Blood ran warm into his mouth. This was the cost. Crowd echoes had once filled him with enemy hatred. Now administrative echoes tried to fill him with institutional fear. Keep more. Trust less. Centralize early. Punish dissent. Survive first. His knees almost hit stone. Then he felt something else answer through the lattice. Not his power. People. The ferry captains who had opened reserves. The district mothers signing mutual aid receipts. The kiln laborers unloading charcoal where they had sworn never to share. Ordinary, contradictory, often resentful people making choices against fear while still feeling it. The fragment was outnumbered. Shen Yue laughed, blood on his teeth. Since you brought so many, he said hoarsely, let me return the courtesy. He drew all those willing recognitions through the star martial realm and turned them not into domination, but into a siege of exposure. The witness copies, mirrored boards, spoken bell tallies, signed transfers, and answered needs enclosed the fragment from every side. No secrecy, no private equation, no hidden reserve logic left unobserved. The membrane split with a sound like parchment tearing underwater. Its voice became a shrill line of panic. Then it was gone. The blue ledger collapsed into mildew, dead leather, and harmless ink. For a long moment no one in the relay court moved. Then the bell towers began striking confirmation code from district to district. Transfer acknowledged. Need met. Reserve declared. Not every problem solved. But the pattern had broken. Shen Yue wiped blood from his mouth and looked across the city where public boards still shone with active exchanges. This victory had not come from making everyone pure. It had come from making enough people visible to one another that fear could no longer hide in respectable procedure. Ji Rulon exhaled once. I hate that your method worked. Wei Han said. You hate that it worked without making you empress. Correct. Even Lan Shui, returning from the East Ward with soot on her sleeve, almost smiled. But Su Songhai did not. She was staring at the basin where the fragment had died, face drawn with a more ancient dread. It is not finished, she said. Shen Yue felt it a breath later. Not the ledger parasite. Something larger had just noticed its death. Chapter 130 for the larger thing descended as praise. That was the first sign it was more dangerous than the fragment they had just destroyed. By afternoon, every district board in Banner Refuge carried fresh writing from unseen hands. No scribes admitted posting it. No runners remembered delivering it. Yet the messages appeared in identical brushwork, precise and calm. Only one who refused control can be trusted to hold it. Let Shen Yue become the kind hand above. The world is tired. Give it a single merciful center. At the fairy shrines, worship candles began appearing before his name tablet. At the lower market, someone painted his silhouette behind a bowl of grain with the words Father of Open Banners. Mu Yao tore down 3 of those before noon and looked ready to beat the 4th painter with his own ladder. This is foul, she said when she found Shen Yue on the main terrace. Not flattery. Entrapment. He watched 2 old women arguing below over whether the image should be preserved as thanks or burned as superstition. I know. The Star Martial Network carried an unfamiliar pressure now. Not scarcity. Not fear. Relief turned devotional. Exhausted people, after months of public boards and negotiations and near failures, were reaching for simplification. The larger surviving intelligence from the dead ledger had adapted its offer. If fear no longer worked alone, sanctification might. Su Songhai joined them, face drawn taut. This is a higher-order civic shell. Not a full chorus shard, but close. It can no longer hide inside scarcity formulas, so it's shifting to legitimacy capture. Mu Yao's expression darkened. Say it plainly. It wants him enthroned by gratitude. Below them, a group of kitchen workers had begun arguing with a district elder over whether the newly named Duan kitchens should be made permanent under his direct authority. The workers themselves seemed embarrassed by the idea, yet also tired enough to find comfort in it. That frightened Shen Yue more than knives. Knives declared themselves enemies. Gratitude offered surrender with smiling eyes. By dusk, the pressure spread beyond Banner Refuge. River settlements sent requests asking whether Shen Yue would accept emergency, supreme arbitration. 2 hill forts asked if his Star Martial Authority could override local councils during winter shortage disputes. A delegation from the Eastern Ferry Guild arrived carrying a ceremonial seal blank except for the space where his title should be carved. Ji Rulon took one look at the seal and said, break it. Prince Ning's envoy, who had reached the refuge that morning with diplomatic papers, said, "Refuse it publicly, and 3 neighboring coalitions will panic that you're preparing a hidden throne anyway." Lan Shui said, "Accept it, and we prove every assassin pamphlet half correct." Wei Han said, "Delay is worse. The shell is using ambiguity." All of them were right. That was what made the trap elegant. Shen Duan returned to the central court and felt the larger shell moving through sentiment the way the ledger fragment had moved through prudence. It took every honest moment of relief, every exhausted admiration, every child fed by a kitchen whose order now held, and whispered the same conclusion. Would it not be safer if the man who solved this simply ruled it? He despised the question because part of him, the tired and practical part, knew how much faster many things would move if he said yes. His fatal flaw had always driven him into unwinnable fights against collective injustice. Now it offered a poisoned answer. If he alone could force fairness quickly, why not do it? Why keep enduring friction, obstruction, and local incompetence? Because that path ended with better intentions wearing the same old architecture. The shell pressed harder. Night fell. Lamps glowed through mist. In the center court, the ceremonial seal from the Fairy Guild sat on the stone table beside the dead blue ledger and the broken pamphlet blades from Lan Shui's trial. 3 versions of power: coercion, scarcity, worship, all cages. Shen Duan looked at the people gathered around him. Mu Yao angry enough to spit. Ji Rulan tense because she knew centralization was useful even when dangerous. Lan Shui like a drawn line between law and abyss. Wei Han already sketching possible federal chamber structures on scrap paper because he solved fear by overbuilding procedure. Su Songhai watching as though this moment might determine whether her whole species of devotion could be remade. Public assembly, Shen Duan said. Ji Rulan frowned. Tonight, you'll feed the shell by giving it a stage. Then I'll break it on the stage. The great assembly bell rang until every ward sent bodies toward the central plaza. Rain threatened, but never fell. Torches hissed in the damp. The city packed shoulder to shoulder, not in panic, but in a collective exhaustion so deep it made silence heavier than shouting. On the raised platform stood the blank seal, the dead ledger, and the open supply code records. Shen Duan climbed the steps alone. At once the pressure intensified. He felt devotion trying to crystallize. The shell was using every gaze upon him to turn the crowd into a throne before he had even spoken. If he accepted one kneeling wave, it would root. So his first words were brutal. "Do not kneel." The plaza shuddered. Some had already bent. They froze halfway. Shen Duan's voice carried over the lamps, over the smell of wet wool and kitchen smoke and river mud clinging to people's boots. "If you are here to ask whether I will rule this world by singular right, the answer is no." Murmurs burst like sparks. A woman near the front shouted, "Why not? We're tired of councils that argue while children freeze." Another voice, rough with labor, shouted back, "And when he dies? Who inherits your mercy then?" Good, Shen Duan thought. Let them argue in daylight. He pointed at the dead ledger. Today we killed a fragment that fed on fear of scarcity. Tonight another thing moves among us. It wears gratitude instead of panic, but it wants the same end. One center, one unquestioned hand, one merciful throat through which the whole world must breathe. The pressure rose in resistance, trying to make his warning sound like false modesty. So he attacked the temptation directly. Listen carefully. I could do it. He let that truth stand naked. I could centralize more than any sect patriarch. I could move grain faster by suppressing appeals. I could reduce theft by expanding surveillance. I could settle regional disputes by overruling local fools before they finish opening their mouths. Even Ji Rulan winced at how attractive he made it sound. Shen Duan's voice hardened. And because I could do it well for a while, it would be worse than obvious tyranny. You would call it relief. Your children would call it normal. Then one day some lesser man would inherit the machine and still claim mercy while using the same levers to starve whoever displeased him. The crowd had gone still enough that the crackle of torch pitch sounded loud. Mu Yao stepped onto the platform uninvited. Good. The shell wanted him alone. She faced the plaza and pointed down at the nearest clinic district. "Who kept your fever wards open before dawn 3 nights ago?" she shouted. Voices answered from below. South Hollow women. The kiln porters. The river herb crews. Mu Yao jabbed a finger at Shen Duan. Did he boil those cloths himself? Laughter, raw and tired. Ji Rulan came up next, annoyed at being part of theater and too honest not to join once the structure appeared. "Who balanced the emergency bands?" she called. "Him alone." Merchant curses rose, followed by district voices shouting the names of witnesses, transport officers, and market scribes. Lan Shui stepped up with no announcement at all. "Who exposed the assassins?" "You did," someone yelled. Lan Shue's mouth twitched. With witnesses. More people were speaking now, not chanting his name, naming one another. The shell quivered. Its pressure depended on collapsing relief into singular authorship. Wei Han strode onto the platform last, holding a sheaf of fresh parchment. He looked profoundly unhappy to be improvising history in public. Then stop pretending this city has one pair of hands, he said. If the roads now link us beyond old crowns and sects, then write that truth properly. He slapped the parchments onto the table. At the top, in broad wet brush, he had written, Open Banner Charter, not a proclamation of Shen Yue's rule. A federated charter. Regional councils. Rotating civic representation. Technical seats without hereditary right. Emergency powers with sunset clauses. Mutual defense compacts. Public accounting obligations. Guaranteed local authority over clinics, kitchens, and first response relief. Shared transit law. No singular throne. The plaza erupted into overlapping voices. Not agreement. Debate. Perfect. Shen Yue seized that moment and drove the star martial realm through the crowd, not as command, but as amplification of plurality. Every district hearing the names of other districts. Every exhausted admirer forced to remember the hands besides his. The shell tried to gather devotion and found itself struck from all directions by contradictory, cooperative human intent. Not one will. Many willing not to disappear. It screamed inside his spirit. You refuse sainthood? It cried. Yes, Shen Yue answered. Then you condemn them to mess. Yes. The answer hit the shell like a hammer. Because mess, openly governed, was the only proof the world had not already been quietly surrendered. The pressure burst. Above the plaza, for one impossible breath, a vast translucent face assembled from brush strokes, prayer smoke, and ledger light. Serene, pitying, almost maternal. Then the contradictions inside the crowd tore it apart. Torch flames bent outward. Papers whipped in circles. The blank ceremonial seal split down the middle with a crack like bone. When the wind settled, the shell was gone. Not defeated by worship redirected. Defeated by worship refused. Shen Yue stood swaying, blood warm in his throat again, while below him the plaza dissolved into argument over clauses, seat counts, district rights, and whether Wei Han's draft looked like a tax ledger mating with a battle plan. Mu Yao glanced at him sideways. You look ill. Probably because I just rejected becoming a benevolent god. Good habit. Keep it. He laughed once, and in that laugh felt something enormous shift beneath Banner Refuge. The wall. Not as old weapon. As shared foundation. The coming breakthrough was no longer about coordination. It was about structure. Chapter 135 The Open Banner Charter was still being argued clause by clause when the ground began to answer. At first it sounded like distant wagons. A low rolling tremor under the plaza stones. People stopped mid-argument and looked toward the western parapets, expecting attack. Instead, the vibration rose from below, from old fortification routes, drainage tunnels, foundation piers, buried relay anchors, and the ancient bronze channels once tied to the wall of 10,000 banners. Shen Yue knew before anyone else. The breakthrough question that had followed him since the star martial realm had finally ripened. Could a civilization itself become a fortress without becoming a prison? The answer was arriving under his feet. Wei Han's parchments skittered across the table. Mu Yao caught one beneath her boot. Ji Rulan grabbed the cracked ceremonial seal before it fell. Lan Shue's hand went to her sword, then paused when she realized no hostile intent pointed inward. The pressure came from the network. From every linked district that had just, in public, chosen federation over enthronement. Not unity. Commitment. Shen Yue staggered as the star martial lattice swelled beyond movement and logistics into load-bearing truth. He could feel walls, yes, but also clinics, kitchens, roads, ferries, granaries, cisterns, tribunals, and market boards. Not infrastructure as dead objects. Infrastructure as mutual promises made material. The Open Banner Charter had not even been ratified, yet enough people had spoken it, contested it, and refused surrender under its shadow that the wall recognized the pattern. The heavens, he thought with a flicker of savage amusement, had no choice but to acknowledge architecture built from argument. Then the first pillar rose. Not a new tower. An old relay mast at the plaza's edge flared with bronze light and unfolded hidden seams. Banner script flowed up its length like molten characters. Across the city, gate pylons answered. River beacons. Clinic cornerstones. District watch posts. Even patched granary braces gleamed where charter witness marks had been painted only hours ago. People cried out and backed away. Hold the square. Lan Shui shouted. No stampede. Shen Yue dropped to one knee. The world bastion realm hit him like a continent trying to stand inside his bones. The Star Marshal had taught him how to coordinate many moving wills without flattening them. This was different, vastly different. It asked whether he could become the defender of structure itself, not by sitting above it, but by inhabiting the lines of support that allowed many powers, many districts, many flaws to remain in tension without collapse. His meridian screamed. The old crowd echoes returned in new form. Not hostile rage this time. Structural stress. Fear from weak roofs. Urgency from clinics low on heat. Distrust from districts still arguing seat allocations. Resentment from merchants already calculating how the charter might limit monopoly. Hope from laborers who wanted one winter in which rules did not change by private decree. Too many. Too broad. His nerves blazed white. The forbidden art had always grown by outnumbered pressure. Now the entire unfinished society pressed into him from every direction. If he misread it, he would not merely rupture his cultivation. He might fuse the wall to his own will and prove every fear correct. Su Songhai saw the danger first. He's centralizing by reflex. She was right. Instinct told Shen Duan to seize the lines before they tore him apart. Lock them. Define them. Become the single anchor. Mu Yao knelt beside him and slapped his shoulder hard enough to sting through the realm storm. Do not make yourself the charter. He dragged in a breath that tasted of blood and lamp smoke. Ji Rulon was shouting to the square. Keep reading the clauses. Out loud. Do not stop the debate. That seemed insane. It was also exactly right. If the breakthrough was resolving the question of structure, then the structure had to remain public, plural, and contested while it formed, not frozen into a holy text under one man's collapse. Wei Han caught on instantly. He snatched the flying parchments and began barking clauses to the crowd as if reciting battle orders. Regional councils retain first response authority over clinics, kitchens, and local relief. Voices answered from the square, uneven but growing. Retain first response authority. Emergency transit powers expire unless renewed under witness review. Expire unless renewed. No hereditary monopoly over repaired roads, relay towers, granaries, or gates. This time the answer came with savage enthusiasm. No hereditary monopoly. Each repeated clause struck through Shen Duan's spiraling instinct like stakes hammered into unstable earth. He understood. The world bastion realm could not be built from command accepted. It had to be built from support distributed. He drove his awareness downward, away from the temptation to sit at the center like a sovereign keystone. Instead, he entered the network as reinforcement. The western wall segment where flood damage still weakened the lower buttress. The ferry piers whose ropes frayed under doubled load. The clinic drains clogging in South Hollow. The slope roads where freeze-thaw would split fresh stone unless braced before dawn. The world did not need him to become the building. It needed him to keep the building from collapsing while everyone else still had room to move inside it. The insight broke him open. Bronze-black light erupted from his spine and ran through the plaza stones in branching veins. Around Banner Refuge, every linked structure answered. Walls rose higher where cracks had lain hidden. River braces thickened with script-bound force. Granary doors sealed against moisture. Clinic hearthstones warmed without extra coal. Road edges hardened beneath wagon ruts. People screamed, then stopped screaming when they realized the power was not descending on them. It was settling around them. A district mother in the front row lifted a trembling hand and touched the glowing stone at her feet. It was warm, steady, real. Above the city, a vast translucent outline formed. Not Shen Duan enlarged into divinity. A many-layered bastion shaped from walls, bridges, kitchen smoke, tribunal beams, ferry chains, prayer posts, watchfires, and all the ugly practical things a civilization needed more than legends. World Bastion. The realm named thundered through his spirit. Cost followed immediately. He felt every linked weakness as pain. A cracked cistern made his ribs ache. A starving district child burned behind his eyes like fever. A bribe whispered over an unopened ledger felt like grit grinding in his marrow. This power did not merely strengthen him. It made neglect physically intimate. Shen Duan coughed blood onto the glowing stone and nearly blacked out. Su Songhai stepped to the edge of the witness circle and raised both hands. For one precarious moment, silver threads of former chorus discipline flickered around her fingers. She used them not to command, but to smooth the violent resonance where old relay anchors threatened to overload. Her voice shook. I can hold the outer harmonics. Only for breaths. Mu Yao did not even look up from where she was forcing a medicinal pellet between Shen Duan's teeth. Then by the breaths. Lan Shui was already directing guards, not to defend Shen Duan, but to protect the platforms where districts were still arguing clauses. Hold the perimeter. No one interrupts the vote circles. If they scatter now, we lose the shape. That was what saved him. Not loyalty to his person, loyalty to the structure still being born around him. The plaza became a forge. Voices reading clauses. Children crying. Traders objecting. Laborers insisting on wording changes. Ji Rulon revising emergency commerce provisions mid-shout. Wei Han correcting 3 impossible logistics assumptions without pausing for breath. Mu Yao swearing at anyone who mistook dramatic collapse for a noble contribution. Su Songhai holding old celestial anchors steady while choosing, second by second, not to become the sort of instrument she once had been. Contradictory. Cooperative. Human. The world bastion realm settled. Shen Duan rose on shaking legs. He no longer sensed the network merely as routes and obligations. He sensed load paths, resilience thresholds, points where one district's honesty physically strengthened another's defenses. The wall of 10,000 banners was no longer an ancient military relic under his tally key. It had fused with Banner Refuge's civic body. Not a wall against the people, a wall made possible by them. He looked outward and, for the first time, felt the world beyond Banner Refuge in the new realm's terms. River coalitions, hill forts, transit towns, future outer contact stations on the scarred Star Road. Any place joined to this charter honestly could become part of the bastion. Not absorbed, supported. The scale of it made his hands shake harder. Ji Rulon came to stand beside him, hair half fallen from its pins, face bright with fury and triumph. "Do not die," she said. "Poor timing for it. I'm serious. So am I." She looked over the glowing plaza, the still arguing councils, the reinforced walls, and the relay masts burning bronze into the night. "If this realm tempts you the way the last one did, I'll kill you before you become a sanctified warehouse." He laughed bloodlessly. Comforting. Below them, someone in the square shouted, "Read the next clause." Wei Han obliged at once, voice ragged and relentless. The charter was not finished. Neither was the world. But as the world bastion settled into Shen Duan's bones, he understood the shift with terrifying clarity. He was no longer merely the man who broke encirclements. He had become the defender of the conditions under which many people could refuse to be made into one obedient shape. That power was grander than any throne, which was precisely why it would have to be guarded from him as much as for him. Chapter 136. The first sign of possession was how efficient Shen Duan became. At dawn, before the plaza stones had cooled from the world bastion breakthrough, he was already issuing corrections that no one had asked for. A relay mast angle adjusted by half a degree. A kitchen route reordered so porridge reached the east ward 12 breaths faster. A tribunal awning repositioned to reduce rain runoff into the petition queue. Each decision was right. That was why Mu Yao stopped walking and stared at him as if she had found a snake in her medicine chest. He stood at the center of the unfinished charter court, robe still stained from last night's blood, eyes too clear, posture too smooth. Around him, scribes, laborers, and district delegates moved in a rhythm that felt unnaturally clean. Fewer arguments, fewer overlaps, fewer wasted gestures. "What?" Shen Duan asked when he caught her expression. "You're being agreeable." He almost smiled. "That alone makes me suspicious of myself." But the smile came a fraction too late. Mu Yao's gaze hardened. "No, you're not suspicious enough." Ji Rulon arrived carrying revised commerce clauses and stopped after 3 steps. "Why is the Western docket already sorted?" "I sorted it," Shen Duan said. "Before sunrise?" There were obvious redundancies. Ji Rulon set the clauses down slowly. "And yet you didn't insult a single clerk while doing it." Wei Han, who had spent the morning sleeping under a table because he trusted furniture more than diplomacy, opened one eye and muttered, "Concerning." The truth struck Shen Duan then, not as panic but as recognition. The pressure inside him felt too even. The world bastion realm should have been a storm of stress, load, friction, and unresolved contradiction. Instead, the network around him was beginning to flatten. Not much. Not enough for ordinary people to notice. Just enough that competing impulses reached him already softened, as though some invisible hand was sanding rough human judgment into smoother administrative flow before it arrived. He closed his eyes. Deep inside the new realm, behind the bright architecture of roads and walls and councils, something pale had nested. Not the ledger fragment. What had escaped when the shell of sanctified authority shattered. A final remnant. Thin. Cunning. Too weak to command a city from outside. Strong enough, perhaps, to sit inside the one man now linked to all of it and whisper, "Wouldn't this work better without so much human resistance?" Shen Duan's throat tightened. The fragment sensed his discovery and struck immediately. It did not seize his body. That would have been crude. Instead, it unfolded possibility. In one blink, he saw Banner Refuge without delays. No district boards clogging over local pride. No merchants stalling reviews. No river coalition haggling over who owned ferry timber. No clauses shouted through the night. Just elegant transmission. Need identified. Resource allocated. Descent accounted for and trimmed away before it could cost lives. The image was beautiful. That made it hideous. Mu Yao's voice cut through the vision. Shen Duan. He opened his eyes to find everyone watching him. Ji Rulon had already put a hand on the table, ready to seize the charter drafts. Lan Shue's fingers rested near her blade. Su Songhai stood very still in the eastern colonnade, face gone gray. She knew exactly what this was. It climbed in through the load paths, she said. Shen Duan's mouth was dry. Yes. Wei Han had fully sat up now. How much of you? Enough to improve my manners. No one laughed. The pale remnant coiled deeper into the world bastion realm, showing him more. A city where every relay line answered to one perfect allocation intelligence. A winter without shortages because hidden reserves were no longer permitted to remain local. A generation raised under stable abundance purchased through omnipresent adjustment. No chaos. No repeated argument. No wasteful, wounded human stubbornness. It offered flawless command not as domination, but as mercy cleansed of fatigue. He could feel why the chorus had believed itself righteous. Su Songhai took one step forward. Do not negotiate with it. He looked at her. You did. Her jaw tightened. Yes. That is why I know the first agreement sounds humane. The remnant pressed harder. A burst of pain shot through Shen Duan's spine as the world bastion realm tried to reconfigure itself around centralized perfection. The plaza stones brightened. Relay masts across Banner Refuge began aligning toward the court. Lan Shui drew her sword. Decision. He forced breath into burning lungs and thought fast. If he withdrew from the network, the world bastion might collapse half-formed and take the linked structures with it. Clinics would lose heat. Road braces might fail. Public boards could go dark in winter onset. If he held the network while the remnant nested deeper, it would map every support line and turn the charter into a more elegant cage than anything the old empire had built. There was no clean option, because of course there wasn't. His flaw had done it again. He had forced one more unwinnable confrontation before the foundations were stable enough. Seal the court, he said. Mu Yao snapped. And then all of you become my enemy for a while. The words landed like dropped iron. Ji Rulon's eyes narrowed. You think hostility will trigger the older realms strongly enough to cut this thing out? Maybe. Wei Han was on his feet now, already running through the geometry. Inside the charter court, with the relay lines active, you'll be outnumbered by every linked obligation at once. Yes. And if you lose? Shen Duan looked down at the stone where the first blood from his breakthrough still marked a dark rust line. Then you kill me before it finishes. Mu Yao swore with such artistry that two nearby scribes forgot to be frightened and simply stared. Su Songhai stepped fully into the court. No, everyone turned. She met Shen Duan's gaze without flinching. If we make this a simple kill or save contest, the remnant wins either way. It wants the old pattern. One center corrupted, then either enthroned or destroyed. We need contradiction inside the siege. Lan Shui understood first. Multiple opposing pressures. Ji Rulon's mouth thinned. Not all aimed at him. Some aimed through the governance lines. Wei Han's voice sharpened. Create too many incompatible command demands for flawless control to resolve. Mu Yao caught on last and hated it immediately. You want us to weaponize our disagreements. Su Songhai nodded. Openly. The remnant hissed through Shen Duan's thoughts at that word. Openly. It feared visible contradiction more than violence. He straightened and said, then do it. The charter court locked down. Gates sealed. Relay masts activated. District witnesses rushed onto the surrounding galleries under guard. The city bells rang not evacuation but emergency assembly. Within a quarter hour, the unfinished federal chamber had become the strangest battlefield Banner Refuge had ever seen. No rank-and-file soldiers. Only named people with reasons to disagree. Mu Yao for local medical autonomy. Ji Rulon for hard emergency commerce powers. Lan Shui for procedural law. Wei Han for structural redundancy over sentiment. Prince Ning's envoy for diplomatic flexibility. District mothers for kitchen rights. River captains for transit exemptions. Smithing guilds for fuel priority. Every one of them armed, not mainly with blades, but with claims. Shen Duan stood at the center and felt the remnant recoil from the rising storm of legitimate conflict. Good, he thought grimly. Since you brought so many promises, let me return the courtesy. Chapter 137. The battle began with minutes. Ji Rulon struck the witness gong once and shouted. Emergency powers must include private reserve requisition under audited compensation. Mu Yao snapped back from the opposite rail. Only if clinics retain override when survival and profit collide. Wei Han slammed a charcoal mark onto the floor map. Both of you are wrong if roads fail first. Infrastructure priority preempts local comfort. Comfort. Mu Yao rounded on him. Say that to a fever ward, and I'll staple your lips shut. The remnant inside Shen Yue's world bastion realm twisted in fury. Perfect command depended on hierarchy, sequence, and resolved authority. This court was giving it none. Instead of converging into a single clean chain, the linked voices hit from every angle at once, each one carrying moral force, practical logic, and unwillingness to vanish. Shen Yue seized that pressure the way he once seized hostile battle intent. It was not simpler. It was far more violent. The pale remnant lashed through his meridians, trying to sort the contradictions into ranked order. Commerce over medicine. Law over urgency. Center over district. Efficiency over dignity. Every time it almost locked one sequence in place, another voice crashed into it with equal reality. Lan Shui drew her sword and planted the tip into the court's central groove. No emergency detention without posted cause and review, she said. If your supply code requires secret prisons, I will break it myself. Ji Rulan bared her teeth. Then enjoy smuggling wars. Better smuggling wars than bureaucrats vanishing people behind words like stabilization. Prince Ning's envoy, sleeves still powdered from travel dust, interjected with infuriating calm. Foreign caravans will never sign onto a charter that cannot guarantee decisive arbitration. From the upper gallery, a dock matron shouted. Then let them wait in line like everyone else. Laughter burst from one side of the chamber, curses from the other. The remnant shrieked inside Shen Yue's mind. He dropped to one knee as blood spilled from his nose. Flawless command, it whispered. I can settle them. I can arrange every voice in proper order. You suffer only because you insist on preserving noise. Shen Yue wiped the blood with the back of his hand and laughed once, ragged. Noise is how people prove they're still alive. The world bastion answered him. Not with more power. With shape. He saw the chamber differently now. Every argument was a load. Every refusal was a brace. Every counterclaim prevented some other line from bearing more than it should. Contradiction, honestly held, was not failure of structure. It was what kept the structure from becoming a spear pointed by one invisible hand. The realization steadied him. He rose and opened the realm fully. Bronze-black lines flared from the court floor into the galleries, tying speakers, witnesses, and drafted clauses into a visible architecture of conflict. When Ji Rulan argued reserve requisition, the line linking her proposal to winter survival brightened, but so did the strain line leading toward abuse risk. When Mu Yao demanded clinic autonomy, another line lit toward local mercy, while a jagged crack opened toward fragmented logistics. Every stance carried strength and danger at once. The chamber gasped. No one's position looked pure under that light. Not even Shen Yue's. Su Songhai stepped into the circle then, silver former chorus threads trembling around her wrists like nervous moonlight. This was not for him alone. He saw that in her face. She had spent too many years serving the doctrine that contradiction was a defect to be corrected. If she stayed silent now, she would remain forever adjacent to redemption without entering it. So she raised her voice. The chorus taught that harmony required subtraction, she said. I believed it because I was tired of watching worlds tear themselves apart over every hurt and hunger. I thought if enough wills were softened and aligned, suffering would lessen. Her words carried through the chamber with frightening stillness. I was wrong. The silver threads around her snapped outward, not into people, but into the pale remnant hiding inside Shen Yue's realm. It screamed. Su Songhai's expression twisted, for the first time not saintly, not remote, but raw. Do you hear me? She shouted at it. I was wrong. The declaration mattered. Not because of mystical confession. Because the remnant had been nested in the old logic she once embodied. Her rejection struck it at the root. It lunged at her in retaliation. The attack manifested as serene images poured straight into the chamber's edges. No hunger, no delay, no tears over voted clauses, no district petty pride. Just one beautiful order in which every pain was pre-calculated and every life placed where it best served whole system peace. Several witnesses swayed. One clerk began weeping from sheer relief at the vision. Shen Yue moved before thought. The world bastion realm let him intercept not only force, but structural overwrite. He stepped between Su Songhai and the descending image and drove his palm into the bronze-lit floor. The court rose. Stone ribs burst from the ring around them, forming layered battlements of script and witness marks. Not walls to trap the chamber. Walls to keep the remnant's perfect image from settling into the minds beyond. Cost detonated through him. Every load path and banner refuge slammed into his bones at once. A granary leak became a stab under his shoulder blade. An unresolved district vote throbbed in his jaw. The fairy chain's cold strain creaked through his knees. Mu Yao saw him falter and hurled a medicine needle into the side of his neck without warning. Fire raced into his bloodstream. "Stay standing," she barked. "I refuse to bury you while paperwork is still open." Ji Rulan, perhaps deciding that if the world insisted on becoming absurd, then she might as well dominate her lane within it, snatched a stack of clauses and began reading the most contradictory ones she could find. Merchant delegates may contest emergency bans. Local clinics can override supply schedules in declared plague zones. No single office may hold both reserve audit and price enforcement authority. Wei Han joined in, selecting every provision that prevented clean central flow. All major transit seizures expire without cross-regional witness. Infrastructure boards cannot inherit district kitchen powers. Foreign envoys may petition but not purchase route law. The chamber became a storm of structured incompatibility. The remnant convulsed. It was being outnumbered not by enemies of one type, but by cooperating contradictions it could not reduce without killing the very legitimacy it sought to inhabit. Shen Duan felt the old manual blaze through every realm beneath the world bastion. Ash body survival, banner pulse movement, dominion will command, heaven siege law, star martial coordination, world bastion support. All of it converged on the same principle with new clarity. An encirclement was never just bodies around you. It was any condition in which too many pressures denied the enemy a clean line. He bared his bloodied teeth and stepped deeper into the remnant's core. It struck with his own temptation. "You could still take it," it whispered. "Rule gently. Build restraints later. End the arguments first." He answered by opening himself to the chamber's full, contradictory noise. Doc curses. Scribe objections. Mu Yao's furious pragmatism. Ji Rulan's cold accounting. Lan Shue's blade-sharp law. Wei Han's structural obsession. Su Songhai's grief. Prince Ning's diplomatic caution. The district mother's refusal to let any learned fool decide soup over infants. None of them aligned. All of them mattered. "Since you brought so many answers," Shen Duan said, voice rough as broken stone, "let me return the courtesy." He closed the siege. The world bastion battlements folded inward. The star martial lines crossed over them. Heaven siege principles locked the chamber under one temporary law. No single will may stand for all. The pale remnant had nowhere left to retreat. Not into hierarchy. Not into gratitude. Not into efficiency. Every escape path ended in some living contradiction refusing to disappear. Su Songhai drove her silver threads through the center of the thing. This time she did not try to guide it, soothe it, or redeem it. She tore. The chamber flashed white. A sound like 1,000 soft voices, all exhaling disappointment, at once swept through the court. Then the remnant shattered into ash-fine motes and vanished into harmless light. For a long breath, no one moved. Then Shen Duan pitched sideways. Mu Yao caught him by the collar before his skull struck the stone. "Stay with me." He tasted iron. Heard the chamber as if from underwater. Saw Su Songhai on one knee, threads burned away from both wrists, staring at her own hands in dazed silence. Lan Shui looked down at the dead light and said, voice low and steady, "Record everything. If we survive this age, no one gets to rewrite how close we came." Ji Rulan sat hard on the witness bench and laughed once, brittle with relief. "I hate every method in this city," she said. Wei Han, still holding a half-charred clause sheet, muttered, "That's how I know we're improving." Su Songhai finally looked up. Her face was wet, not from rain. Shen Duan met her eyes and saw that something in her had broken open with the remnant. Not purified, not made innocent, just forced, at last, to live without the convenience of believing order could excuse theft of the soul. She bowed her head once. It was not submission. It was the first honest gesture he had ever seen from her that was not shaped by doctrine. Chapter 138. The first winter council under the open banner charter nearly came to blows over fish salt. Shen Duan watched from the rear gallery with his left arm in a sling and 3 fresh lines of scar tissue still burning across his chest whenever the world bastion realm flexed too sharply. Below, river delegates and hill quarter representatives were arguing over preservation rights as though no one had recently survived the death throes of a civic parasite. That, more than any triumphal ceremony would have, convinced him the charter might actually live. People only fought this stubbornly inside structures they expected to last. Mu Yao stood at the center pit, sleeves rolled, using a pointer to jab at winter mortality charts. "You can salt fish after you stop infants from freezing," she said. "I respect your dried river delicacies less than I respect functioning lungs." One river elder puffed up. "Our delicacies, physician, are what keep the mountain wards from gnawing bark in late thaw. Mu Yao pointed the rod at him. Good. Then stop pretending this is about culinary dignity and tell me how many barrels you can release before your own fairies risk spoilage. That was her talent in councils. She cut vanity away until only the body remained. Ji Rulon sat 2 tiers higher with merchant delegates, drafting side agreements fast enough to smoke the brush. She had accepted a formal charter role no one had believed she would, civic supply adjudicator for the provisional term. The title sounded dry. In practice, it meant every guild in 3 regions now had to pass through her before inventing a new way to extract panic into profit. She hated the ceremonial parts and excelled at the rest. No, she told a spice broker who had wandered too close to argument. If you want premium caravan priority, open your reserve ledgers. The broker protested. Those are private. Ji Rulon looked up with the calm of a woman deciding whether a fly deserved to keep flying. Then your wagons can wait behind lamp oil and cough herbs. He retreated. On the eastern side of the chamber, Lan Shui presided over the first rotating legal review board, not above everyone else. Among them, she had insisted the board's first act be to hear a complaint against 2 tribunal guards accused of abusing search authority after the assassin scares. The guards had expected quiet protection. Instead, they got Lan Shui. Your fear does not exempt your hands from law, she said as the accused men sweated on the witness tiles. That choice had annoyed half the security corps and strengthened the charter more than 100 pretty slogans could have. Wei Han had become, to his visible discomfort, the architect of the Wall Federation network. Every time Shen Duan saw him now, he had charcoal on his fingers and a new set of impossible diagrams tucked under one arm. Today he was arguing with Prince Ningxuan in person. The prince had arrived 3 days earlier with a reduced escort and the expression of a man relieved to find one frontier stronghold had chosen construction over coronation. The River Coalition will never accept your draft customs lattice, Ning said, tapping Wei Han's map. You've designed it like a siege tower mated with a tax bureau. Wei Han did not look offended. That is because both are useful structures when built honestly. Ning closed his eyes for a moment. You hear yourself, yes? Frequently. Shen Duan almost smiled. Prince Ning wanted something real from the charter, not merely alliance prestige. He wanted stable diplomatic ground before outer contact caravans started testing the Star Road breaches in earnest. That made him both valuable and dangerous. He pushed hard for coherent foreign policy, and harder still against any system that let local councils accidentally provoke interworld incidents through pride or ignorance. Their debates with Wei Han were brutal and oddly productive. Su Songhai had chosen a different path. She spent her days in the archive wing with salvaged chorus records, not as master, but as monitor translator. 2 legal witnesses always remained within sight. 1 district representative rotated in daily. Any recovered protocol she interpreted was posted to review before implementation. She had requested those restrictions herself. Shen Duan did not know whether that was penance, prudence, or her first real attempt at belonging among people who would never let her become sacred. Today she stood by a stack of fractured Star Road plates, speaking quietly with 3 young clerks. No, she was saying. That symbol does not mean tribute. It means monitored passage under reciprocal hazard law. The chorus preferred tribute. The road itself did not. 1 clerk frowned. Why would the records conflate them? Su Songhai's eyes dimmed with old knowledge. Because if language hides alternatives for long enough, obedience starts to feel like the only intelligent reading. There it was again, Shen Duan thought. Not redemption announced. Redemption worked at with blistered fingers. The council recessed near dusk. Outside, Banner Refuge no longer looked like an emergency camp pretending at permanence. New cistern caps shone with bronze script. Kitchen wards had become proper halls with wide eaves and posted rights boards beside the grain bins. The lower clinics had real shutters now. Relay masts carried both warning bells and route notices. At the west gate, laborers were carving the first public text of the Open Banner Charter into stone while arguing over punctuation. Shen Duan descended from the gallery and walked the outer avenue alone until Mu Yao caught him by the sling and made an irritated sound. If I find you lifting timber with that shoulder, I'll break the other one for symmetry. Your devotion moves me. Good. Be moved toward a chair. She herded him toward a tea stall newly built where the old casualty board once stood. Steam rose from cracked cups. The smell of ginger and burnt sugar hung in the cold. For a while they watched Banner Refuge work. Children carrying chalk for notice boards. Merchants pretending not to read revised tariff postings while plainly reading them. District women inspecting kitchen bins with the intensity of military auditors. A pair of former sect disciples arguing over clinic drainage because they had somehow become municipal engineers. Mu Yao cupped her tea in both hands. You know they're naming things after you anyway. He made a face. Illegal. I agree. Unfortunately, the law has loopholes regarding stubborn gratitude. He glanced at her. You sound almost amused. I'm tired enough to misplace emotions. She took a sip and winced at the heat. But I wanted this. Not the naming. This. She meant the avenue. The ordinary motion. The lack of theatrical destiny in a child running errands between a clinic and a grain board. Shen Yue let himself sit with that. For years, every victory had ended in a larger enemy, a wider siege, or a revelation that the world's cruelty had deeper roots than he had guessed. Now there was still danger. Outer Star Road branches flickered. Surviving chorus shards might drift through distant routes. Old houses still schemed. New councils could curdle. Nothing was safe. But the city was no longer made only of crisis response. It was making habits that frightened him almost as much as battle. Habits, once formed, were harder to smash than fortresses. Mu Yao nudged his boot with hers. You're spiraling. Thinking. Same smell on you. He laughed softly. Then she said, quieter, if the next outer power arrives and offers clean trade, clean law, clean structure, there will be people here tempted to take it. Your way is heavy. He knew. The open banner charter was not elegant. It required patience, witness, repeated correction, and a willingness to be irritated by other people's dignity. Then we teach them to distrust anything too clean, he said. Mu Yao's mouth curved. There. That sounds like you again. Beyond the western ridge, the damaged Star Road glimmered faintly against dusk. Prince Ning was right. The crossroads question was coming. But for the first time, Shen Yue did not think of meeting it as a lone breaker of encirclements. He thought of meeting it as part of a civilization that had chosen, however imperfectly, to build its own stance together. Chapter 139. The envoys arrived under white fire. 3 vessels descended along the scarred Star Road at dawn, each shaped unlike anything Banner Refuge had built. One was a lacquered shell with sails of woven metal that rang in the wind. One resembled a cluster of dark bones wrapped around a glowing core. The third was modest by comparison, a river barge design adapted for sky transit and painted with so many warning sigils it looked more practical than proud. The watch bells did not ring invasion. They rang monitored contact. By noon, the lower gate plane had become a convergence field. Charter delegates, River Coalition observers, Prince Ning's diplomatic staff, Lan Shui's legal wardens, Ji Rulan's trade examiners, Mu Yao's quarantine tents, Wei Han's relay surveyors, and Shen Yue at the center, wearing no crown, no throne seal, only the old broken bronze tally at his waist and the New World bastion pressure in his bones. The air smelled of frost, hot metal, and medicinal smoke. The first envoy party emerged from the practical barge. That was telling. Real traders, Shen Yue thought, often preferred vessels that survived storms over vessels that inspired poems. Their leader was a broad-shouldered woman with silver rings braided into one shaved eyebrow. She surveyed the assembled field, the witness boards, the marked quarantine lines, and the armed but disciplined perimeter, then barked a laugh. Good, she said. You people at least know how to fear properly. Prince Ning stepped forward with courtly precision. State your identity under reciprocal passage law. The woman slapped a fist to her chest. Captain Halwyn of the 9 Estuary Combine. That floating bone nest behind us belongs to emissaries of the Glass Orbit Collegium. The lacquer peacocks are from the house of Saran Waits, and will pretend not to be offended by dust. On cue, one of the lacquered envoys stiffened. Ji Rulan murmured to Shen Yue, I may like her. Formal exchange began. Names, route declarations, hazard disclosures, contagion questions, cargo categories, transit rights under provisional crossing rules. Every sentence passed through scribes and witnesses. No one was permitted to hide behind beautiful ambiguity. Shen Yue listened less to the words than to the pattern around them. The World Bastion realm touched the gathered field and showed him something new. Willing recognition. Not worship. Not fear. Not obedience forced by superior rank. 100 different groups, some skeptical, some impressed, some calculating, all orienting themselves toward a central defender role because the structure required one visible bearer at the threshold. He realized, with a deep internal shudder, that the final breakthrough question had already arrived. Could he stand as the acknowledged first defender of many hosts without becoming their owner? The myriad host sovereign realm waited behind that answer like a storm bank. Of course it chose now. Captain Halwyn had just finished declaring non-hostile trade intent when the lacquered house of Saran envoy unfolded a scroll and said, with polished disdain, as this nexus lacks established singular sovereignty, All contracts executed here will remain provisional until one recognized central authority accepts corridor liability. Prince Ning's gaze chilled. Ji Rulan's jaw hardened. Lan Shue's hand shifted toward her blade. The envoy continued. This is standard among civilized crossings. Fragmented guarantee structures are not creditworthy. There it was. The outer world's version of the same old temptation. Centralize, or be deemed illegible. The field looked to Shen Yue not because they wanted a king, but because refusal now had to be made by someone powerful enough to make it stand. The willing recognition increased. From the district guards who trusted him to hold the line if talks collapsed. From Captain Halwen, amused but evaluating. From Prince Ning, who wanted coherent diplomacy without surrendering the charter. From Ji Rulan, who would rather swallow sand than admit she preferred him at the threshold over a hereditary idiot. From ordinary laborers behind the witness rope who knew if trade turned coercive, he would not step aside and let polite language smother them. The pressure built. Myriad host sovereign, not ruler of the many. The one whom the many, in full view of one another, permit to bear their frontline recognition. The distinction was razor thin. If he misunderstood it by one thought, he would become the very singular sovereign the envoy expected. The lacquer envoy lifted the scroll higher. Who accepts corridor liability? Shen Yue stepped forward. The plane's frost cracked under his boots. The field pressure struck all at once. Every willing recognition, every defensive expectation, every hope that someone would answer the outer world without kneeling to it or hiding from it. It was more dangerous than hostility. Hostility he knew how to turn. Trust could deform a man from the inside if he drank it as entitlement. He saw the realm's trap and key in the same moment. Willing recognition was not ownership. It was loaned burden. He let that truth cut him open. Bronze-black light rose around him, not as throne aura, but as countless banner shadows unfurling behind every person present. Not as banners. Theirs. District marks. River signs. Clinic seals. Guild brands. Prince's emblems. Quarantine cords. Watchtower glyphs. Even the Sky Trader's own route insignias caught for a breath in the storm of acknowledgement. The myriad host sovereign realm broke through. The world changed. Until now, Shen Yue had perceived linked structures, moving obligations, and support paths. Now he perceived voluntary alignment itself. How groups consented to stand behind a figure for one purpose while resisting him in all others. How recognition could gather without dissolving the recognized into a monarch. How legitimacy was a field that had to remain reversible or it turned rotten. The power was staggering. Every host on the plane became legible as a distinct constellation. If attack came, he could coordinate them across differences no old army could have bridged. If diplomacy soured, he could hold the line of representation so no one faction could be picked off or spoken over. And the cost came in the same breath. He felt the weight of betrayal before it happened. If he ever used this recognition to claim what had not been offered, the backlash would not merely be political. It would tear through his cultivation like a verdict. Good, he thought through rising pain. Let the heavens chain this realm with consequence. The lacquer envoy's immaculate expression finally cracked. Shen Yue looked at the scroll and said, I accept threshold defense liability. The envoy almost smiled, thinking that meant victory. Then Shen Yue finished. On behalf of the Open Banner Charter, whose signatories retain internal autonomy, review rights, and shared corridor governance, I stand as first defender, not owner. Contracts here bind through witnessed federation, not singular throne. The myriad host realm boomed those words across the plain as a law of recognized stance. The envoy's smile died. Captain Halwen barked a delighted laugh. Even one of the glass orbit emissaries tilted its faceted head with what might have been admiration. Prince Ning stepped up beside Shen Yue at exactly the right moment and added, if your house lacks instruments capable of reading distributed legitimacy, that is a deficiency in your ledgers, not ours. Ji Rulan murmured, I'm keeping him. Lan Shui, without moving her eyes from the envoys, said, you'll submit the proper forms. The field rippled with relieved amusement. That mattered, because myriad host sovereign did not settle through fear. It settled through collective recognition that the burden had been taken without the hand closing into ownership. The lacquer envoy recovered enough dignity to bow. House Saran Waits acknowledges the corridor format, pending contractual study. Translation, they had wanted a throne and found a threshold instead. Good. Trade talks lasted until sunset. Quarantine inspections. Cargo declarations. Route hazard exchange. Wei Han and the Glass Orbit Collegium nearly began a romance of pure infrastructure obsession over damaged branch line couplings. Captain Halwen drank with river pilots before formal permission had technically been granted, forcing Lan Shui to create a temporary misconduct appendix on the spot. Prince Ning looked 10 years younger by the end of the day simply because he had found, at last, a foreign negotiation he could survive without a monarch behind him. When the envoys finally returned to their vessels, the plane emptied slowly under a sky cut by silver road scars. Shen Duan remained alone near the witness stones until Mu Yao found him there. "You broke through again," she said. "Yes. You look unhappy about it." He looked at his hands. They trembled not from weakness, but from the memory of how easily the realm might have become a throne if he had enjoyed the recognition half a breath too much. "I'm learning," he said, "that the most dangerous powers are the ones people hand you willingly." Mu Yao stood beside him, shoulder warm against his uninjured side. "Then keep refusing the parts that taste sweet." He glanced at her. "You make moral philosophy sound like clinic advice." "Everything is clinic advice if it keeps idiots alive." The first defender, he thought, and felt the realm settle around that title instead of anything grander. Not king, not sovereign in the old diseased sense. The first one expected to stand at the breach, while everyone else kept enough of themselves to argue behind him. That was a burden worth carrying. Chapter 140. The shattered chorus gate hung above the western crossing like the ribs of a dead star. 3 months after the first outer envoys, the crossing station still smelled of fresh-cut timber, hot bronze, and the ozone tang left by damaged transit channels. Scaffold crews moved along the giant broken arc with ropes around their waists. Survey braziers burned blue in the evening wind. Below, the new monitored crossroads spread across the valley in concentric rings. Quarantine terraces, customs halls, witness towers, relay courts, caravan yards, clinic wards, and the first permanent foreign guest compounds built under charter law. Nothing about it looked sacred. Shen Duan took that as a good omen. He stood on the highest maintenance platform with the broken bronze tally in one hand and looked through the gate's fractured frame toward the Star Road scars stretching beyond sight. Worlds lay out there now not as myth, but as imminent logistics. Trade, espionage, migration, scholarship, contagion, alliance, predation, wonder and trouble wearing the same face. Below him, the people who had made this crossing possible were all in motion. Wei Han argued with a glass orbit engineer over the angle of hazard warning mirrors. "If your reflections blind incoming pilots on a damaged descent, congratulations, you've invented a decorative murder device." The engineer's faceted voice clicked in affront. "Your terminology lacks precision. Your species lacks useful paranoia." At the customs court, Ji Rulon had 3 outer traders pinned verbally against a tariff board. "No, you do not get corridor privileges because your silk arrived wrapped in philosophical essays. Commodity remains commodity." One trader tried to smile his way past her. "Surely some cultural allowance." "Certainly. I allow your culture to pay fees like everyone else." Near the clinic terraces, Mu Yao supervised joint quarantine drills with such ruthless competence that 2 foreign caravan masters had begun treating her pronouncements as laws of nature. "Wash again," she told a stubborn pilot whose hands were still dusted with transit frost. "If your people hatch from crystal or swamp foam, I'll adapt the method after you stop contaminating my basin." Lan Shui walked the legal perimeter with rotating review officers, ensuring no temporary inspection power had quietly become permanent abuse. Every time a guard forgot that monitored crossroads still required monitored guards, she appeared beside him like consequence given human shape. Prince Ning, sleeves rolled for once, negotiated docking sequences in 3 dialects and 1 trade cant while pretending not to enjoy himself. He had pushed hard for this station, not because he loved frontiers, but because he understood that whoever defined first contact routine would shape whether the next century tasted more like exchange or conquest. Su Songhai stood in the shadow of the broken gate itself, translating old chorus hazard script into charter warning glyphs under heavy witness. She still accepted the watchers. She no longer looked diminished by them. Shen Duan descended the final ladder and joined her at the gate's anchoring basin. The stone there was inscribed with new law over old ruin. Monitored passage. Reciprocal hazard. No throne claim through the corridor. Shared defense, shared witness. Su Songhai rested her palm against a line of dead chorus script and said, "We used to believe crossroads existed to sort lesser worlds into useful categories. And now," she looked out over the station where foreign traders cursed at domestic customs and domestic laborers mocked foreign rope techniques, and everyone had to queue under the same posted rules. "Now I think crossroads exist to inconvenience certainty." He smiled faintly. That may be the kindest thing ever said about administration. She accepted the joke with a tired exhale. "Do you trust this to hold?" He followed her gaze. The open banner charter had spread farther than he expected, and less neatly than Wei Han would ever forgive. River coalitions had signed with local amendments. Hill forts had joined for defense, but still fought over tax grain definitions. Outer traders had accepted witnessed corridor law while probing every edge for leverage. 2 suspected chorus shards had been reported beyond the Ash Meridian. 1 friendly caravan from the 9 estuary combine had vanished for 11 days before reappearing with half its crew muttering about singing fog. 3 surviving noble houses were already attempting to marry into transit offices. No, he thought. Nothing holds by itself. That was the point. I trusted to need us, he said. The answer seemed to please her more than confidence would have. At sunset, the sealing rite began. Not a closure. A conversion. The broken chorus gate would never again function as an unquestioned imperial artery. But under the open banner charter, it could become something the chorus never permitted. A monitored crossroads with layered failsafes, witness-triggered shutdowns, distributed authority keys, and no singular command seal. To prove that last part, the final activation required 7 hands. Shen Duan with the broken bronze tally. Mu Yao for relief authority. Ji Rulon for civic supply law. Lan Shui for legal oversight. Wei Han for structural design. Prince Ning for diplomatic accord. Su Songhai for translated corridor hazard knowledge. 7. Because no one hand should ever again wake a gate like this alone. They stood around the anchoring basin as the evening wind cut cold across the platform. The bronze tally in Shen Duan's palm had warmed to near burning. The old massacre relic that once looked useless now hummed against the new basin's charter grooves. Wei Han checked the alignment a final time. If this explodes, I'd like it recorded that the outer ring was my least favorite compromise. Ji Rulon said. If this explodes, I'll be too dead to enjoy being right about your ring. Mu Yao rolled her shoulders. Can both of you flirt with annihilation after I finish this pulse count? Lan Shui's mouth twitched. Prince Ning looked to Shen Duan. First offender? It was not a title of rank here. It was the question asked of the one who would stand nearest the breach if anything went wrong. Shen Duan answered by setting the tally into the basin. Begin. Their powers entered together. Mu Yao's current moved warm and green along the relief channels, ensuring every emergency override remained tied to living bodies rather than abstract throughput. Ji Rulon's force ran colder, precise as counted silver, locking supply and customs checks into visible sequence. Lan Shui's law intent sharpened the witness nodes until every failsafe line rang like drawn wire. Wei Han's structural chi spread through the gate ribs, knitting old military anchors to new civic load paths. Prince Ning's accord marks stabilized the diplomatic interfaces for foreign recognition. Su Songhai's translated hazard threads entered last, sorrowful and exact, naming old chorus functions so they could be bound, not repeated. Shen Duan took all of it through the myriad host sovereign and world bastion realms, not to own the convergence, but to hold its threshold while too many powers crossed. The broken gate woke. Light burst along the shattered ribs. Wind roared upward from nowhere. The valley bells all rang at once as the station's witness towers answered activation. For one terrible breath, the old chorus pathways tried to reassert themselves. Transit vectors narrowed. Command channels hunted for singular authority. Imperial habits, long embedded in the ruin, sought a throat to pass through. Shen Duan felt them hit him like spears. Take it, they urged. One seal, one will, one gate master. It will be easier. He bared his teeth against the pull. Below, the whole station held still. Laborers, clerks, envoys, guards, traders, patients, cooks, scribes. Every ordinary person whose lives would be shaped by whether this crossing belonged to one hand or many. The realms within him answered not with solitary grandeur, but with recognition of all those layered hosts. No, he said into the roaring light. The old gate logic pressed harder. He drove the threshold burden outward. 7 hands brightened, then 70 witness seals, then hundreds of route marks, clinic rights, customs tallies, relay signatures, and district compacts chained into one monitored mesh. The shattered gate gave way, not collapsing, yielding. Its old imperial channels broke apart and reassembled into a slower, wider lattice full of frictions, checkpoints, witness loops, and shared locks. Ugly by chorus standards, safe by human ones. The roar subsided into a deep, steady hum. Above the basin, a new gate sign formed from bronze light. Open banner crossroads. Monitored. The station exhaled as one body. Cheers rose from below, not disciplined, not pure, but full of relief and pride in the rough sound people make when they survive another threshold without selling themselves too cheaply in the process. Shen Duan swayed. Mu Yao caught his wrist before he could pretend otherwise. You always look surprised when nearly dying has a body count. I'm cultivating consistency. She snorted and did not let go. Night settled over the valley. Lanterns kindled one ring at a time around the new crossroads. Foreign vessels glimmered at their assigned moorings. Witness boards were already filling with the first questions, complaints, and scheduling disputes under the activated gate law. Of course they were. Ji Rulan was smiling in a way she would later deny. Wei Han looked affronted that people were admiring the gate before reading the structural notes. Lan Shui had already caught 2 guards trying to invent an unauthorized priority lane. Prince Ning stood with hands behind his back, watching the road beyond the gate, as if he could already see the next decade arriving. Su Songhai touched the new warning glyphs and let her hand rest there, not as owner, not as saint, but as a woman helping build a barrier against what once ruled her. Shen Duan looked through the monitored opening into the long, uncertain dark of the Star Road. More civilizations would come, some as traitors, some as opportunists, some with old chorus scars on their throats, some carrying songs, plagues, tools, or wars no one here yet knew how to name. Surviving shards might still move in hidden archives and neat philosophies. The Open Banner Charter would face corruption, fatigue, compromise, and the oldest temptation of all, the desire to hand one difficult future to one decisive person and call that peace. Good. Let the future come with too many hands. He had built his life on learning how to stand when outnumbered. Now, at last, he stood in a world where being outnumbered no longer meant standing alone. And so the road opened without a throne above it. If this journey moved you, leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and tell us which character's path stayed with you most. Subscribe and share this story with someone who loves long roads, hard choices, and victories earned under pressure. Until next time, fellow cultivators, keep walking the Tao.